Hello, everyone. We are back again today to talk about Fearless by Taylor Swift.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
If it's not too obvious.
I always say like the Taylor Swift heart hands, and Andrew was always like, she did not invent those. And I'm like, but she did.
I love that conversation by itself. That should have its own, place in pop culture history. Just you and Andrew going, she did not invent that. And you're like, yeah, she did. She did. Just cheeky and I love that about you so much.
Oh
But
boy.
anyway, I'm Kristin, and you are currently watching our third live show where we're discussing Taylor Swift's second album, Fearless. You're on my YouTube channel, Merrily Kristin, and I'm joined by
Alexa
and Macky.
Sorry,
you can find us. Alexa. You're good. I need to put myself up.
Caffeine is good.
Always is.
So basically, if you have not watched our live shows yet, we are doing a year-long deep dive into Taylor Swift's discography. We started with an intro show. Last month, we did an episode all about her debut album. And now this month, we are up to Fearless. And I personally am so excited for next month because I love Speak Now.
It's going to be so fun.
I shall be prepared.
Not that today won't be fun, because today will also be fun.
Yeah, I actually found like a lot of songs that I really love on this album.
Yay! That's always exciting.
So typically we would talk about Taylor Swift updates and news, like anything new that's happening, but it's been super quiet. She's on a break from the Eras tour and she's gearing up for the Tortured Poets Department release. So there's been like pretty much radio silence. Outside of when we've had like, the different pre-orders with the different bonus songs. But we'll talk more about that when we get to our Tortured Poets show, which will be a long time in the future.
Yeah. It'll be a while from now.
We are steeped in it.
Okay, so just to kick things off, as I said, this is our second official deep dive. And we're going to be discussing Fearless. Fearless was released on November 11th of 2008, almost exactly 2 years after her debut album. Taylor co-wrote all of the songs on Fearless, and she had solo writing credits on 8 of the songs. Fearless debuted at number 1 on the Billboard 200 list and remained in the top 10 for 50 consecutive weeks. Fearless is the most awarded country music album in history, so sit tight while I ramble off this huge list of accolades.
Yes. Let's go.
Tell you what?
Let's go.
Let's go, yeah. Okay, so it won Album of the Year and Best Country Album at the Grammys, making 20-year-old Taylor the youngest Album of the Year award winner at the time. Billie Eilish now is the one who holds that record as of 2020. Taylor's single White Horse won Grammys for Best Female Country Vocal Performance and Best Country Song. So that's 4 Grammys for her second album, which is like insane. Fearless won Album of the Year at the CMA Awards and the ACM Awards. This also made Taylor the second artist ever to win all 3 of the highest awards for a country music album for the same album. It was awarded Top Selling Album by the CCMA twice in a row in both 2009 and 2010. It won Favorite Country Album at the American Music Awards. It won a Teen Choice Award for Choice Female Album and a Sirius XM Radio Award for Best International Album of the Year. Wow. Yeah. Fearless was released by Big Machine Records. It was co-produced with Nathan Chapman, who produced her first album. The Fearless Platinum Edition was released with a new album cover in 2009 and had 5 bonus tracks. And Fearless is the first Taylor's version re-record to be released. And it's kind of cool that she went with Fearless as a way of reclaiming her own music and being fearless about people rebuying albums that they likely already own.
Hey.
And then lastly, for the Easter egg fans, the album turned 13 in 2021, which is Taylor's favorite number. She had 13 written on her hand for her entire Fearless tour. Taylor's version was announced on February 11th, which 2 and 11 add to 13. It dropped on April 9th, and 4 and 9 add to 13. And the album has 26 tracks, which is 13 doubled. And the original album had 13 tracks.
Love it.
So that was a lot to cover, but we can't possibly talk about awards during this era without addressing the Kanye in the room.
Kanye.
Okay. Here we go.
All right. You want to just lay out what actually happened first, and then we'll just talk about how we felt about it, maybe?
That sounds perfect.
I'm pretty sure it's like a pop culture thing now, but just in case, and just for the
And we will
the
let you
record.
finish.
Okay, so basically what happened is Taylor won her award. She went up to accept it, and Kanye just completely interrupted her. And he said that Beyonce should have won. And poor little teenage Taylor is standing there so confused and upset. She's hearing everyone boo, and everyone is booing Kanye for interrupting her, but she feels like everyone is booing her and
course.
saying that Beyonce should have won. So that was like a very pivotal, very traumatizing experience for her. And that also was like probably some of the most media attention that any award show has ever gotten. It's still talked about to this day.
Yeah, I feel like anyone who loves Taylor Swift knows about that incident, and
Yeah.
even if you didn't, you would still know about it. Just 'cause
Obama knows about that
it's
incident.
like and commented on it. I mean, like,
Without a
The
doubt.
American president
what's
knows.
interesting is I don't know if you used to watch award shows live, Kristin, but that was one of the shows that I would watch like year after year. So I actually saw it happen live, and even I was like, "What the heck is happening?" Like, I would feel terrible. Like, honestly,
Yeah.
it doesn't even matter. Like, of course, it matters more to me because it's Taylor. But even if it wasn't
Yeah.
Taylor, even if it had been someone else, I'd have been like,
It's
"This is
so
still
wrong.
terrible." Like, it's just disrespectful. That's all that, like,
Agreed.
it doesn't matter who won the award. Like, you're not the one choosing. You don't really get a say.
Yeah.
And you can air your opinion in other ways, in other
Right.
platforms, at other moments. But the fact
Right.
that he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna publicly go up, interrupt this speech, and say something," I was like, who raised you? Like,
Right. And you're
what
like
is
an adult man picking on a teenage girl. Like, that's not a good look.
You know what's terrible
Um,
too? It feels like the start of a chapter where a lot of that happens to Taylor.
It
Which is
does, yeah.
terrible.
Well, you know, that's actually such an interesting way to look at it, because I had until this moment always considered, okay, that's just one thing, but for that to be sort of like the canary in the coal mine,
Yeah, it's
that
like the
says,
beginning.
guess what? You think this is bad? Everyone else is going to start hating you and like what is it? Questioning your music, your ability to write. That's a lead-in to Speak Now, by the way.
Right?
But that is literally the start of every single criticism that is still alive and well today.
Yeah.
There is not a
Yeah.
single criticism about Taylor today that has not been around since the Kanye incident,
Yep.
which was just, again, I think the tip of the terrible iceberg.
Right. It put her really in the mainstream public's eye.
Yeah.
Like, not so much just her fans. Now, like, people who didn't know who she was
Or didn't care
now have a opinion
and they
either
still
way.
do.
And a lot of people still have an opinion. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I do think it was very classy of Beyonce to later on
I was going to
invite
mention
her up.
Her
I was
Majesty,
gonna say
because
But, let's
when
be
the
real.
Queen decrees a few
Yeah.
things, the world must, comply, and she did, and she referenced, and I don't know, Kristin, if you want to talk a little bit about that too, if that came up in your research.
Yeah.
I mean, oh, go ahead.
No, go.
Oh, I was just gonna say that, like, later on, Beyonce did win an award, and then she invited Taylor back on stage to give her acceptance speech, so that she could have her moment, which is just like amazing. Like, Beyonce is an absolute queen, and that's so graceful and like so nice of her to do. And she talked about how like she remembered being really young, like when she was with Destiny's Child, and like she knows what that's like to get like your first award, and like, not that it was Taylor's first, she did get a lot of awards, but like to have that moment and then have that moment like taken away from you. And I also like love how supportive Taylor and Beyonce have stayed of each other throughout their careers.
Agreed. It's nice.
I mean, it's good to be friends with the Queen. So
She really is, though.
Yeah, she's been very gracious. And
Yeah.
and hey, the country album's out too. So
I know. Now
it's a
she's
fun
doing
little,
country.
it's a fun
Yeah.
little full circle moment. Where
Yeah.
she's like, I'm gonna do this too. I'm like, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Oh, man, that moment rent free in my head.
Like,
It's
one of my favorite Beyonce memes is always like, it was her calling up, like, I mean, pretend calling up Disney, and she's like, I'm Nala now. And Disney's like, yeah, okay. And then
Yeah.
just, yeah, because
she's Beyonce.
yeah, she's
Like, what
Doesn't
else are you
matter.
gonna do? Yeah, but that moment lives. It's like one of those Taylor history moments that lives in my head rent free, which is unfortunate, all things considered.
Yeah.
But it is a very definitive moment for her, and not, and
Absolutely.
obviously not in a happy way, but it did change the trajectory of a lot of things for her.
Yeah.
In both negative and positive ways. So
Mhm.
it's a key point. What do you call them in
it's an
Loki? No. There's a term for that. Like the incident that you can't move off
fixed
the
point in
timeline.
time. No, that's
It's something
a
like
Doctor
that.
Who thing.
You
Yeah.
know, like it's an incident that you can't change, because if you change it, it would change the trajectory of everything again.
There you go.
I think
Yeah.
I like, for me, that's actually one of them. Even though it's a terrible moment, it is a very definitive one. It's a fixed point in Taylor Swift history.
It's like it's like a hero's origin story. It's like
Oh my
it's like
Yeah.
it's like the Waynes at a crime alley.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, exactly.
Definitely
Okay.
prepared her for later on in her career too.
Yeah. It was an
Um,
unfortunate way to prepare, though.
Yeah. Also, like, funny if you watch it back, Taylor Lautner was the one who was presenting, and he thought that
that's
Kanye coming up was part of the plan, like part of the show, and he just
Yeah,
didn't
of
know
course.
like what was going on. So like if you watch everything happening, but like watch Taylor Lautner, he's just like smiling awkwardly and like clapping when Kanye is talking, because he like does not know what's going on. And he later talks about how like he wishes that he would have been there for her more in that moment, but he like truly thought that it was just a part of the show that he wasn't aware of.
I mean, he was also young then too, so I'm
Yeah.
sure he also was like, "What is happening?"
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, they were all just kids, and so for Beyonce,
Well, not Kanye.
well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, and so for Beyonce reference, her
Barbara.
actual age, I remember being that. It's kind of like her Beyonce sort of like almost, I feel, a little way of saying, let's just address the fact that was a child up here. Well,
Yeah, and it's like, I really don't condone this. It's almost like saying I don't condone it without
Yeah.
actually saying I don't condone it.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Again,
Yeah,
classy.
it's like
This is-
no one cares about your opinion. I was Twitter around then. You should have just tweeted it. Like,
Yeah, honestly, I mean, and that actually was the era where he started being a little bit more incendiary with his tweets.
I mean,
you know what?
I mean, that was kind of a
Yeah, that was also kind of a
thing for him too.
Mhm.
Eh, all right,
Well,
very
It's
well.
okay. We've gone past that now.
So. Okay, so moving on. This is also the era when Taylor Swift's dating life became much more like in the public eye, because she started dating some celebrities, and also obviously like she writes so many songs about love and heartbreak that people love to speculate who she's writing about. And I think her songs fueled people's interest in her dating life, if that makes sense.
Oh, you don't say.
So in the summer of 2008, Taylor started dating Joe Jonas. And as I'm sure we all know, he broke up with Taylor via a 27-second phone call a month before Fearless was released. And that caused her to add Always, Forever and Always a week before the album was set to be published. And she also, I believe, revealed like everything about this breakup in an interview with Ellen.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know. Since I was not like really privy to what was happening at the time, I don't know if you guys have more context that you want to add for that relationship. I know you said maybe she toured with him or something.
Yeah, so she did tour, I'm pretty sure, with the Jonas Brothers. If she didn't tour with them, she was at least a guest during their tour. And you can find this in the Jonas Brothers 3D concert experience. You can see it happening in Madison Square Garden in New York City.
Boy.
Just saying.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting because this is also the era when her bestie was dating Nick
I was
Jonas.
gonna say
So this was like
Yeah.
around the time when they also met, like her and Selena Gomez.
Selena
Yeah.
Gomez is on record at an interview somewhere saying being asked if she and Taylor were good friends, and she's like, yeah, we are friends. That's not a celebrity PR thing, because we were dating. We met when we dated the Jonas Brothers. And then she eventually cuts that, ends that segment off by saying, that's probably our friendship is probably the best thing that came out of that.
That is actually what I think is true.
And I think, oh my God, yes, why
Yeah.
not? Like
100%. Though Forever and Always is also one of the best things to come out of that. I really love that song.
It's interesting because this is probably the first relationship, like you mentioned, that is in the public eye. There's not really a lot of coverage of it. I don't know why at that time. Maybe they were just a little more less likely to try and be more invasive, like the paparazzi and all.
And it happened so quickly too.
Yeah, and it was literally a summer romance. That's
so there's not enough time for paparazzi to get around it.
She wrote like an album and extra songs on other albums about Joe Jonas. I'm like, this is a very. So my theory is like he was one of the more serious first ones on her end. On his end, like we're not gonna touch that.
Well, I just feel like because if you're young and you're just
and like everything is happening for you, and of course
and
it would make
Jonas brother.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
At the time they were
okay.
Well,
so
like,
I feel, and I say this like I know Taylor and we're friends, but I just feel like when you're that young and you're starting to get to know like the world and everything, and then you meet somebody who writes music and looks good and is this whole thing,
and is kind of in that world with you.
Yeah, you kind of sort of project a lot of your own hopes into that. Maybe it's the thing that, and so I almost feel like Forever and Always was a real verbatim.
It was. I think all of the songs that technically pinpoint Joe Jonas in some way. I consider the Fearless album the Joe Jonas album, because let's be real, it's mostly about Joe Jonas.
Because it's one thing to run on emotional
but
highs.
she was very invested in it.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it's very clear just from the songwriting and her perspective, and also just like how Joe talks about it. Eventually, it's like it's obvious that she was definitely way more in it than he was.
Oh yeah.
And then you know what? At the time, like I'm not saying what he did was right, because of course it ended with the Camilla Bell thing.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying what he did was right, but I'm also like
that's also a lead into Fearless. To speak now. Anyway.
But to be fair, they were both kind of they were young.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's not an excuse to behave badly, but it's also like you're young. I kind of get it.
People make mistakes.
No, yeah, and at one point, and I guess when you're that young, you don't understand yet that sometimes you just got to deal with people based on statistics, not on like personal opinion.
True.
Like, what are the odds of you doing A versus B? Looking at your track record, it's not a personal thing. It's just I don't know. Am I gonna play?
Because after
gamble?
that, it was kind of obvious that Joe kind of had a track record. Of all the Jonas Brothers, he's the one with the track record.
Shame on
Let's be
me,
real,
right?
Because like the others don't have any track record, and then there's Joe.
Yeah. So anyway.
Are we talking about what their relationship is like now? Since we're still talking about this?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
That is a
they're actually more civil than you think.
I don't know.
Civil, which means like when they see each other, it's just like whatever.
Yeah, that was before the divorce.
Wait, I haven't gotten there yet. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure she did an interview eventually later on where she was like, yeah, what she did on Ellen, she kind of has mixed feelings about, because it was a little like I spilled all my feelings.
There's a little game that Ellen played on her show where you get to ask people questions, and she's like, "What's the most rebellious thing that you ever did?" And Taylor sort of like beeps in, and she says, "I think it was when I put Joe Jonas on blast at your show."
Yeah.
So years later, she's just like, "Yeah, that wasn't."
And she knows. Yeah, she knows she was like, it was.
That was too much.
Teenage reaction.
That was too much. And because you're
but again,
there was time
Teddy when Taylor that I love.
Oh,
I love when she does things like that. It's so entertaining.
Just so quick-witted. That's the thing.
And to have the self-awareness to like, I know what this is. I'm gonna do it. That is. Yeah. I mean, even if you didn't know what it was and you still did it, that was amazing. But yeah.
They were civil up until a certain point when he was still married to Sophie Turner.
Yeah.
But after the whole thing where he and Sophie Turner got the divorce, it seemed like she was more a Sophie Turner.
Yeah, because she was seen like in public with Sophie.
I'm guessing that's also history based, because like she's like, I have been there.
Well, not there, but it's
there. in a sense.
Yeah.
And the fact that in one of her songs, she actually alludes to giving babies presents. Invisible String is an allusion.
And
to
we're all
her,
just like, that has to be Sophie Turner.
Cold was the axe that I had to grind.
Yeah.
Go ahead of ourselves.
Well, yeah, and then like
but now I give their babies presents.
Yeah,
so.
and then they like went out. To
There's
dinner.
also
yeah.
No,
go.
In the vigilante shit, picture me thick as thieves with your ex-wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's everything. Like there's also like rumors that like while Sophie was in New York, she actually ended up staying in Taylor's apartment too.
Girl,
which would make sense. Like all
I
things
would
considered.
love that so much.
Because like who does she have here on this side of the pond? Because all her family's on the other side of the pond.
And Sophie has been a Taylor Swift fan forever.
I know, that's the other thing I love too.
Yeah.
Which we'll talk a little bit more about when we get to Mr. Perfectly Fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's
we'll
a lot of Joe. There's a lot of Joe. I don't think we can. We will get the rest of all of the Joe Jonas.
It'll come out during the
as
the
the songs progress.
Yeah.
Okay, we can move on to the next person who was in this era.
The only other thing that I'll say though is just that like I feel like that's every teenage girl's dream to be like, you did something wrong with me, and now I get to tell the entire world on national television, and
True.
you can't even defend yourself because you're not there to do it. That's
right.
like I feel like that's like just a dream.
Well, actually, the other half of it too, the beginning half is also technically most teenage girls' dream because you're dating someone in a boy band. You're dating the lead singer of a boy band. You know what I mean? Like,
that's lead, wasn't he?
It's like,
that's right.
Of course, it would be like the big thing. Like, let's be real. Taylor Swift is a fangirl, so we know.
It's a YA rom-com.
Basically. Actually,
right
yeah.
Like two celebrities falling in love. Like that's just gold.
Honestly, a lot of her life is.
Really, actually, you could go from YA to adult.
Agreed.
Novels
all the way through
with her life.
Yeah.
So good.
Okay.
Okay. So then moving on, their relationship ended in the fall of 2008, and then Taylor started dating Taylor Lautner in the summer of 2009. I don't know if I missed. Was it Lucas Till in the middle there, or was Taylor?
Yes, it was in the middle. But it was like couple of dates, and then they both, I was telling Macky this morning, I was like, that is the most wholesome breakup because they both just decided they were too nice and too good friends, so they were like, we just don't have that sort of chemistry, and they were just like, this is fine.
Yeah, that's nice. So those weren't really dates. Those were like hangouts. Yeah, that's not like a real like wine and dine, but like, why are we bros? Like, I don't.
Yeah, that's basically what it was. They were just just friends, which
that's super cute.
It is.
I like that.
And that's the fact that they knew it. So they were just like, okay.
And they both were like, ooh, no. And then just moved on.
But you know what? That's fine.
I love that. I love that for them.
That is really nice. I guess that's why I couldn't really find too much about their relationship.
Yeah, because there wasn't a relationship. Outside of the professional one too, the one that's the music video and Hannah Montana in the movie, which is when they met. Side note, and we'll get to that later.
I love Hannah.
Yes,
wait, we're gonna get to that. Don't you worry. You can talk about how much you love it later.
All right, here we go.
All right, Taylor Lautner. Let's go.
Okay, so next we move on to the werewolf from Twilight.
Try not to sneer a little more next time when you say the word werewolf. For
anyone who's wondering, Kristin doesn't love werewolves.
Yeah,
not
that is a gross understatement.
I'm being nice.
Kristin doesn't love werewolves the way I don't love like elves. It's a whole thing. That is the right.
I'm not sure if that's the same level though.
I don't know.
See, because you will consume things that have elves.
That's true.
Kristin will generally just be like, I don't want any werewolf stuff. She's like,
I'd be like, werewolf, no.
It's almost an automatic no for her. Whereas with you, it's like, I guess I'll watch.
That's fair. No, that's
so I don't know that this
that stemmed from Twilight.
Well, we can say okay, fine. We can say she dated Shark Boy. How's that? Is
my gosh,
better?
that's a funny.
That's a beloved. I feel like that is a beloved childhood like treasure for a lot of people.
Yeah. You know what?
Not that Jacob wasn't, but I feel like for this conversation,
I'm sorry, but that could
Shark
be an entire
Boy was cool.
No, that could be an entire other conversation. The things that Jacob Black says in the Twilight movies, which are some of the best lines in that entire movie series.
Anyway,
moving back to Taylor and Taylor.
Yeah, because it's not about.
This is not about.
It's not about Taylor Lautner. It's not even about Jacob. This is about werewolves. So let's call it. So let's say the time that Taylor dated Shark Boy, and everybody I feel.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Okay, Chris,
I think
tell us
Taylor
more about
Lautner seems like a very nice guy.
He is.
And I think that their relationship was really cute. And obviously, we find out later that Taylor maybe had some regrets there.
Yeah.
Again, alluding to
Yeah.
Speak Now. And also, I don't know too much about their relationship either, outside of the fact that like there maybe could have been some overlap with John Mayer.
I don't know much about the breakup part, although that does sound about right timeline wise. But the beginning is because they were in Valentine's Day together and they played the love interest. They had clear chemistry when they did, according to them.
Yeah.
And then the reason why I think it's almost got a tiny overlap maybe with John Mayer is because of the fact that Taylor was the one who ended things.
Yes.
And the timing of that was right when she was starting the collaboration with John Mayer. But
I feel like
I will say, yeah. Yeah, right? Isn't it?
From what I saw, though, it did look like she kind of was like hanging out with John Mayer before that. And like there were some like very, very few and far between, but photos of them. And it did kind of seem like, Taylor's media team was probably pushing the photos with Taylor Lautner versus the photos with John Mayer, because it was kind of like no one really was into that.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that in a second.
Well,
but we have to talk about present Taylor and Taylor because I love their friendship so much. I love that they stay friends. And I love that Taylor Lautner is just like a fanboy. He's just like, I love what you do. I think you're great at it. I love that he was at the Eras tour multiple times and went on stage when she premiered the new video for Speak Now. Like, I love their friendship. I find it so wholesome, and I find it so wholesome that it's Taylor, and Taylor now that he's married.
Yeah.
Best. It's a Spider-Man.
I mean, the Spider-Man meme photo was always like
the best.
one of the best things that came out of that. No, and I feel like, and I literally just like noticed this like right now. I mean, there's really just two ways you can go about Taylor's dating life, and there's the malignant sort of like malicious way where everybody's just for the wrong reasons. But I feel like you can't divorce Taylor's dating life. If you're a real fan, I feel, because A, you want to root for her, and B, there are so many songs that sort of like affect you that you can't possibly not want to know the inspiration for it if there is information readily, marginally, allegedly available, because she has never confirmed once who she's written songs for.
Well, she never confirmed,
and I don't think she should ever, and I don't think anybody should ever like.
Well, except for Forever and Always, but like that's like the one.
I mean, there's.
And I mean, let's be real. Dear John is kind of obvious.
Is it? Yeah. Though? Because I have. Anyway, there are theories.
Anyway, there are
theories. There are theories about Dear John that I will get into. It is almost a Roman Empire. We will talk about that some other time.
I think Speak Now is your Roman Empire.
I'm excited for that.
Right, but for Forever and Always, wonderful.
I think that was like the one song where
and perfectly fine. I mean, anyway,
we'll get to that.
Yeah,
but I love that they're still friends, and he's one of the only ones who gets a nice song.
Oh yeah, no,
like
absolutely.
It is a song where you can tell she clearly had positive feelings even when she broke up with him. It was kind of like, I regret that. It's not like you did something to me.
Agreed. And she,
so you know what? It's great.
Yeah. So that was lovely.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite things is like when she's been doing like the, Taylor's versions, many of her past guys have been extremely nervous about what's going to come out, and Taylor Lautner was like, well, if you were nice to her, like I didn't have to worry at all.
That meme was so great though when he was
like those 70s cartoons when the sun rises over a farm and there's like music playing in the background. You just start waking up. Speak Now's coming out today, right? It's just fine.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
everyone else, R.I.P. Joe
sweats bullets.
Anyway, moving forward.
Yeah. Okay, but you already mentioned the last person we need to talk about, I think,
is John Mayer.
Yes.
Right?
So in December 2009, the Taylors broke up. And in December 2009 is confirmed that Taylor and John Mayer started dating.
Yeah, a little messy.
That was a little, you know what it kind of reminds me of now, even though it's not the same because they didn't have an age gap. For anyone who has watched or read Daisy Jones and the Six, it's kind of like Daisy, right? It kind of is that kind of relationship where the draw was very like they creatively were interested in each other. And then it kind of, because that's how I remember, I don't know if I'm remembering correctly. That's sort of how the relationship started, where it was like, she liked his music, he liked the way she sounded, they collaborated on the music. So it was sort of like a creative partnership. And then it morphed into something more than that, which I find very interesting.
Well, okay.
I guess that's all
No, because
Yeah.
there's something attractive about being able to sort of like connect with somebody about something that you really, really love, whatever it is. And with John Mayer, for all of the news about him that's not so great, he's really good. Like,
he is. I will
whether you
say,
like his music or not,
I don't love all of his music, but I agree with you. There's just something there,
about John Mayer,
which we will get to later, because there is a song we have to talk about.
And it's not even just, and it's the whole package, right? So to have that kind of a powerhouse performer, singer songwriter, musical,
same thing. He's like a guitar and a lyric,
who's obviously he knows his way around. Like I can understand sort of like, again, very young, projecting your hopes and dreams.
And I was gonna say,
something.
maybe there's also something, I guess, for some people where it's like you're attracted to someone who seems to know their way about the world, like someone who's older and a bit more worldly,
and about your world
and
specifically.
I was gonna say, so I sort of can see why she would, especially it would be really flattering if that person took notice of you.
Agreed. No,
it's like something out of a romance.
And if there's something that we know about Taylor, is that she loves a good turn of phrase.
Yeah.
She will like post, like in the middle of a hallway, she will talk to an artist and go, "I like that one bridge lyric you did," or that one.
Oh yeah,
that's how she consumes music, and that's her. So that's been her forever. So for somebody like John Mayer, who has turned many a great turn of phrase, and even on the merits of that alone, I feel like
there would already have been something.
How attractive is that? And then he's noticing her, and obviously everybody puts their best foot forward.
Yeah, but that age gap, though, that was a weird era, I guess, because even I was kind of like, it's
not so much the age gap for me that worries me, but like
it was definitely the age gap more than me, because he's like, what, 32 and she's like 20, 19?
Sure,
not even 20. I think what I disliked the most is that there was like an interview with John Mayer, and he said that like the first thing that attracted him to her was that she was very childlike, and like she was
that's what I'm talking about.
Was like drawing or something, like she was like coloring, and he said that it like reminded him of like a child, and I was like,
that's scary.
How to say I'm a YA villain without saying I'm a YA villain? It was her innocence that drew her to me.
Yeah, that would also make me.
Thank you, Dark Lord. But so, and that's my problem. I mean, we've seen age gap relationships for a while, and yes, the gap and the specific age of the younger one is a huge problem here. But for me, it's like there's something bigger than that.
Yeah,
something a little bit more of a red flag. And it's just
that's
like,
actually one of her relationships where I'm like, I can't.
So it's not so much that. So I feel like
at the time too, everyone was like,
oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say at the time, I feel like everyone was like,
run.
I mean, literally, that she says that so many people told her this. In the song. Well, in the alleged
that was like more like the height of him like being like super popular, super famous, and I feel like as like the years have gone on, he's just like proved time and time again how horrible he is to women and how like
track record.
It's
the track record.
It's, like again, people make mistakes, people have a chance to better themselves. That's all the whole thing. But again, the odds. What are the odds?
The track record.
You know,
the public one too. It's like,
and then you base your decisions, not judgments. Forget judgments. Just what do you decide to do
for yourself
based on that? It's like, and so she clearly thought, again, very young, projecting. Maybe it could work out.
Yeah, and it's a very like, it's someone, this famous superstar whose songwriting I admires my work. Of course you would be somewhat like drawn into that.
I always forget between Bronte and
this is literally
and Austin. I always forget
it's literally a fanfic.
I always forget between Bronte and Austin who's like the I can change him and who's the let's make each other worse.
Let's make each other worse is Bronte.
There you go. So Austin, it's very Austin.
I think Austin is the I can change him. Yeah,
it's very Austin. It's like I can change him perhaps.
Yeah, I think too. Like with the age gap. When you are older, I think age gaps are not as big of a deal, but 32 to 19 is like worlds apart.
Yeah.
Like you're in such different phases of life. And like like thinking like we're in our 30s, would you look at a literal teenager and be like, this could work? Like, I feel like it's just, I don't know.
Again with statistics, the odds are never zero, and we respect those few that might in that minuscule percentage work.
Yeah.
Majority of the time, it's just not recommended for 800 million different reasons. So,
Yeah.
and that's also statistics,
Yeah,
right? So
agreed. But yeah, John Mayer. It's okay. He also inspired some bangers.
That's true. Okay, so
I
moving
have a
on
few
to
comments on that if when we get to that. So
It's gonna be a while though, but
yeah.
you know.
next month.
We're strapped in. It's fine. We should.
Oh, we're strapped in for the long haul. All right.
Okay, so moving on to collaborations that she did during this
My
time.
favorite
These
part.
are songs that she did with other artists, and they're not on her album, but they're from the Fearless era. So to kick things off, she co-wrote a song with her best friend Kelly Pickler called "The Best Days of Your Life." It was released a month after the Fearless album, and I think that this video is incredible. I love it.
I also think this song is so funny because it's basically Petty Taylor.
It is.
Who we love.
Like it's Petty Taylor, obviously with Kelly Pickler, but like it's Petty Taylor. Let's be real, like
Yeah.
100% sure. Because I don't know if you remember what the concept of this song is. I don't know if you can even remember hearing it, but it's basically about one of Kelly's relationships, right? Where the boyfriend cheated and moved on with someone new. And she's basically essentially saying, she's like, well, I hope you're happy, but too bad you already had the best days of your life with me.
Yeah.
Does that not
It's so
sound like
good.
the most Petty Taylor song in the entire universe?
I mean, for some people, that is a death. That is the kiss of death, right? Like that is
Yeah.
100%. It's like, just because I know exactly what you are, this was the best you could do.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, that was
And
yes, I agree. The video is very fun.
so good. I
It's
think
not-
like this one is funny because like watching it now as an adult, like watching that video as a teen, I would have been like, yeah, like you had your best days and that was it for you. But watching it as an adult, I'm like, this guy sucks. Like,
Yeah.
good for you,
I was like,
Pickler,
you-
that you got away.
You had the better end of things.
Yeah.
Like, could
And
you
she's on
imagine if
the-
someone reacted that way when you said that you were pregnant? He's like, ooh. And then I also love that he gets hit by a bus. Like, it's very Mean Girls.
I mean, it's great.
That era.
It is
And
great.
also, Kelly Pickler is wearing the Yves Saint Laurent shoes that I wanted so badly when I was in high school. In that video, that was like one of the first things I noticed. I was like, oh, my shoes.
Throwback.
That's nice. Okay, that's a cute little Easter egg.
Throwback. Yeah, and Taylor on the background vocals. So this is like the era of when she was doing all of the
I mean, yeah, just
featured on tracks and background vocals.
This was her side quest era, I guess.
Yeah. Well, they happened to be
I like
touring
that.
together when they wrote this one.
Fair.
So they obviously had the time to do that. Yeah, I enjoy that song just because it's so it's so Petty Taylor. I would relegate it to that section of her catalog.
Yeah. And it was probably so much fun to like perform together and be on stage together.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I feel like they would have had a good time because they're like relatively close in age and they were doing sort of similar things.
Yeah.
So it must have been really fun for them to be on tour together and to write a song together.
Agreed. Okay, then moving on to the Hannah Montana movie soundtrack. We have
First of
two
all,
songs. Go ahead.
Hannah Montana movie. I love the Hannah Montana movie. I'm pretty sure Macky also loves the
I
Hannah
love
Montana.
Hannah Montana.
I just love Hannah
I'm
Montana.
Sorry. I binged Hannah
I
Montana.
never saw
so
anything.
It's so
Really?
It's so delightful. It's like how do you explain this? Even now, actually, I've actually watched a few episodes of it fairly recently, just because like when my cousin and Rachel were still here, like we would just occasionally be like, oh, let's just watch one for fun. It's still so fun. Like I don't know how to explain it. It was just like that golden era of like live action Disney shows, I guess, for me.
Yeah, because well, anyway, it's
You watched it first.
oh
Actually.
yeah, no, because and then that was the era where there were crossovers between Hannah Montana and Sweet Life and Raven and all of those things,
True,
and
true.
and
And
I love
Wizards.
me a good crossover, so it's a whole
Mhm.
thing. I mean,
Yeah.
we loved when Buffy and Angel crossed over; that was
True,
amazing.
true.
So,
Yeah.
so
Anyway,
yeah,
Hannah Montana the movie was excellent.
beautiful.
But
I
back to
think
the
I just
song.
missed the like. I was like just too old that I wasn't really interested in that
Right.
anymore. But I
That's
remember
fair.
my younger cousin, who was like a couple years younger than me, was like obsessed with Hannah Montana.
I think I watched it. I actually watched it when I think we were already close to the end of the last season. That's when I started watching it, and I just did it for fun.
Yeah.
And then I was like, "Ooh, this is actually good."
I just stumbled upon it, like literally, and I grew up binging sitcoms, and so I love a good sitcom.
Miley Cyrus
Mhm.
and
And-
Emily Osment are
and-
hilarious.
And there was just something about the weird madcap slapstick thing about these two best friends, and one of them
They're
was like
just-
with the wig. It's just funny.
It's
I
really
just
funny.
thought it was great,
It's-
and there was a dearth of shows like that at the
Yeah.
time, so I thought,
True,
I
true.
might as well take this one.
And it's hard to watch now, though, knowing.
Yeah, knowing what we know
Knowing
now, it's a little
everything,
difficult,
it's-
but
I don't know
It was funny.
anything.
Yeah, well, it's just like where Miley is in her life now.
and Miley has struggled like for
yeah.
years with sort of just like being, working that hard.
Yeah.
And it was
Oh,
really
yeah.
just more like the exhaustion of it, and then being constrained by all of the rules, and you can't do this.
You know,
this,
the
this,
Disney kid rules.
and that's why
Yeah,
I
and
she
then
was,
she rebelled. Yeah.
chopped
Okay, I
dead
kind
by
of
the
know
time.
that.
But anyway, back to the soundtrack.
Okay, back to the soundtrack. So Taylor co-wrote 2 of the songs, You'll Always Find Your Way Back Home, and that one was performed by Miley, and she also co-wrote Crazier, and that one was performed by Taylor.
Yeah,
Love that song. I love
that cameo like performance at that little dive bar, country dive bar thing.
the one where Miley dances with the
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That cameo though, I remember I watched. Okay, this is how you know I was a Hannah Montana fan. I watched it in a theater, and I remember like that part where she comes out on screen. 'Cause this was the era of like when we watched things in the small town where I'm from, like stuff like concert experiences or Disney movies. You can guarantee there will be people in the audience screaming their lungs out.
Yep.
Cut to, we're all watching this Hannah Montana movie, and then Taylor shows up, and the entire theater is like, "Oh my god!"
That's great.
It was great.
What-
Even though
I wasn't a Taylor fan then.
It was.
So at the time, I was just like, all right,
I-
some blonde chick is singing. Cool.
I just love it. I love it.
Years later, I'm like, "Ooh, that was
Good. It's so good, and it's actually one of the songs I wish she could re-record. I doubt it because it's now owned by Disney,
it's a
obviously.
Disney song.
But
Yeah.
that song is so sweet. It's such a
It
it's a
is.
nice little slow dance song,
Which
basically, which is what it was.
And I love me
Yeah.
a good slow dance in the movie song.
Yeah, honestly, there's so many parts of that song that I just love because it's just like very classic Taylor falling in love song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the very first vestiges of like discovering you have feelings for someone, which fits perfectly with the scene that it's in, mind you.
Yeah.
It's great. I love that song. Was this the first time you ever heard it, Kristin?
Yeah, it was.
How do you like it?
And both of them. And I actually liked the other song better, the one that Miley
I do like
performed.
that song too.
That one's more
Yeah,
like
it's
upbeat and fun. And you know what? Usually like upbeat and fun songs appeal to me like right off the bat, and it takes like a little bit for slow songs to grow on me. So maybe if I listen to it more, I would like that one more. But like on an initial listen where I listened to both of them and I've still only listened to both of them once, the other one sticks with me more.
That's fair.
Fair.
And I also think like the theme of the other one is great. I like the idea of it because
Yeah.
it's like, no matter what goes on in your life, basically the theme is the Hannah Montana
Yeah.
movie theme, which is like whatever happens in your life, you can always go home
Yeah.
and someone will be there for
That's
you, which I
nice.
love. So I
Yeah.
enjoyed that one too.
Then moving on to our next collaboration, she sang Two's Better Than One with Boys Like Girls.
Oh my god.
I was obsessed with that song.
I
Well,
will-
to be
Just a
fair, I was
really
also
good song.
I was also a Boys Like Girls fan. So not surprising that I almost lost my mind when I realized they were doing I'm like, no. I was like, I will not survive it. And to be fair, it is a very good song.
For me,
It is.
two is better than one. I feel it was the start of like a style of collaboration that has carried on afterwards with other folks, even all the way to like her folklore evermore sort of like era. There's just, I feel like that there's a spirit and an energy behind this kind of song with those kinds of artists that has just happened, you know, over and over again, and I cannot get enough of it. So
I like that it still kind of has more of a distinctly boys like girls sound to it versus like having a Taylor, because she and Kelly are very similar in, you know, sound and vibe. So it's not surprising that their collaboration sounds like could be a Taylor song. What I liked about this collaboration and some of the others is that instead of having it sound exactly like her, it's more in the vein of the other artists in terms of production,
which I love.
Which I think is great, because like you can definitely see like how she helped with the lyrics. It's usually the lyrics where you'll be like,
you'll know that that feels like a Taylor line.
But it's
100%.
not like her bestie. It's not like Ed Sheeran sometimes, where it's like when he writes songs for other people, you can kind of tell that even the syncopation and the beats are still
it's 100%
Ed.
Taylor has this chameleon-like ability to like take that whatever seed of her gift and sort of like blend it seamlessly into another person's style. So it looks like
and that's a skill in and of itself.
I love that. I love how I feel like it takes a lot of respect for another artist's work to be able to go, here's my strength, let me lend it to yours, rather than here's my great contribution that you can incorporate into your thing, which is not bad.
Sometimes those are fun too.
We love when Ed does that, but
I
feel like Taylor, even to this day, is very mindful of that, and I cannot get enough of it.
Yeah.
That's
I think this one was more of like a rock kind of song, which was totally different.
I loved it.
I was disappointed that she wasn't in the music video though.
Same. There's actually two versions of that song. There's one where she's not on it too.
Oh, really?
Well, no, not my theories, but I have other people's theories that are now my own. We will revisit in Speak Now.
Oh, I didn't know there was a now I'm curious because I don't even know this theory.
Little teaser.
I like how you have this vault of Speak Now stuff that's just hanging out in your head.
I mean, rent free. I may not write things down yet, but I've got a few things that I will Roman Empire-esque of Roman Empire-esque gravitas.
Well, I feel like Speak Now, you already know what you
I need to air out a few things and a few theories that those are a few hills that I will.
I almost don't want to find out myself, so I just can react.
This one's actually pretty good. Anyway.
I'm like very intrigued. I'm watching the next show.
All right, I think there's one or two more, right? There's two more, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So the next one is her collaboration with John Mayer on "Half of My Heart."
There you go.
This one, if Macky will remember, I put in our group chat this morning. I'll be there in 2 minutes. I'm just listening to one last song, and it was this song. I was kind of honestly like dreading listening to this one just because of my distaste of John Mayer.
Sure,
which like outside of Taylor, like I started not liking him with like the Jennifer Aniston Jessica and stuff. So I like waited until the very last minute to listen to this one, but his voice is wonderful. I thought it was a really good song. Yeah.
That is part of the problem with John Mayer. That's what I'd say. It's like if he weren't literally all of the accolade, because there's stuff about John Mayer that's not great, that's true, and there's stuff that's written about John Mayer that is true about how good he is about certain things. They're both true. That's the problem. Put them together, it's so problematic. But he is magnificent in this one. I will say this though, just to sort of like steer it a little bit away from John, because I think that's but to anchor it on sort of like Taylor's music. Taylor has always had a thing for phrases, and this is the first time we have seen the words "paper ring" in any context,
right?
Whether that was a John Mayer line, fine, that maybe she just sort of like took. But either way,
no, I think he wrote it,
right? But either way, it I feel like whether you co-write it with somebody or it was your idea and you brought it to the table, we won't know, because I don't know if there's ever going to be an interview about the word paper rings, especially because now we know who maybe paper rings is written for, and we're not going to go there either. But there's something about Taylor's style, where she will take a phrase or an idea and go, all right, let's try it this way. And then if she was not satisfied with that, or maybe she wanted to find another way to express, she's going to bring it up again. So this won't be the first time that we're going to see a phrase that
A
works.
motif, you mean?
And that's what I bring to the table.
Which I also started looking at, mind you. We'll get to that on the track list too.
Right. But
stuff.
this is sorry, this won't be the last time that I'll bring something up, but this I feel like is the first time that there's any real evidence in hindsight that, oh, here's an idea that Taylor was like, I like this. Which I will, and so it won't be the last time I'll say it. It'll probably be, won't be the last, but the next time will probably still be in this live stream. So
I'm sure
more on that as we get to the
I think I only have like a couple of things I would say about this song. One, I remember distinctly when it first came out, I would listen to it over and over again because it is the perfect angsty fanfic song, if you really think about it and think about those lyrics, because it's about a duo who can't
commit.
It's not that they can't commit. It's like they know they love each other, but they also know that's not enough because it's not wholehearted. That's the whole point of that song. And the second thing I would say is, I'm like, in hindsight, I'm like, oof, if we're gonna look at that framed in the John Mayer frame, it's kind of like, ooh, he's kind of telling you what you're gonna get into. Let's be real.
Right. No, here's the
and that's for Taylor. This is other relationships he's been in publicly.
And what I'm saying is, having a half of my heart problem makes sense when you're sort of like emotionally just starting to mature, because you don't know what's going on and what's happening. You don't know what you're supposed to do about it. At one point, it stops being like cute.
Yeah.
When you ideally should know better.
Yeah.
Right? So
exactly.
So from a Taylor's perspective, oh yeah, I get that. From somebody who's like, older, it'll be like, bro, like, just get your, and it's not cute on anyone, like, regardless of
Agreed.
creed, color, gender, whatever. Just at one point, if it's not a whole thing, bail out. Like, there's an expiration date for, I don't know what to do. So.
Yeah. This is also the one where, like, apparently, I don't know how true it is because I just saw this at a glance of my research and I thought it was interesting. He actually tweeted about the song that he was writing, because it was one of those songs where, like, he couldn't get it out of his head. He knew that meant it was a song he needed to finish writing. And then he tweets something about, like, this is the title of the song. It's called Half of My Heart, and I want to sing it with Taylor Swift. Because the way he describes it is, and I quote, she would make a killer Stevie Nicks in contrast to my Tom Petty of a song.
Stevie Nicks. I actually have something with Stevie Nicks.
I like how
because, no, sorry.
But I was like, wow, are we publicly declaring this now?
Because here's the thing about I love how he mentions Stevie Nicks and like this whole thing, because in my brain, now this is my Roman Empire. When Stevie Nicks is dead ass caught on stage singing a song she wrote about her ex, and she's performing with her ex right there on stage, and she's singing directly into his eyes.
I love that.
Yes, I do remember this.
So I watched this video twice a year. It's like a Christmas. It's like Christmas. Like, it has to come.
It's a tradition.
I say this because I will, because and this is a long rabbit hole. But I'm saying that there's a lot of hate that Taylor gets for writing about exes, right? And or not and because she's dating so much, blah 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 blah. And yet there are these rock stars, also, you know what I mean? Also women, whatever. Stevie just just like, she's playing the guitar and she's singing all of these things, and her ex is just there like singing back up. It's great. And so I don't know if that's ever going to happen to us in the Taylor universe.
I don't know, maybe,
because it would
be funny.
It'd be hilarious. But who? Anyway,
no.
But for John Mayer to even sort of like reference this sort of like thing, it's like, she'd make a great Stevie Nicks. I'm like, dude, I don't know what you're asking for, because that's what Stevie Nicks is. So I love that. Thank you for mentioning that, because I literally have it on my phone. I have Googled, like, when we were talking about like exes and people, I'm like, nobody does that, Stevie Nicks. And she's just like Tom. It's not so much Tom Petty, but it was Lindsey Buckingham who was just like, yo, this is about you. She's added to you, Kristin. It's great. It's the best.
But yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah,
I'll be honest.
So
sorry. But I did like the song. I don't like it as much now. I think I liked it much more when I was younger, which, let's be real, that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Now I'm just like, it's be objectively like, oh, it's a good John Mayer song, because it is, like, it sounds like
great. He sounds magnificent. But
but I'm just like,
yeah, I'm good. I've outgrown certain emotional spaces, and half of my heart is like, bro, we get that. Like, I get it. I understand. I understand. It's
I
just,
have to admire that he captured it so well, though. Like, that particular emotional state. But other than that, I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah.
which is probably the thing I will say about the next thing that Kristin's gonna bring up.
Yeah. So the last one that we have is Taylor did a song called Thug Pain with T-Pain, where Taylor raps in the music video. And
Excuse
I
me.
just
No,
want to
that is
pretend it doesn't
that is
exist.
swizzle to you, Tristan.
From a comedic standpoint, I enjoy that thing
It
because it's
definitely
just
was
like
not intended to be comedic, though.
that's the thing because I think that's what makes it so funny because she's taking it so seriously.
Yeah.
There is a level of self-awareness that Taylor has sort of like always presented about herself. I adore that she even bothered to do this. Knowing full well what the what the results would be.
Yeah,
And I kind of love her for it more.
it's not
to be
something I
honest.
revisit a lot. I mean, I think this will date me a little, but like I had it on the iPod. I remember this. I had this track downloaded and it's on the iPod. And I remember every so often it would just come up and I'd be like, okay. Then I'd just be like, move on. You know? But again, it's one of those things where it was clearly Taylor who wrote her part, but it sounds like a T-Pain thing. Because of the way that they produced it.
Yeah.
The video for it though. I was like, no.
Horrified.
No.
I was watching it and I was like, whoa.
Right? I'm just like, this is a choice. It was a choice you made.
I love it so much.
You know what I remember? Honestly, it's the cat's part.
It's
just the cat's
there's actually very like. Here's the thing, like she took it seriously because of course she'll take it seriously.
Everything seriously.
But
when it comes to craft,
I feel like it's a story to her.
It is.
And
100%.
and she just played her part the best she could.
She inhabited that character. She inhabited T-Swizzle.
That is T-Swizzle to everybody.
She is T-Swizzle.
In case anyone was wondering who that artist was.
That was for a show, right? I feel like it was for something. I don't remember what it was.
Wasn't his SNL? No,
it's not SNL. It was for some show. I don't remember which show. But
I mean,
I feel like it was just like something they did for fun on that show.
But that's what I'm saying. There's a level of literal irony to yeah, that's an oxymoron. There's a level of irony to that where she's just like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. And I'm sure there's a part of her that doesn't really regret it. Because she knows exactly why. Taylor Swift feels so intentional as a person.
I think so.
I feel like she knows exactly why she did it, and she has no regrets doing it.
I feel like the part I also the other thing I remember about is like the ending. You know, the bleeping part
Oh, God,
where they suddenly like bleep her and just like I didn't even say anything.
I love that so much. See, that's what I'm saying. She comes to this project and she's like, bam. You know what I mean? Like, just yes. So that's why I love that. That's why I love it. Like,
it's the baking cookie. Like, it's just so funny. The knitting sweaters and baking cookies.
An entire T-Swizzle album because it feels very like Weird Al. You know what I mean?
Yeah, actually.
Like, and I grew up. Are we surprised? I grew up listening to Weird Al Yankovic. So
yeah, not surprised.
When I saw this, I'm like, chef's kiss, beautiful. Please do one more, but one is enough.
You're like, I can stop right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. So moving on to the Journey to Fearless and her full concert. Just to like give some context, first of all, Fearless was her first headlining tour and it spanned over 100 shows and grossed over $63 million. The tour ran from April 2009 to July 2010. And I believe she sold out Madison Square Garden in like a minute.
Sure.
And then the main stage resembled a castle and there were two smaller stages in like the middle of the audience. And then Journey to Fearless is a documentary that originally aired on the Hub, but it's now available to watch on YouTube. It was originally a 3-part series that aired over 3 nights.
Lovely.
Journey to Fearless is just so fun because we were talking about this a little bit before we started, chatting live. And it's just like, it feels like a vlog.
It does.
Before we started seeing vlogs be more commonplace. It just feels like it's a nice thing that she did because it really draws people into like, this is the story of how Fearless came to be. It's really more like this is the story of how Taylor Swift came to be. Yeah. Which I really like. I like, especially as someone who's a fan, obviously I like finding out more stuff behind the scenes details, things that she does. Even until now, I'd say like that's one of my favorite things when she does it. It's like she just does behind the scenes things. I think I didn't get to watch it as 3 episodes. I think the only time I watched it was later on when it was already like you could find it as a compilation. That's a very, very long one. But
That's what I
it's
did
fun.
too.
It's long. It's long. It makes more sense as episodes now that you mention it.
It does.
But it is fun to watch. And I don't know, as someone, I think all of us can attest to this, as people who like creative pursuits, a variety of them, it's always fun to see the steps someone takes towards, you know, making something happen. And it doesn't matter that none of us are like famous country pop singers who will go on tour. It doesn't really matter because it's still just interesting being in her brain and seeing what she's experiencing and being there with her. Like, again, that's, I think, one of the things that endeared her very quickly to a lot of young women, especially. It's just like, she let you in on that part of it when at the time, like most people were just, you know, showing up, they were idols. Whereas this is like, I am a real girl who has some real experiences and I feel lucky. So here, I'm going to share it with you.
And that's, I feel like, the start of Taylor, like, relating to everybody.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Look at the people like her contemporaries, right? Like Katy Perry could have done something similar about how she got, but look at the things that they all write about, things that matter to them. I feel like Taylor's such a, like, she's like, you know how everyone's kind of a dumbass a little bit, just a little, like everyone has that hint of just, and that's her. She's just like, I'm literally like all of you guys. I like the same things. I eat the same cookies. I make the same terrible decisions about love that we all are now experiencing.
I love my family.
I love my family. There's a lot of common things across everybody.
She also did her own hair and makeup for the tour too, like, which is really relatable. She sat with her 2, like, I think the vocal, like backup vocals, and they like would sit and do their makeup together every night, which is super relatable for girls like who are about to go out.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, you know what? That's right. I would agree with you. It's like the start of like Taylor creating this dynamic with her fans where it's like,
we're all the same people.
Yeah. And she's like, I'm your friend, even though I'm not really your friend. You know what I mean? Like we could be friends.
Yeah, no, like one of my coworkers was super funny. We only recently discovered that we were both Swifties, and she was visiting from Chicago because like that's where her like she works, and she was whatever. And we literally had like a 5-minute conversation about, oh my god, like we're so delusional. We think she's our friend. Like that's the level of delusion. It's like we're friends. Of course, I know what she would do. Yeah, just totally. No, that's totally a Taylor move. And I feel like this is where it started. It's because she's taken every chance that she's had to show who she is. It just so happened that people could relate to it.
I think she's so like, I mean, I think that she wants us to feel like she's her friend. And I think that like the reason why she excelled at pulling that off is just because she is such a gracious person. And you can tell like how much gratitude she has for people allowing her to like make her music and who enjoy and listen to her music. Like it's for obviously for someone that young, it's like a huge part of your life. But even now, like if you watch the Eras tour, like it's just very clear that she has a really deep appreciation for her fans and that she doesn't really seem to have ever gotten like jaded in that sense. And I think that's why she stayed so relatable and so much like a friend.
And here's the thing, right? And as allusion to reputation, people have hated on her for being so fake and fake nice, fake, you know, whatever. But it's really hard to fake that kind of like delight. And I don't think she's ever once taken for granted that there is a stadium of thousands and thousands of people screaming their heads off. So her face at any Fearless thing where she's like, oh my God, people are clapping. It's still the same face. She literally takes out her in-ear monitors at the Eras tour and she's like, oh my God, you guys are actually doing this. I cannot. She is in awe. She has no expectations. I feel like she's done most of her, like, she's fought a hard battle of just fighting the hate. So to see actual love thrown at her, she's like, this is wild. People hate me. I know this. I love that about her. Fearless was the start.
Yeah. I feel like we talk more about the build up to it. So are we going to also talk about the concert? Because I have like things to say about that.
We are, but before we do, I just want to say like the 2 standout, I think, things to me were that it was pretty like pretty interesting to see that just her second album, she was already so involved like in the visuals of her tour, and she
Oh, yeah.
talked about like
Oh yeah.
designing what she saw when she wrote songs. And then I also thought it was so interesting that she was already calling it the Fearless era back then. I thought that the term eras was like more recent. But in that documentary, she said the Fearless era, and I was like, wow, like
she's masterminding. She's been masterminding this entire time.
I love that. I adore that so much.
That like blew my mind.
That was the first time you've seen it, right? Journey to Fearless and the tour, obviously. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
That is such a.
But also would not surprise me.
No, but here's the thing, right?
What did she say? She's Machiavellian.
she's Machiavellian only because she can. Self-admitted. I told you the self-admitted from this woman is just chef's kiss. But here's the deal, right? We already knew she was calling the shots on her MTVs back in the Speak Now.
I've always admired
back in the debut era, right? So for her to be given more resources, more money, and an actual voice, right? To say, all right, here's some money for your tour. What do you want to do? And she's like, what do I want to do? And then she begins to like this.
Oh, we're gonna get to that in a minute.
So I love that she was encouraged to do that, and there was no label going, like micromanaging her. Of course, she had issues with labels and whatever. We'll talk about that when the other documentary like comes into the conversation down the year. But
actually, also like just to like touch on that too, with like her being such a brilliant businesswoman, we got a really good comment on our last show where someone said that Taylor was, like for Taylor to release her first single as Tim McGraw, who was a super well-known famous country star, like that is so business-minded for a teenager to do, because obviously that singer is going to be curious and is going to listen to the song. And it's just amazing that she was so like able to like think of these things at just such a young age.
So here's the thing, right? Like my biggest hill I will die on when it comes to like who is Taylor Swift in real life, really? Like if she had a chance to make her admit it, because she is a massive fangirl. I feel that factors into her business sense, because as a fan,
oh my God, I was going to say that,
right? Because as a fan, if you would have loved this kind of merch, that kind of thing, this kind of experience, that, but that she has a product to to market to the world, she just puts herself in like and it's both, right? There's a weird sort of ambitious hubris to it. It's like if I was famous, I would do this, because if people that famous that I love have this kind of merchandise, have this kind of experience that they offer their fans. So I feel like that's a weird feedback loop that happens.
Yeah.
So for her to think it is a good move to like use like a celebrity name. There's something, and she does that. There's something about first songs. There's something about the 5th song. There's something about the 13th song, et cetera, et cetera. So she factors that in, I feel, and that she called it eras then. She inspires anyone who has ambitions for empire.
Basically.
No, because you know what I mean? Like, don't like, because not everybody gets these kinds of ideas. You can go to like 19 years of business school and you're not going to have like even half the inspired moments where like we're going to do, because those come to people who have that kind of like seed of empire to them, and Taylor's an inspiration in that sense.
Well, it's interesting because I was actually thinking that in line with the concert experience specifically, because I think we can agree that Taylor in and of herself is like, she has this combination of like, she is this innocent teen girl who has gone through some stuff and is writing about it, but she's also got this very old soul that again has business sense and knows what she basically has a sense also of her fans, because I feel like Fearless, her first headlining tour, is a good example of this, because she's like, not only is it what do I want to see on the stage, but also like what could I do to make the experience seem like worth it and more magical for these people who are coming to see me. Like it's already wild, people are coming. And it's the beginnings of her turning her tours into productions, because they're huge. Like she, instead of just being like, I could come out and sing in all these different costumes and dresses with my guitar, she's like, I'm going to use this screen. I'm going to add this prop. I'm going to put this thing over here. And it's a whole, like, it almost feels like a Broadway production. And the higher her budget gets, the more theatrical it
we
gets.
know exactly what he does
yeah.
with a gigantic budget.
Yeah,
All right,
so-
we've seen it.
So I think it's just so interesting because there's that sensibility to her that the storytelling extends past the songwriting, past the performing of the songs, into like everything about it. The aesthetic has to look a certain way. The
Bloody
story,
rose petals
know,
falling. In the
I mean, like if
friggin-
we're gonna talk about the tour itself, like there are certain songs where like she goes back to like the country, right? It's the guitar, the pretty dress, the boots.
Yeah.
But there are certain songs where there's a theatricality. Love Story. She wears that
Yeah.
beautiful costume that calls back the video. You Belong With Me, of course, is her first like quick change, like the one that we all know, where she's like, I'm Richie, and then they pull it off and she's in the dress.
Yeah.
Which I love. That is one of my favorite parts of the tour. And of course, can't forget that Fearless Tour ends with the rainfall, the dramatic rainfall, which I honestly live for. Like, I'm like, I just love that she was like, we're gonna do this and this and this, and every night I'm gonna end with this song, and it's gonna pouring rain. It's gonna have pouring rain.
Yeah.
I'm just like, you know what? I respect this. You do that. I was like,
it was probably really nice after like sweating and performing.
She's probably like
get covered in water.
That's great. That sounds magnificent. It's a nice little way to cool.
Can you tell those were like the things that like stood out? You know what else is interesting too? I can't remember on the other tour, so I'm gonna have to rewatch them. But Fearless Tour, I'm pretty sure this tour itself, it starts with videos of celebrities also, where they're talking about what fearless means. And I think the reason I remember this is because I think Miley is one of them.
Oh, that's nice.
I think there's like an intro video where they just like, what does being fearless mean to you? Because the whole point of the Fearless album was like,
it's so
what
young.
Is fearless?
It's such a young content. It's
I
filled with
know.
hope and like there's a
I
light.
know, and there's like magic because there's like
yeah, there's the light of
telling
hope
yourself.
and magic in your eyes. So we're gonna get all of my friends to talk about what being. It's such a thesis statement, which is, by the way.
But it is funny because it ends with should have said no, because that's the rain song.
No, agreed.
Yeah.
No, and here's the deal, right? Like, I feel like the new zodiac signs are your Taylor Swift eras. So,
Macky's theory.
and I do have a reputation rising. So as somebody who has that, I'm just like, we do not have time. Just play the damn beats. Let's go. Like, that's, you know what I mean? The song, but how young and how, like, it's like a thesis defense. It's like a statement that you want to make. It's so cute. It is so cute. It's like, I'm 19 and the world has magic in it.
I know, that's actually how it feels a little bit.
Agreed.
But how did you like the tour? Because I know it's your first time watching it.
Oh my gosh, it was so great. I think I also I thought that it was really interesting. She said that she basically like hired dancers so that she could tell a story through other people. And that was like completely unheard of for country singers at the time. Like they were always solo on stage with their guitar, and like Taylor just had this vision to like use other people to tell the stories that she's telling in her songs. I absolutely love Story on stage with the castle set and all of the dancers and the outfit change, and like, oh my god, it was literally just perfection.
So fun.
So obsessed with that. And then I also really loved the Crimes of Passion video, like the funny video.
Oh my gosh, I almost forgot that.
It's like all of the guys that Taylor wrote songs about complaining about how their lives changed since they were in a Taylor Swift song. That was so like self-aware and just hilarious. Like I loved that so much.
Girl.
And then also like, I also love Forever and Always, like the famous like, interview, and she throws the chair across the stage, and she said that was like very therapeutic. Like she had to throw a piece of furniture.
She's a frustrated theater kid.
I think so.
Yeah.
Like they never let her in because she wasn't like the type, you know what I mean? But now she's just like, I get to do my own shows. So.
Yeah. And then back to like the appreciation of fans. She talked about how like they would walk the back concourse nightly to surprise fans. Like fans do that, she would do it. So she would like walk through and like wave to people. And then also like she goes out and hugs people in the middle of her show. And her mom was like in an interview saying that she thinks that Taylor like needs that connection. It like really like grounds her. And that Taylor always talks about how that's actually her favorite part of the night is like getting to physically connect with those fans, which again, like that's a genuine connection. And then she would host the tea parties, which were in like a
Oh my
Moroccan
gosh, yeah,
style.
that was a tradition.
People would go out
Oh my
during the show and invite the fans that were like the most dressed up or had like the coolest signs or just like seemed the most enthusiastic to come and meet
Man,
Taylor
that wasn't
backstage afterward. Like, oh my God, I love that. And then I also love that she said that her mom would draw the 13 on her hand every night before her show.
I
Oh,
I
that was
love
so
that so
sweet.
much. Team Andrea Swift, let's go.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. So I'm glad you mentioned the part where like at the end of one song her hands are out, like just a little bit off stage, and whoever's close enough could sort of just like grip their hands, right? I feel like that is also the start of something that Taylor, I think to this day still does, is I feel like she has a very, very good relationship with her songs, in that she's able to step away from them and not just go, I did that, more than like, I found this.
Yeah.
This doesn't like, yeah, sure, it came through me, but we can all share it. It stops becoming mine and it starts becoming ours.
Mhm.
And you'll hear that a lot in especially with like Red and all of those other songs moving forward. But for her to talk about that intimate moment, like the fans, it's because it's a shared experience now. It's not just me talking about my song. No, we've all been through something like this. This is beyond what just I went through. So to have that moment, like gripping with the fans, I feel was the start of like. That's when you can tell that she's like, okay, there's a healthy distance between her and her music, where it stops becoming hers and it belongs to the fans. And you'll hear her say it over and over, especially with All Too Well. This is something that belongs to the fans. It's for the fans. This is ours now. It's not just mine. Which is a lovely way to like bump the boys up to the one side and go, I know they maybe started and I'm not confirming, but I experienced something,
and now we all have it.
So
I love that. I mean, I feel like we also can't. Oh yeah, go ahead, Kristin. Before I say next,
I saw her say too that like the part with her hands, like it was I forget what song it was, the end of like a sad song. She put her hands out, and she said that someone from the audience like grabbed her hands, and that was unexpected. It like wasn't a thing, and then she loved it, and she felt like it just like it's like a physical manifestation of like the support that people have for her. And then like that continued throughout the tour. So like that's like just like a really nice moment of like kismet, like that just happening.
Such a wholesome thing, right?
Yeah, no, but check this out, right? Because she can't do that anymore.
I was gonna say she can't do it as much anymore.
She actually still does. Because now that moment is the hat pass
in
22.
I was thinking that too.
Where some random fan gets to, you know what I mean? So it's a nice little how it started, how it's going.
Yeah. Oh, I love
that.
And it's like it's a security issue.
Well, now it's a security issue.
But because it's not going to stop her from
connecting in some way. Oh, I love that. Well, I was going to say we can't talk about this tour without talking about people who appeared in it and people who opened it. Opening, there's 3, right? But there's only one that I feel like I want to mention, and it's Justin Bieber. Which the only reason I feel like I want to mention it is because I find it so interesting, because this was the era when Justin was like a child, basically.
Tiny,
and at the time they really were friendly.
They were friends.
They were like
friends.
They were supportive of each other, and then eventually, and I'm sure that at some point that'll come up, things fell apart, and we can understand why, because she's besties with Selena. But like it was just so interesting because it's like child Justin Bieber, and I'm like, I forgot that he was one of the opening acts of the tour.
What did he open with?
This was like that era, the first Justin Bieber album era.
Wow, the first.
So he was like a child. Like I'm just like, wow, you're so. I mean, like
from a marketing perspective, though, that is cool.
Well, because what she did was the other 2 were country, because Kelly was one of them, right? Kelly Pickler was one of them, I think. And then there was another band that was country. And then you have Justin Bieber.
See, at the time, the Venn diagram of a certain demographic that both loved Taylor Swift and were in love with Justin Bieber, almost a circle. Almost, I think.
Yeah,
actually.
So if not a complete full circle.
You are not wrong.
That is a total eclipse of February. And I feel like that was such a great. Can you imagine the producer who was like, "Bring him in"? Like it's so good. Like it's just, we're gonna make so much money. Like and
they did. They made millions of dollars, as Kristin has already said.
But,
I know that Kristin made a note that there were special guests on the tour, and I honestly can't remember who they were. So you're just gonna have to remind us.
So she had Faith Hill, Katy Perry, and John Mayer
Oh.
all made appearances.
Did she sing one of their songs, you know, in the tradition of what she did during the 1989 tour? Like,
That
was it
I
a song from
actually
them,
don't
or did they
know.
sing with her?
I'm actually not sure of.
Let me
I just know that
see if I
they
can quickly
were
Google that while we discuss.
present.
But the fact that John Mayer
And
was
Katy Perry.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
Oh,
some,
okay,
that's
I got
some
it, I got
weird.
it.
Tangled Web.
Okay, John Mayer, they sang "Your Body Is a Wonderland," so one John
Oh,
Mayer
okay.
song, and they sang "White Horse."
Wow.
What a combination.
I want to
Wow,
find the
that's,
White Horse, John Mayer, Taylor Swift.
Apparently,
like,
that was
collab.
in May 2009 in Los Angeles, and then the one with Faith Hill, it was "This Kiss," which of course, and the way you love me, which I love. Like those are,
Oh,
I love those songs. That
I
was
those are
in
great
Nashville.
songs.
Yeah. And then LA, Katy Perry, Hot and Cold, which I am not
That's funny.
surprised.
That's
Considering what happens next, that's
Yeah.
it's a little
That is
prophetic,
funny.
but all right. It almost feels like there is so much foreshadowing in this album. I swear to God, so much
we
foreshadowing.
haven't even gotten to the album yet.
Anyway,
Can you
Yeah.
imagine? We've been talking for an hour and 20 minutes and we haven't even talked about
sorry, not sorry
And
about
we're
what
still
I
not up to
said.
the album. Next, we're going to
it.
talk
We still
about
have another topic. There's
another topic.
Yeah. The Fearless
So-
tour was great. I will say one of my first comments when I watched that one originally, like I didn't notice it at the time, but because it's been like years since I watched it again, I was like, you can tell that she's still learning how to maneuver her voice to use it in the best possible way. Like she sings well, but like if you hear her now compared to what she was then, I'm like, you clearly can tell she put a lot of work into
Yeah,
making her
and-
voice even better.
You know what? That's
Which,
a good
like-
point. I didn't even think about the fact that like I was thinking like how her vocals were so much better on Fearless, but now I'm thinking I was listening to Taylor's version. So I'm curious
Yeah.
if other Fearless
Yeah,
was
if you listen to
closer
it, there's
Studio.
definitely a difference.
As a singer, a Fearless Taylor's version brought me to tears because I have this superstition about myself that I have the power to like read a person through their singing voice, like Lauren from Angel. So when he came out, I'm like, this little thing. It's just my weird thing that I think about myself, and you can hear the growth, you can hear the journey in the way she
True.
hits the notes now versus then. Tears.
I feel
Just
like
tears.
we've mentioned it before, but we do the album listening parties, right? I distinctly remember we were listening to Fearless, and in Forever and Always, I think it's the piano version. There was this particular part where like it just sounds so much better with her voice now. And I remember me and Macky were just screaming. We're like, "What is happening? This is uncalled for, unparalleled."
It's
It was great.
weird. I feel
And
like,
then it just kept happening.
no, yeah, and because of my unique delusion, my experience of it just like explodes
so
into
good.
other like,
Yeah.
dimensions. It's
There
like-
really is a clear difference.
yeah, it's almost like I'm on something, but it's really just in my head. There's a mark. Either way, there is a marked difference.
Yeah, which I think we'll talk about later too, because we'll eventually get to the songs.
Yeah,
At some point. We still have
eventually.
so much to talk about though.
But first,
But first,
but first we have to talk about SNL, CSI, and Valentine's Day, which were all like Taylor dabbling in
Do
some
you
acting.
want- I was gonna say, do you want to leave SNL for last? Because I feel like that one will have the most conversation
Agreed.
points.
Sure. Yeah.
And maybe start with CSI first or Valentine's Day first.
Okay. So maybe you want to start. So I saw Valentine's Day like back when it came out. And I remember not really liking it. Like it was fine, but I didn't think that it was very good. So I didn't rewatch it for this. So I don't have as much to say about it.
Confession, I also did not rewatch it for this, but Valentine's Day, essentially, if anyone wants to know, is one of those rom-com ensemble movies where there's like lots of different things going on, all centered around Valentine's
It's like
Day.
Love Actually, but on Valentine's
It's like that.
Day.
He's just not that into you. It's like in the vein of that, basically. And Taylor are in it, and they're a high school couple. I think I don't remember what she is, if she's a cheerleader or not, but
She was a
they're
cheerleader.
definitely
She was-
like a
she
high
was a
school
cheerleader.
couple.
Yeah.
And I also did not rewatch it, but you know what lives in my head rent free? Apparently, there's a still of them on the field, like embracing. That is literally all I can see.
Okay. I've
That
seen
and
that.
the fact that there is a song, which we'll talk about later, that was on the OST. Those are the two things I remember about Valentine's Day.
I like the
Kristin,
song a lot.
Me too. Like Kristin, I agree. It's really not that memorable as a
Yeah.
movie. Like in general, it's not. It just is not very standout. It's very standard rom-com fare. Like it was fun to watch.
Yeah.
There were
at
no
the time.
breakaway. Like there were no breakaway performances.
No,
It was
like I
just-
can't even remember everyone else in that movie. Like that, and I only remember Taylor Swift. 'Cause Taylor Swift, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And
Yeah.
Taylor Lautner by default.
Right.
But you know, like it was just
Shark Boy.
it was just interesting to have her be in 2 films relatively
Yeah.
close. Like even though she was technically herself in Hannah Montana,
Yeah.
that's still like a theatrical release, right? So it was just
Yeah.
interesting to have her sort of dabble in something that's not necessarily what her celebrity,
Again,
you know, persona was at the time.
I feel, and again, you're that age. You're like, bet, let's go, let's try it. I don't care.
It was kind of like putting parts of the "You Belong with Me" video into a movie because it's like she's in high school and she's dating like I think he was an athlete, and then I was like, this seems oddly familiar. Like I feel like I've seen this somewhere.
I'm curious, like, if she just decided that acting like wasn't something that she wanted to pursue, because I don't necessarily think that she was like bad in any of these things, and she is great at acting in all of her videos. Like that is acting. So like she could have also been an actress if she wanted to, but I have to imagine that she was just like, music means so much more to me. I don't know any of this.
She's like side questing.
Yeah.
Just the amount of commitment it takes. So it's one thing to have like, it's one thing to be good about fielding random ideas that come to you and like faithfully putting them in like your phone or like a notebook and whatever, but the time it takes to take those chunks and actually work them into something, I feel that that's more fun for her than like the 16 takes that you'll do in the first 3 hours on set, then you take a break, and then
granted it doesn't
the
stop
next
her from doing
scene,
that.
I mean, no, she will be called out of like, she will like, I'm gonna do a movie every so often.
At some point we're going to talk about Cats. Like
At
we can't
one
not
point.
like you
Not
can't we
not
can't not
not
talk
today,
about that.
but
that and The Giver.
The
I guess
Giver.
I'm actually gonna have to watch that.
And isn't she some like 20s Orient Express type?
Yes. Yes, there's a
murder
movie
something,
that's
you know, whatever.
So I feel like I agree with you. It's like a side quest thing because like she has a main quest and she's really focused on this main quest because that's her
but
passion.
off season, if she's not dating anybody
or doing anything, she's like, I can do this and it sounds like fun. I feel like her concept is this sounds like fun.
So
I'm gonna do it.
Also, like, I feel like that also plays into what we said before about how genuine she is, because Taylor could do anything that she wants. Like if she was like, I want to be in your movie, like literally any person making a movie would be like, done. So it's really like, I think just shows that like it's her decide, like it would be easy money, but she doesn't do anything like half, like she's all in for the things that she does.
I agree. And you know what? I do think that there is a level of her fangirl that plays a role in what she chooses to do. Because like Valentine's Day makes sense, because if she's a teenager who's writing about love and who thinks about love constantly, of course you would want to star in a romantic comedy. Like, why would you say no? I think this also particularly plays a role in the CSI and the SNL parts too, because she's a fan of both, which if unless we have anything else to say about Valentine's Day, I think we can talk about CSI now.
Did she actually interact with Olivia Benson?
Kristin can tell us more details, but I will tell you like what I vaguely recall because I chose not to rewatch it. I watched this like back in the day, not when it aired actually. I watched it later, and I was like, "Ooh, this plot line, dark."
Very dark.
I will say it's like it's funny. Well, it's not funny. It's interesting because she does the thing in it where like. This is going to be kind of spoilery, so if you ever want to watch the CSI episode with Taylor Swift, just know that I'm about to spoil it
on a Taylor Swift.
And this was like years ago.
Run, CSI fans!
It's literally one of the few times you see her do. She plays different personas in it. Again,
okay.
Which is she's trying on different personas, if I remember correctly, and they each have a very different look. It's very distinct,
but she's
and
playing
that's part of the plot.
So she's playing a character that is
in the
Haley. Story.
Is it Haley, Kristin? Is that what her name?
Yeah.
Haley? Okay. I was like, I vaguely remember this. I don't even remember her name in Valentine's Day, but for some reason, CSI.
All right, fair. So, Kristin, what happened? Like, anything to say at salient points for the CSI?
You can summarize that, but I just remember that's the distinct thing I remember. The personas.
The people have been warned about spoilers. Let's go.
Okay, so it is very dark. I was like, after I finished watching it, I was like, I kind of wish that I like didn't watch that necessarily. It was like right before I was gonna go to sleep, and then I ended up
Yeah,
literally watching the Eras tour after so that I could sleep
just
better.
like decompress from the terrible
Yeah, with like, just like a casual 3.5 hour follow-up.
Yeah, 2.5 hour things can be casual.
I think so.
But basically, so in CSI, Taylor is the victim. But it's a really interesting episode because I personally was a CSI New York fan. My mom and I would watch CSI New York together all the time. I never watched the original CSI. But from what I remember, you typically would see the CSI team come in and, find the body and then work backward to try to figure out what happened. But they would be mostly interviewing witnesses and finding more clues along the way. And this one was different in the sense that the person from CSI who went and found the body, as soon as he saw her, he was like, I know her. He had already had a case there from the year prior. So unlike other episodes, it was mostly flashbacks of like his previous interactions with the victim. So like we don't usually get to see the victim alive and well, or I guess well is debatable. But the basic premise of this one is that so Taylor's found murdered at this motel that her parents own.
Wow.
Yeah. And then we find out throughout the course of it that she is not their biological daughter. We find out that they had a different daughter, and they had a babysitter who was watching their daughter but was a drug addict, and she left the baby in the tub and like did drugs, and the baby drowned. And then that babysitter ended up going to jail for doing drugs and being involved in drugs. And while she was there, she was pregnant and she gave birth. And then she contacted the father and basically said that she wanted to like make amends and exchange like a life for a life. And she gave her baby to these parents. And that's Taylor, that's Haley. And then the mom, I guess, never really wanted Haley because she said that wasn't her daughter. Her daughter died. Like she was not really on board with this, but she did, raise her. And then we find out that the murder that happened at the motel the previous year was actually the birth mother of Haley.
Wow.
So she comes back. She wants to see her daughter, and the dad and mom are like, no, like you can't see her. And then they offer to get her, like to put her up in a room for the night. And then the mom goes to talk to her and brings a cup of coffee, and the coffee is laced with meth, and the mom overdoses and dies. So that's the first murder. But it's like they rule it a suicide at the time because she's a drug addict. But it was really the mom. Then flash forward, we see Taylor, as Alexa said, trying on all these different personalities and stuff. And when we first see her, she's like, this cute, sweet looking blonde. She seems very, very happy, very well adjusted. Then she starts getting some like online criticism from friends. She kind of takes like a darker path. She ends up cutting her hair so that it's short and dark. She looks more like goth kind of Taylor. And she gets into an argument with her mother and her adopted mother, and her mom hates that she looks exactly like her birth mother, and she kills her.
That's coming back now.
Wow.
So like, whoa,
yeah,
like, so twisted.
Didn't need that in your brain.
Yeah,
no,
no,
I get
nobody
that.
needed that in their brain. But
it was like
Taylor was
exceptionally dark. Say, I saw Andrea Swift said that this episode like really disturbed her. Like she really didn't like seeing Taylor like as the victim or everything else that happens. So yeah, I would
Taylor
say
was
most notable is that there's also
a
song that was remixed
Oh,
for
yes, that's right.
this
It
episode.
plays during the episode, right? It's not
Yeah.
like one of the opening credits or closing credits songs.
No,
I don't
it's
remember.
actually kind of cool too. Like it's something that I have definitely never seen on a CSI episode. There's like it's like a memory, and there's like a photograph and roses that are placed on like a rock, and it plays like the remixed song and shows like a time lapse. So we see like it's sitting there. It's like initially in the sun, then it starts raining, then the flowers start wilting, and um,
Wow.
so it
Sounds
kind of like was a very Taylor like scene.
Yeah, that's what it sounds
But
like.
yeah, it was like a very interesting experience, I would say, to watch it.
But it's so interesting to me because she loves CSI. So I feel like I vaguely recall like she was so excited to be on CSI. Like she's like, I am on CSI. Which to be fair, we all know she loves it. So I'm like, I'm
Mhm.
not surprised that this is like she would say yes. The minute she even got wind of like a tiny bit of a I could be on CSI, she'd be like, yes, immediately.
Yeah.
I don't even care.
And clearly, I don't watch these things. I first thought Olivia Benson. That's not CSI, isn't it? That's Law and Order. Anyway, so
I was about to be like, that's why I got confused because I'm like, what?
in my head, I'm like, oh, okay, no, she's not. All right, fair. All right.
But she loves CSI. Yeah, I would never watch that again.
Yeah.
Especially someone who doesn't generally watch shows in that vein.
Yeah.
I would never watch it again.
Fair.
It
Yeah.
would probably cause me a lot of distress. But it
I
is cool that
actually
she got to do something so.
I like those kinds of shows. Like like I said, like my mom and I watched CSI New York together. We watched Bones together all the time. Like I like
my
those
gosh.
kinds of shows. And as someone who likes those, this was way darker than like most episodes, I would say, of any of those.
But hats off to you for actually watching the whole thing in the name of this live show.
Yeah. Now I feel like we could use something more fun. So that brings us to SNL.
Which is okay. I feel like obviously we're going to talk about Monologue Song because Monologue
course.
Song is still to this day. I listened to it this morning because I was like, it's been a while. Let me just, listen to it. And I was telling Mac, I'm like, how did she already have this sensibility and sense of humor at that age? And it's so smart.
Mhm.
I mean, there's a lot of us that at 19 are still around to this day. So
Good for you, I say.
So I just feel like she was always that sort of like tongue-in-cheek, sarcastic, and let's not forget petty, because
Petty, actually.
you know, when Monologue song came out, I would listen to it once a month just to top it off for about a couple of years because it's so good. And
it's so funny.
And there's a Seth Meyers interview where where they asked Seth about like, weren't you writing for SNL at the time and didn't you meet Taylor Swift? And he mentions that it was actually, I think, Taylor's idea to say, hey, can my monologue be a song? And they're like, okay. And then she comes into the studio and then actually plays it. And they're like, how the hell did she do that? Like, it was funny right out the gate.
Yeah.
And super tongue-in-cheek and 100% interactive with the audience, but it's so good.
I mean,
it's
like
so good. I think again, like it just shows how self-aware she is, and like it shows like how she can have a sense of humor about the things going on in her life that everyone like judges her for. I think it's so catchy. Like I get it stuck in my head all the time.
My favorite lyric was ha ha ha.
Yeah, me too. It's always that part that gets stuck in my head. It's the la 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 and the ha ha ha.
The la 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 is fine because Taylor does the but the ha 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 part was, I'm just like, oh my god, that was like. But check this out though. Again, we talked about how she offers her skill to whatever collaboration she brings to. SNL is like every single, and I've watched enough SNL sort of like opens to know
you watch a lot
that
of them, actually.
The writers always will take the most current, the most recent allusions to happenings around the actual host. So for Taylor to reference them one by one, her breakup with Joe, Kanye, everything was there. I like sparkly clothes and whatever. All the criticisms about everything, all in one go, as though the writer like. I don't even know how much input the writers actually did have afterwards, but I feel like from Seth's one interview, it felt like that was final right out the gate.
Yeah, I'm sure that it was. Like she writes things so quickly. And I just think like Well, my favorite part is when she stops and she's like, "Hi, Joe, I'm doing real well." That is
Oh, I do
so
love that part.
but I feel like so many of those are probably like topics that the SNL writers would kind of have to like pull someone's arm to like get them to acknowledge on stage. And she
Meanwhile,
was just like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna just get ahead of this and like just lay it all out there, which is what she does in her music too. She
That's
is
true.
always just offering up all of herself to us.
I know. You know what? That is a very mastermindy move to take control of the narrative already after
Yeah.
being like, after the experience of like not having control of certain parts of the
Mhm.
narrative. So that is an interesting way to look at it too, actually. It's actually very smart. Again, with the Machiavellian masterminding that Taylor Swift is doing. But also, so I enjoy a lot of the sketches she did, but let me tell you, my favorite sketch on SNL is the Twilight one. Because I don't even know what else to say. I'm just like, I just enjoy it so much. I enjoy pretty much every single sketch that she does on that particular show. But like the Twilight, I don't even know what to say except that it just amuses me greatly.
I mean,
Yeah.
to take, I mean, because it was already werewolves and vampires and Twilight, so to go full Frankenstein, I thought was okay, very well, wonderful. Just the absurdia of it is, I think, 100% Taylor. Who, by the way, is also one of the handful of SNL hosts who were also the musical guests.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was,
That's a
Yeah.
great
I think,
point.
wild.
Yeah.
And she was so young when it was, because it was what, she was 20? 2009, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, she wasn't even 20 because it was November.
Yeah,
So she was like
exactly.
19.
So for her to be both host and musical guest at the same time,
And performing in all these skits.
while SNL is a local, if not necessarily international, landmark of success in terms of if you book a gig on SNL, that means you're good enough for prime time.
Yeah.
That she was hosting and the actual musical guest is wild.
And that was like the second time she had appeared that year, because I think she also was just a musical guest first.
Yeah.
Because I think she was promoting, it was Love Story. I think she sang Love Story. I don't remember what the other song was, but I'm pretty sure she had one where she just performed.
That's okay.
And then she came back and she's like hosting it now and performing in the skit and also being the musical. I'm like, clearly a fan. I like that she's also a fan of SNL.
And her SNL appearances have only just gotten better.
They're so funny.
Agreed.
There's one that happens, and I don't think we'll talk about it because it's not like a big thing. Do you remember the one where she interrupts a monologue? I think it's like James Franco.
I think so.
Seth Rogen, and like her whole shtick is like, you're getting emotional about a man, and she just shows up.
Every time a man gets emotional, I appear.
Again, another thing that lives in my head rent free. And she's not even in it for that long. It's literally just that.
Well, she ain't never been in my house.
I like what she does. Like she just makes little, like even like the most recent one where she was on it because they had like the NFL announcers talking about football, but then like kept talking about Taylor Swift. Like that's just so like fun and like good humored of her to like be in on everything. I love it.
If there's one thing that it's so understated and even in the media, but I adore Taylor Swift's sense of humor. I really do.
She has a good sense of comedy.
It is, and so go figure she's friends with Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, right? Not even Ryan, just Blake, because Blake is surrounded by people who are sarcastic and terrible. So Anna Kendrick, Ryan Reynolds. So I feel like Taylor's humor just veers.
Oh, it slots right in. I'm pretty
sure. Completely in that direction of just irreverent and dry.
Yeah.
That was so funny. I love her sense of humor. I think
if her interactions with the cats alone is an indication. But anyway.
Oh my god. Yeah, every time she posts something with the cats.
We digress, but digress joyfully.
So fun.
Back on track. What else we got?
Oh, literally on track.
Also, just for like continuity's sake, I went and I watched Taylor Lautner's SNL monologue. I don't know if you guys
which I also really enjoy.
That was really funny. Really funny. He like, his monologue is basically all about Taylor Swift. He talks about how like he's dating her and stuff, and then so awkward. He has like basically like a mannequin on stage with Kanye's face on it, and like shows what he
Oh!
wishes he would have done at the VMAs.
Right,
and he's just
right.
like beating up this mannequin, like flipping. It's so funny.
Oh, Taylor.
Again,
It's
also
not
a
funny in a like this is genuinely hilarious kind of way. It's very funny, cringy. I can't believe this is happening
Yeah, sure.
kind of way.
Are we surprised that he was cast as the werewolf? I
No,
mean,
not at all.
he has such good boy energy.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I know I was going to say Shark Boy, but
Same thing.
he can be
Yeah.
Jeff. Anyway, moving forward.
Okay, really on track.
Other things.
Okay, so moving on to Fearless era inspiration. So this is when Taylor introduced a prologue to every album about the themes that she had in
Oh, yeah,
mind.
that's
It's
right.
included in the back of the CD booklet. She
Mhm.
describes this era as being obsessed with the complexities of emotions and about being fearless in the face of love and obstacles. Her definition of fearless is having a lot of fears, but jumping anyway. And she said that she was worried that her first album was too personal and people wouldn't be able to relate. But then those were the songs that people liked the most. So it cemented her using her personal experience on this album. At the time that Fearless came out, she was still living at home with her parents, despite the fame of her first album. And in an interview, she did say that she tried to leave all of the like travel aspect of her life out of her writing, since that would be less relatable for anyone who is a teenager that is, feeling these same kinds of emotions. She said that this was basically like a snapshot of life from ages 16 to 18. And she was very heavily involved in the recording, producing, and mixing and album artwork for all of Fearless. So it like fully represented her vision. And she also said that this was a time when she kind of started grappling with fame and would go back to feeling like that lonely middle schooler again, because her friends would stop inviting her to outings because like of how often she would get recognized and asked for photos. And that would just not be like a low key night out with friends. And then also the CD has the heart hands symbol too, which I love.
Yeah. Again, heart hands.
Yeah.
Which by the way is no longer in fashion.
Yeah.
Because people don't do heart hands that way anymore these days.
I know. I don't know how to do it the way they do it now. I only know our way.
I can't. It takes a while for me to get there.
That I do is,
and I can't even do it in a way that looks like a heart, aesthetically pleasing heart. So
that's like it's a stretch. But then again, what kind of world are we leaving to the young people?
It's
these
okay.
days?
I'll just stick to my Taylor heart hands. Fine.
Yeah.
This is so much.
I'll just stick to the Taylor heart hands. It's cool.
Agreed.
Do you have anything else, Kristin, that you want to mention?
That's all I have, unless you have something else, and then we can move into our. Okay, so do one of you want to start with your overall thoughts on the album? Since I just talked for a while.
So I will copy paste this for every song that I will say I did not necessarily like, because there is one common theme across all of them, and that way I can just copy paste it, and I don't have to like harp on every single time that I'm like I can just say didn't like it.
I feel like we have very opposing thoughts on this, but go.
No. There is. And again, my contribution to this table is always like the artistic, artsy fartsy, heavily subjective musical takes on things. But there is a minimum amount of time and words that a person, and by minimum, I don't necessarily mean quantity. I mean, there's a specific amount, whether it's a lot or a little, but there's a minimum amount before a song sort of like lands with a person. And I feel like there are a lot of songs here that just did not land because these were, for me, because these were funneled through the sieve of country music. Because I keep thinking to myself, objectively, it's got a good hook. Objectively, the lyrics are relatable. Why don't I like this? And then I hear the banjos in the back, and I'm like, it might be the style. However, I debunk my own theory, because there are some songs that do have this kind of country-ish kind of thing, but if you rearrange it into a more pop feel, it sort of becomes, then I guess this is fine. And so at the end of the day, cleaning those out, it sometimes country does have a syllabication to it that you can't help. You will need like a few extra words or less just to fit that sort of like country mold. And those are the songs that sort of like did not quite land too well with me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, and so I'll just, so whatever I say wasn't into that, that's
What it means.
all of that
Okay.
was. So
I mean, like, again, I knew we were going to have very different feelings about this because for me, like, Fearless is still one of my top Taylor Swift albums.
yeah.
Because it's the first one that I really fell in love with of her albums. And it's also just like, it's funny because I was thinking about this and I'm like, it was the first album I can remember for a female artist in particular, where I would spend time like looking at the lyrics, looking at the booklet, memorizing it, because I was just that into it. Like, this was like in the middle of my boy band era, let's be real, which I've never left. So I don't know why I'm saying middle because I'm still here. You know, it was the first time I remember so significantly that I was spending time, almost equal amount of time, really, just poring over these songs and these lyrics and listening to them over and over again. And I think in a lot of ways, it's because it's her storytelling through the song. It's the emotional resonance I felt with it as well. The sound of it is also something that really appeals to me. In particular, I really love that this one has a lot of like fairy tale romantic vibes to it. Like, there is a lot of like, it's that and then like the teenage angst drama, you know? It's like this really weird combination of things that really worked for me because it brings me right back to the era when I first started listening to it, because that was the era I was in emotionally. We didn't have the same experiences, but like the feelings were very similar. You know, the feelings evoked are very similar. So the original album will always hold a special place in my heart, both the original and then the platinum edition. And then Taylor's version, I was really excited. I was scared too, because it's like the first re-recording. So I was like, I don't know how this is going to go. Like, is it really going to be that different? And then, you know, because she's older, her sensibilities are different. She's gone through a lot since then. Her vocals are different. Everything just like, there was just extra gravitas to it. And I just loved it more because I was like, now it feels like we're still in the same place, but we can look back at that other place. And there's some sort of, there's like a nostalgic fondness to it. Because you're like, wow, I really was that young and I felt all those things. But looking at it now, it's like it shaped me into who I am. And I love, like, I just love that album. You can tell. I'm pretty sure everyone can tell.
Honestly, the first time that I listened to it, like with all the fairy tale imagery, I was like, no wonder this is Alexa's favorite. Like, it's screams Alexa.
Yeah,
fearless girly.
It's actually a great, like, it is the country themed YA romance short story compilation version of Folklore and Evermore. If Folklore and Evermore was a short story compilation of stuff, make all of it country rom-coms in YA format, that's Fearless.
Actually, you're not wrong.
So why are we surprised, right?
Of course I would love it. Yeah, we're unsurprised.
So
everyone is every time I say that.
Because even the songs that fall under said category of I just wasn't into fall into that. I think this would be a country. This would be a YA short story. This would be a YA rom-com short story set in the country. Like,
literary references, fairy tale imagery. She talks about being in love with superstars. I'm like, this is literally the era I was in. So of course I'm going to be like, I love it.
And go figure. Like, just fell to the wayside for me, but. I digress, also joyfully.
Well, what did you think, Kristin? Since this was your first time listening.
Yeah, this is my first time listening to the full album. I really enjoyed it overall. I love how like raw and emotional Taylor is. I think, like, in addition to fearless, she's also shameless.
Oh my gosh, that's accurate.
You know what?
Yeah, she just like puts her entire heart and soul out there for all of us. Fearless to me almost feels like reading someone's diary. I think it also shows a ton of personal growth in the sense that she's just coming out of her teen years and her childhood, and on this album she speaks like really heavily about the romance of fairy tales, but then also the acknowledgement of like the lack of veracity about them in relation to real life. You kind of see like her perception shift from what she grew up believing. Like, she's also a product of the Disney princess childhood era. And as we go through the songs, like, I think that there are a ton of what I like think of as sister songs, where there's like a happy version and a sad or mad version of the same kind of like, theme. And it just like makes a really interesting dichotomy. And then, like, speaking of opposites, there are also like a ton of lyrics that involve rain in both negative and positive ways. like in Fearless, Taylor wants to dance in the rain, but in Forever and Always, rain is like a symbol of everything being wrong in her relationship.
Yep.
And then just to like, I did print out all of the lyrics and highlight every time that Taylor said rain or something rain related, and our word count is at 50.
What
She said it
what did we find?
She says a lot.
50 times.
Ah,
50 times
beautiful.
that she either
I
said
can't
like,
wait until you compile this album per album, because she also says rain on all the other albums.
I
So by
believe
the
it.
end
I
of
just
the
was like, wow. But I just love like how there are basically mirrors showing the best and worst of like the same kind of situation on this album. And then another thing that I noticed a lot was how often she uses the word shine. And that I think is very reflective, no pun intended, of
Oh,
like
please intend the pun, Kristin.
I know, I was about
It's
to be
so
like,
good.
you didn't say
So good.
just of like fairy tales and like
Yeah.
you know the shiny newness of love. I don't know. I think she just like ties
Sparkly
everything
dresses.
together so beautifully.
Yeah.
So here's the thing about Taylor's eras, right? The theme is like lived through every square inch of her entire life. Like there's
Mhm.
not a single thing that the theme does not touch. So sparklies, fairy tales, shining lights, stars, all of that kind of good stuff, it's all in here. Like
Yeah,
I adore that, and that you were able to actually, and rain sparkles too.
it
So
does.
in its own
It glistens on the
sad
pavement
way, right?
even.
What's super fun because so obviously me and my friends have either started to or have already hit their 40s, and I had a friend from college who was a mutual friend from friends from high school, so we go pretty much way back, and we were all like, you know, theater kids, blah blah blah. And she comes from a celebrity-ish family. Her dad was a famous sort of like composer and had their own boy band back in the 70s.
Mhm.
And so she's of celebrity stock. She lives in Australia now, and her two girls are Taylor Swift fans. And she took them to the Eras tour, and she is like late to the party, but she is like, she just never connect. But she was always like into the indie art scene. She was part of a band for a while. She was like, it's just Taylor wouldn't be a thing that she would be into. But the first thing she notices is like, this woman is a poet masquerading as a pop star, which was not a knock. Obviously, that was just more of like that was more like a heightening of what a poetic like human.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And as somebody who was deep into poetry, like she was the one who was like, Pablo Neruda, who's that? And she's like, why don't you like die? And I did many times reading Neruda's work. And so for her to have that kind of background in poetry and like that love to actually approach Taylor's like book of work and go, there is poetry here. And I'm like, yes, ma'am, there is. Welcome. We have seats for everybody. That theme, very young, very whatever, clear, you know, kind of peanut buttered all over this entire era. It's beautiful.
Absolutely.
Love
10
it.
out of 10.
Which is also what I can say for every song that I did like. So
We'll get to that in a
there's no in between for me. It is either a song that if I never listened to it ever again in my life, it would be fine. And every song that I do like, I have, honest to God, listened to it more than like 800 times in a row. Like,
That's true. That's true. Okay.
Every song on Fearless that I love,
I'm
I have
so
listened. I have spammed neurodivergently for days on it.
It's okay. I have spammed this entire album for like the past, I don't even know how many years it's been.
And here's the thing: when
13,
the vault came in, same phenomenon, literally the same phenomenon. Don't have to listen to you ever again. Oh my God! For the next 600 days, this is all I'm listening to. Spotify has told me. So, shout out to Don't You. We're not even there yet. All right,
know.
Here we go.
Oh my God! I'm so excited. Like I honestly.
Okay, so Alexa, do you want to kick us off with your feelings about Fearless, our title track?
I think I've mentioned this before, but this is one of the songs that I love best on this album. And it's because it has that very like rosy, happy feeling of a rom-com where like things are starting to fall into place for the people who are falling in love. I love it. I love it. And I also have obviously a very specific memory attached to it because it's the song. I think we mentioned this also. It's the song we use in our prenup video, which I still have to send to Kristin. I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
So I'm
gonna look for it.
It's always gonna mean something to me. Actually, there's another memory I have attached to the song, and I don't know if Macky remembers actually.
Oh boy.
This was back in like the way early days when we started dating. We used to go to a sort of like outdoor mall type place. And one night it was sort of drizzling, and we were do you remember this? Okay, so we were going home. We were gonna go to the car, and then he just stops me in the middle of the park, and I have no idea what the hell is going on, because this is like, I have no idea. And then he starts singing Fearless, the chorus, and I'm just like, okay, okay. So obviously I really love Fearless.
Yeah.
I like how it triggered the memory for you.
You have to understand that's
Right?
that's
such
the
a good-
level with me. My relationship to Taylor Swift songs is that I aspire to be everything that she aspires
to have.
to have.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like like every heroine in every Taylor Swift song, doesn't have to be her per se, aspires to have or love a certain kind of person who would love her in a certain way.
Yeah.
And that resonated with me, because like, me, that's who I want to be. That's 100%.
And you did it.
I mean, you know, you try.
That's so sweet.
I love that. It's funny because there's also a lyric that I associate when we were first dating. It's in the bridge. It's when she goes, "You pull me close and I'm a little more brave."
Yeah.
It's a first kiss, it's flawless, really something, it's fearless. That entire segment sort of embodies how I felt in the first, like, I want to say like 6 months that we were dating.
Yeah.
Because like it was the first time I had really had feelings for someone else. So it was that exact feeling where you're excited, but it's also scary.
What
And I love it.
What kind of worked for me and Alexa, I think, is because the fact that my idea of real people, like, who are good, like, partners, is the sort of like rosy tinted, like, you know what I mean? Like, I have literally pulled lines on Alexa that would be great on the page.
Actually,
But if somebody in real life did that, anyone I know right now, present company included, would go, "What?" Yeah. So I am shameless about it, because that happened in private, and it happened with somebody who ate that up.
Oh,
and
true,
go
true.
figure.
100%.
Like that moment, who does that? I can't.
do.
I don't know anybody right now who would like stop and like slow dance in the middle of the. But then
That was a really good date, actually.
I know
Andrew
but
would do
that's
that
what-
too, to be fair.
I could see that.
You see what I mean? So
Yeah.
so that's my relationship with Taylor Swift song. When she alludes to active actions that are a response to being in love with somebody on that level, there's a part of me that's like, I either am going to do that, or I wanted to do that for someone, and I have.
Yes, you have, actually.
And it worked.
It did.
Yeah.
How many people have said no in years, like,
Oh,
until
gosh.
this? You know what I mean? Like, literally everything in my arsenal is just like, nah, not you.
And
I'm like, cool, I get that. And I try to move on. But this worked. So
yeah, it's
what
funny
a
because it
core
ties
memory.
in so perfectly to what the song is inspired by.
Yeah, of
'Cause
course you remember
I think you might have seen it, Kristin, if you were able to look into it. The inspiration for it is like she was imagining what her ideal first date would be like.
Yeah,
I'm like,
it
of
wasn't about a relationship that she actually had.
Yeah.
It was aspirational.
And you know what? Don't we all aspire to that? I know I did.
Yeah.
Very
Anyway.
nostalgic.
I assume like your feelings about Fearless are like, this is on the side of the ones you liked, right?
Oh yeah.
Just double checking.
I listen to Fearless and I'm like, that's gonna be me. You know what I mean? Like, that's
And it was.
you know, we've tried.
Driving down the road, you know. Anyway, well, I'm glad. Kristin, how did you feel about Fearless? Is this was it the first time you'd heard it, or had you heard it before?
So I didn't remember it, but then when I started listening to it, I did know it. And it's probably from watching the Eras tour.
That's fair. Oh yeah, iconic. Oh,
so I absolutely love this song. And like as Macky said, I think I listened to this one like 800 times. And it honestly took me so long to even like move on and listen to the rest of the album, because I just like needed to hear Fearless over and over and over again.
It really
I thought it
is.
was like the perfect way to kick off the album.
Agreed.
I love the lyrics. I love the, like, I don't know why, but I dance in a storm with you in my best dress, like, because that is very much like what love does to you. It makes you like do things that you never expected before.
Yeah.
I think it's another like early example of her storytelling skills. Like we said, this was like an aspirational kind of relationship. It also like blows my mind that Taylor understood love so thoroughly at such a young age. And I feel like it also kind of reflects her relationship with us because she's being fearless about sharing so much of herself with all of us.
It's so earnest,
Um,
isn't it?
yeah. And then the bridge of the song is just truly perfect.
So iconic. I love that bridge so much.
Yeah,
So
no, that
good.
was like I almost feel like you see those memes of like teach your sons. I'm like, this is what you teach. Like if you
Just
wanna,
slip it that way.
you know, and
Yeah.
know your audience. Some girls will not appreciate that, but if you
Mhm.
want to, like, if you like books and you like love stories,
Oh
and
yeah, 100%.
this, and you're going to want to end up with a tough storyteller too, or somebody who likes
Yeah.
stories too. This might be a good example of what to aspire to. So
Agreed.
it's like this is an option for you if it's in your personality. Try it.
But yeah, you're right, Kristin. I really like that this is the first track because it is such a good one to set the stage for things. Because if this whole album is about love in a lot of different ways, so to
Mhm.
start at the beginning of it makes so much sense, all things considered,
Yeah.
which I love, obviously.
What are your favorite lyrics from the song?
Oh, I shared mine. I don't know if Macky has more.
No, in the storm, my best dressed fearless is still
It's such an iconic lyric.
It
yeah,
is.
that is 100%. Yeah.
Mine
I
is
love it.
it's the first kiss, it's flawless, really something, it's
Yeah,
fearless. I love when she has like short like adjectives to describe something. She just like nails it. Like she manages to like boil things down to the bare bones and just like say it perfectly.
Which is not the last time we will hear the words really something.
Yeah, that's true. That is not the accurate.
What do you guys think of the music video?
I love it because, like you said, it's almost like a love letter to her fans, right? It
Mhm.
feels that way anyway.
Mhm.
You get snippets of like her performing it and her with people, and it's just nice, you know.
Mhm.
I think it's very clear that she cares so deeply about the people who love her music and her stuff,
Yeah.
and that's a very reciprocal relationship for her. Like she gets something from it, we get something from her, and I think
Mhm.
in many ways it just captures that.
Yeah.
Which is capture it, remember it. Like the song says. Am I ever going to support it? No. I enjoy it. Like it's not obviously it's not one I return to a lot because you know it's not really a
Eras pass.
story. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
not really a story, but like you know, sometimes when I feel very nostalgic, I'll just run through an entire playlist of each album's music videos, and I'm like, oh,
Oh, that's fun.
remember when? I don't know if you remember the video much because I feel like you don't generally watch most of the videos except for
No.
one.
Just there's the two videos that I watched,
Oh,
but
two.
yeah.
Okay, fine. What about you, Kristin?
I felt the same. Like it's not. It's very nice, but it's not like my favorite video. I think she does other videos that are so much better. But
Yeah.
but it's nice.
Yeah.
So this was also when she was still doing codes in songs, and the code in this one in her album. So just in case you don't know, she would leave secret messages, and if you looked at the lyrics, there would be like certain letters that were capitalized, and it would spell something out. So the code in this
Oh
one
my
was
gosh.
"I loved you before I met you."
I love that one.
Yeah.
See, this
And
is
then,
this woman. No, I'm sorry. I'm just
That
like
was just his reaction.
so I obviously these things go over my head because I don't go like that's not how I consume her as a thing. But
It's so fun.
that she is on that level, that theme. I'm like I like that. That
yeah.
works. I eat that up. Are you kidding?
Yeah, it's great.
Ugh.
It's honestly great.
And then just to continue with the accolades, so the song peaked at number 9 on the Billboard Hot 100 list. It hit number 10 on the Billboard Country chart. It's certified platinum, and yeah, she's just brilliant.
Yeah, agreed.
Nasty.
Alrighty.
Or does anyone else have any feelings on Fearless?
I think
Macky,
I've
do
already
you want to
spoken
start us
enough
off
about
on
it.
15?
More of that copy paste to ad infinitum. So we're
Oh,
good.
I'm sorry.
Ah, okay, we can go to the next one.
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay.
Do you want to, Maggie? Do you want to start us off on 15?
I feel like you
Yes,
have
no.
feelings.
So here's the thing, right? Like I used to maybe incorrectly sort of label the box that I put 15 in as like Taylor Swift's feminist anthems. But I feel it's even so much bigger than just feminism, which is obviously, like the equality, blah, blah, blah. But it's so much bigger than that, because it's about, and I say this having studied women, because you want to study the people that you love and be the best people for them. And I do love women. I have several women in my life that I love. And then I realized, oh, this is important to everybody. I guess everybody should hear this. I feel like Taylor Swift, there's a small chunk of songs for the Taylor Swift sort of writes that I feel like is something for everyone who identifies, you know what I mean? Like with you know, with that thing. And 15 is absolutely one of them, because, you know, and it transcends even that, because you will, if somebody does tell you they love you at 15, you are most likely to believe them. And it's great. And I love this. It's one of
I feel like this was one of your favorites.
This is actually one of my
that's what I recall. That's what I recall.
The irony of me.
It's like, you and Rachel. You, Rachel, and Carmela all love this song.
Because there's just something so didactic about it. It's a cautionary tale. And a commiserating. It's both cautionary, and it's both something that helps people commiserate over a shared experience, because you will do all of these things, and yet there's a hopefulness to it, where, you know what, just walk through these doors and just, you know, try to get through it, but we'll do it together. It's a whole, underneath all of that is, you're not alone, because we're all going through it.
That's true.
Right. So, and I literally grew up, so I had no friends growing up, because that's a thing. And I grew up in an all boys school, which made it worse, because I don't get along with boys too much, or at all, like ever, even until now. That's why it's so rare that I'm friends with Andrew.
True.
He's one of the few guys that I'm like, oh, that's a dude, and I'm friends with him. That's
actually
cool.
Funny, because he also has mostly female friends.
Thank you.
That's why you guys are friends.
That's why. See, there's that weird kind of like vibe where I'm just like, I'm not gonna, like, you will never see me with the boys, because I don't really have boy. You know what I mean? Like, I have my brother. He's my best friend. So yeah, hanging out with Andrew was great. So all of my friends were girls, sort of like growing. I was always the honorary girl. When we finally interacted with folks from our sister school, I ended up, like, it felt like I graduated more with them and their class than me and my batch, right? So when somebody goes, you know, when you're 15 and somebody loves you and you're going to believe them, I am there. I am like, I've seen that happen. Yes, I am a witness on the ground. That is it. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, I am not of these people, but they have accepted me. You know what I mean? That's how that worked, and it's great. And it made me feel like, you know, it harkened back to the days when I was one of the girls, and I heard all of the woes.
Fair. I feel like this one for me is like, this is the one where it feels the most like a diary entry, but also like a story. So it's like a combination of those two things, because she just framed it like a story, which makes sense, right? Because that's her skill set. I'll be honest, for a very long time, this was one of the tracks that I actually would sometimes skip. Like, I would mostly skip it. And I think it was because interestingly enough, I didn't gravitate towards the emotions being framed in the song, because it hurt. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, it was sad to me, and it made me too sad to listen to. So I was like, I'm just gonna like casually skip it and move on to the next song. But I will say, I don't do that now with Taylor's version, because there's something about the way she sings it at 30-ish. And she's talking in hindsight, that it just makes it easier for me to swallow emotionally, I think, is what it is. So I feel like now it's one of the tracks where I'm like, okay, I get it. I understand why people could listen to this over and over again, especially given that it does end on a more positive, hopeful note. But like back in the day, I just remember I was like, this song is too sad and I need to skip it because I'm too sad. And it just broke my heart every time I got to the part where like the bad things happened to her and to Abigail. Like, I'm just like, I can't.
But such wisdom
after 4 years.
Such wisdom after 4 years of introspection for her to, and it's not even like the most mind-blowing thing.
No, but
and yet it is,
it's because, a real thing.
Because it's like, you know, it's not like, oh, and in the future, these are the 19 steps that you need to. No, it's really at that moment, it's like, you know what the reality is? You're gonna believe somebody at that age. Like, oh my God, yeah. And so she wrote that obviously a few years after she turned 15, when all of these stories sort of
she was
like
19 now.
Yeah, you know, so to have that, so to have a young woman sort of like look back with so much wisdom and go, it be what it is. Yeah. And then be in her 30s and go, you darn right, it still is. It's such a good way to tie
I agree.
everything together. I adore this song so much.
Me too.
Plus, anyone who's ever sat in the feelings of when all you wanted was to be wanted, some of y'all have never sat in that, and it shows.
Okay.
Yeah, because when you sat it, you're like, here's a song about it, and you snort it like it's meth. And then there's people who are like, ooh, that's uncomfortable. I don't want to go there. Well, ma'am, some of us have lived in that for years. So, so when somebody talks about it, it's cathartic, and you're like, we're gonna listen to this over and over again. So that's my experience and relationship to this song.
Well, what about you, Chris? How did you feel about it?
I really love this one. I think I like the fact that it is like a memory, I think, of like the high school relationship. I think that the memory versus it happening in the moment makes it more relatable to listen to as an adult, because I had not heard it before I listened to it for this album, but I very deeply enjoy it. I think it kind of like it captures how like you think that you know everything, like everything feels like it's the absolute biggest deal in the world, like most important pivotal moments, but then like as you keep aging, things change and like there's just like so much ahead of you. And it kind of to me feels like the type of advice that like a parent would give you and you would just completely disregard because what do they know? But then like delivered by Taylor, who isn't too far out of that stage of life at this point. Like it, I feel like it could have helped a lot of young people like process their feelings. So like I really love that. And I love the line, like, don't forget to look before you fall. And I found time can heal most anything.
That's my favorite.
I have found that kind of advice doesn't work either when it's somebody your age giving it, because I've given that advice and nobody listened. So
and then they realized like
I was right. But that's a totally different story.
That's my favorite.
I think that's true, but I think that also like hearing it from somebody that you don't know personally, like somebody like Taylor who you kind of put on a pedestal could be different than hearing it, you know, from like a peer.
That's also true. But that's also my favorite lyric, what you said.
My favorite lyric is I found time can heal most anything, and you just might find who you're supposed to be. But I also want to note that while Taylor does not reference rain in the song, at the end of the music video, there is like that scene where they're holding all the black umbrellas. So like rain does make an appearance, even though it's not explicitly mentioned.
I adore that.
I like the video, actually. It's not my favorite again, but I do love that Abigail is in it again.
I love that.
And that she gets to do like some acting in it, which I think is
I mean, it only makes sense. She's in the darn lyric forever in a million years.
Yeah.
I really enjoy seeing them together in the video, actually, is what makes me happy about it. Like just having them both be there. The video is my favorite though.
What's interesting to me though, I just realized about Abigail is how, so it wasn't so much hating on like the dude who broke up with Abigail, which she totally could have, right? But how real is it to say that, you know, it was a boy who changed his mind? That always stuck with me. Because it wasn't a boy who like was mean or was deceptive or was he just changed his mind, which happens. That's the killer, is that it happens.
That was so sad.
It's Sondheim, it's everybody who's ever written anything about it's like people change their minds. I'm sorry. And when you're 15, the likelihood of it happening even more so. So you know what are you gonna do? And for me, I'm like, whoa, that was real. That was
agreed.
It wasn't hateful, it wasn't petty, it wasn't spiteful, it wasn't boys are meh, you know, which we hear all the time. But it's like, no, people change their minds. That happens.
I really like how the video starts, how like there's the picture of her and Abigail like on the door, and then she like opens it and walks through as if like she's choosing to revisit this memory. I think that was really cool, but I will say that this video is like giving iMovie.
With the elements.
I just feel like it's such like a time capsule. I was like, whoa, I have not seen anything like this in so many years.
Technology
it's very specific.
So technology dates itself sometimes. You'll know.
100%.
Yeah,
so good.
That is very funny.
It's still one of the strongest in terms of writing for me, this song.
The quote on this one is, I cried while recording this. As we said, Abigail's in it. It's about a relationship that Abigail had. And Taylor said that singing about it always makes her cry because it's about someone she loves experiencing pain. I think she started writing the song with the line, Abigail gave everything to a boy who changed his mind. And then the rest of the song like built from there.
Yeah,
She
that makes complete
performed
Yes,
this.
I could see that too.
Yeah. She performed this at the 2009 Grammys with Miley Cyrus.
Right.
And
Yes, she does. I was gonna say.
I forgot.
yeah, I actually
And poor
watched that
Miley, just
too.
like,
That was fun.
you know, Miley's just
Um,
like just belting it out like she's a rock star. I'm like,
Well, she's
yeah.
she was well.
It's sweet. Like Taylor was involved in the Hannah Montana stuff, and then Miley is doing Taylor's song. I liked that. And this was the 13th top 40 hit on the Hot 100 from Fearless, extending Taylor's
Wow.
record for most entries from one album. And before Taylor, no one had more than 7 songs from the same album. It's
Amazing.
crazy.
Records she has broken herself.
She keeps breaking her own
Today.
records.
Yeah.
It's very Michael.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a funny comparison. Accurate. All right.
All right. I feel like Alexa should talk about Love Story since I know that's one of your favorites.
It is my favorite, as a matter of fact. And again, I think I've already said this more than once, but it was the first Taylor Swift song that it became an earworm for me. And then that just led me into this fandom is basically what it is. And honestly, it's still one of my all-time favorites. I love the themes in it. I like that it's Romeo and Juliet inspired, except, you know, if it had a different ending. I like the calls to like Regency romance and fairy tales and a forbidden love story. It's very like, it's obviously very daydreamy, romantic. It's like very idealistic. And she's just telling this fantastical story in her head, which is mirrored in the video, which we'll talk about later. But like, I just love the idea of that. Cause again, this was the era I was in. Cause I was also doing that in my head. Like, it's like, oh, I'm going to come up with this story and like fantasize about this. And like, this person will not care. Like, it doesn't matter if they care or not, but it's just fun for me as a concept. And in the way she executes it also, it's also just one of my favorite songs to sing from Taylor Swift. So
it's so fun.
I love Love Story so much. I love everything about it. Because from the lyrics to the video to every time she's performed it in that era, like there's a very clear aesthetic that she's following. And it's an aesthetic that I live for. Basically, I just love Love Story. Obviously.
I agree.
I am a huge fan. Cannot say that enough.
Okay, no, it's because my I'm trying to like phrase things what is it diplomatically.
I feel like you did say this already.
No, but because two things threw me off of Love Story and made me never listen to it ever in a million years, like ever.
OG Love Story too.
OG Love Story too, because remember, and two things. One was banjos, and two, it just like banjos, like we're like a thing. It's like, oh well, if you might. And then two, it was Romeo and Juliet, which I have probably next to like Faye is Romeo and Juliet. Like it's right there. It's Elle's Faye, Romeo and Juliet. That's the level that like in descending order of. Do I care too much for it? Maybe not. Because
I feel personally offended.
I mean, I'm just not commenting, but I'm like, wow.
I mean, you know, and I'm like, and here's the thing: I get why people love all those things, and it's fine. It's just with Romeo and Juliet, I'm like, this is toxic, y'all. And you could have waited 5 minutes for her to wake up, dude. But nope, let's die. Like, you know what I mean? So it's a whole. And plus, I had and realistically speaking, Shakespeare made me feel like I was an idiot. Like I used to ace what is it?
English,
literature classes because it's me. Like I love all of these things. But then Shakespeare comes in and I'm like, why am I stupid? Like it's just so, you know.
It's very difficult. That's true.
And so there's a lot of trauma baked into it.
I feel like Shakespeare is like I love Shakespeare very, very deeply.
Same.
But Shakespeare is meant to be watched, like it's meant to be performed. And when you're being taught it as text, you just miss so much of like what you should be getting to understand it. So I can relate to that.
Right. And my trauma with Shakespeare was that like it got worsened when we realized and are taught that Shakespeare's language was the most common, like idiots on the street could understand Shakespeare. So the only thing I got from that was, well, I guess I'm dumber than the idiots on the street then, because I am not feeling any of this. And people were sort of like figuring out like I didn't engage with it properly. And that's where all that trauma comes from. Anyway.
That's fair.
Toxic, as Romeo and Juliet was aside, those threw me off. the one time that I actually did start loving, like genuinely loving Love Story was when Alexa
yeah.
was singing it.
When he talked,
Because I have no choice but to listen to it now.
Yeah.
So we're doing voice lessons, we're doing vocal coaching, and I'm like, listen, okay, like let's do it. And as she's singing it, I'm like, am I rooting? It's not Juliet, and it's not Romeo. Why am I rooting for the?
It's a Regency romance. I'm
get her
telling
the
you.
dress. Like I went from 0 to 90 when I got over the banjos. And when I understood that, it's not the Capulets and the Bloody Montagues in this one.
I mean, it's
It
inspired by
evokes the forbiddenness of it, but it's totally not them. And I'm like, girl wrote fanfic. I'm in. Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's the other thing I love. It's fanfic.
This is my headcanon now.
It's fanfic with an alternate ending.
Yeah, it's fanfic with an alternate ending. So I and I still won't listen to it a lot, but I have taught it to like my goddaughters for their little recitals, and it's a whole thing.
A lot of us love it, basically.
You know, and now every time I do get a chance to sit down and listen, I root for them. I ship them so hard. Like, you get the dress, you get that dress. And so that's the level of love that I have for it in that sense, even if I don't listen to this material.
I'm honestly like amazed that you were able to avoid it for so long, because I feel like it was such a huge song that like even if you didn't want to listen to it, you were subjected to it at like every Sweet 16, every wedding, every kind of event this song is played.
This is why he was not a Taylor Swift fan when this song came out.
I tuned it out, and it wasn't this song that at all. Like this was like on the lowest. Like it's not even on any playlist I have to this day. Because again, Romeo and Juliet banjos, and I'm just like,
I feel like if we compared playlists, this would not be.
But the intrinsic value, and yet here I am singing the praises of it, because the intrinsic value of Love Story from a meta perspective, this is the beginnings of storyteller Taylor.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
you know, this is the origin stories of when she's like, I shall write about things that I have never experienced, but you know, will make my own little short stories about the world and do different characters, put them in the so
yeah. Until Kristin tells you what the secret message was, because that actually makes so much sense in tandem with what you just said.
Okay, hit me.
Someday I'll find this.
See?
Girl!
Anyway, we should let Kristin tell us how she feels about the Love Story.
This is one of my favorites too. I love the song. I love Shakespeare. I love Romeo and Juliet, despite it being a tragedy. I watched that Leonardo DiCaprio Romeo and Juliet movie like 100 million times. So like when I heard it, I was like, oh, Romeo and Juliet. Oh, it's literature. Like I just loved it. And again, fairy tales. I really love how this song starts and ends with the same line, but it's different in each use.
Yeah. No, it's that part's poetry.
I think this is the most fairy tale-esque song on the album, and this one shows like the happily ever after that we've all been promised as kids. And then I will get to it later, but I feel like there's like the sister song that's like the dark side of the fairy tale.
I can guess. I think
I also really love the line, "This love is difficult, but it's real," which I feel like is such a young mentality to have about love, because as an adult, you want love to be easy and comfortable. You don't want love to be difficult. And then just to like touch on, well, actually, so for my favorite lyric, like the entire song is my favorite lyric, and I refuse to choose one.
Pretty much.
So just putting that out there.
Picture. You can't take anything out.
Exactly. And then for the music video, oh my God, I'm like completely obsessed with this music video. It's basically like Pride and Prejudice meets Bridgerton, even though obviously Bridgerton hadn't been adapted at that point, but this was the first time I watched it, so it did bring that to mind. I think everything in it is like so lovely, so perfect, so like ethereal. I love Taylor like sitting atop the castle. It's very like Rapunzel waiting for the prince to come and save her. And the male lead in the video was Justin Gaston, who previously dated Miley Cyrus.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
The video is just the video is so cinematic. It's one of her first ones where it's like there's an entire story here, and it's a fantastic one, which I loved also. The opening scene too, where she's like, she enters and he's can't. I love it so much.
So good.
It's so good. With the lantern too in the garden. No. We're just not going to talk about it.
It's cementing Taylor Swift as arguably one of my favorite storytellers.
Yeah.
Because this is not the first story she has written that is like not like, you know what I mean? Like she's written like crime novellas. You know what I mean? She's done
At this point. She's done a whole
written
lot.
friggin' like, you know,
Everything.
Ivy is she's amazing. And this is the origin where she's like, we're gonna do something different. But put a banjo in it, so it still like blends in. It's
Disguising.
sneak it in the show. It's,
That's true, actually. I didn't think
right.
of that. And
Because it's not a country song.
yeah.
Yeah.
True. Actually, it's more pop song than anything else.
It's got a country treatment, which makes sense.
Mm.
But it's even then, it's not a full on like
Country
sort of like
song.
country song.
I
Like,
can see
but there's a country sensibility to it, which adds to the rustic kind of this happened at a villa somewhere,
God.
you know,
Yeah.
in
I
Fair
love it so
Verona
much.
type
Yeah.
deal where she was sequestered into whatever. So I get that, and you root for these characters so hard.
Oh yeah, 100%.
If you pay
It's fun
attention.
though because the video is also kind of like it is kind of a nod to being like a daydreamer, storyteller, fanfic person because the video starts with her just seeing him, and then all of a sudden this entire saga plays out in her head, and then it zooms back out into reality.
Everybody has their preference of Bard. You love Shakespeare and Taylor. I veer Taylor, so that's my Bard. So that's all.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Is there any? I'm pretty sure this one has some
A lot.
accolades.
Yeah.
All right, let's lay it out. What do we got?
Here's our other facts. So this one was the first single of the album. It's about a boy that her parents did not like. It reached number 4 on the Billboard Top 100. It's certified 8 times platinum. It's the first country song to top the Billboard mainstream charts. Both Taylor's parents and her record company were indifferent about this song, but Taylor fought for it. And clearly that was the right choice. Like, that is fascinating to me. Like, this was the hill to die on. Go Taylor.
I think she chose the right hill, dude.
She really did. There's speculation that the song is about Joe Jonas since they had to hide from like paparazzi on dates. And Taylor's dad objected to that relationship, but Taylor continued to date him anyway. Obviously inspired by Romeo and Juliet, but Taylor puts the spin on it where it's happy ending instead of a tragic one. There's also a Hawthorne allusion when she says like the Scarlet Letter.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Taylor has said that the song is about a love that is not comfortable or convenient, but it's one to fight for. There's an international radio mix of this song that tones down the country vibe, so that could be for Macky. It adds in,
I bet you.
Yeah,
Like
it adds in a bass line, drums, and an electric guitar solo.
You might
and this version became Taylor's first British hit. It won Video of the Year and Female Video of the Year at the 2009 CMT Awards. It won second straight Song of the Year award at the 2009 BMI Country Awards after being awarded the same award for Teardrops on My Guitar the prior year.
Wow.
It won Video of the Year at the CMA Awards, and she released the re-record on Valentine's Day weekend as the first single from Fearless Taylor's version, which is fitting since she was also in the movie Valentine's Day. And Taylor's version also debuted at the top of the country charts and was the second song to ever reach number 1 on the tally twice in separate iterations by the same artist. The only other one being Dolly Parton, and that's pretty good company.
Damn,
I'd say
right.
so.
No, Dolly's a legend.
Wild.
Oh, by the way, thanks for bringing up the Scarlet Letter thing, because this is also like another, like, so Taylor Swift has like themes. It's like, this is like low-key the bad boy. You know what I mean? This is some
low-key.
I mean, no, because
I was like, first of all, if you've read Romeo and Juliet and you know she based it on Romeo and Juliet, Romeo was not a good person. I will tell you, I will be the first person to be like, he was terrible.
Really? Well,
yeah.
I mean, no, but I mean, but did he have like the Mercutio?
Oh no, he was terrible. He
cred.
He kind of
So he was
I
like.
think the common colloquial term for him would be fuckboy.
Yes.
Right? Would you not agree?
Oh,
would you not agree? that he's
I
like
completely agree.
a impulsive F-boy.
Yeah.
That's literally what Romeo is.
Oh my
Mhm.
god, that is my favorite take. And if my teacher talked stuff about like, oh, I get it now. Of course, okay, now
Yeah, if you read the text, you'll see it because like he does things and says things where you're like, what in the actual?
Okay, no, but here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
But this is not so. Arguably, this continues the vein of Taylor writing about her like her bad boys,
Which makes
Yeah.
it feel like Joe Jonas.
which is which leads credence
the Joe Jonas thing.
to Mr. Montague being whatever. So there's that. But my goodness, but also that she fought for it screams
that.
1989 to me, because now we are seeing that with Taylor having more success and whatever and more freedom to like I want to try this. That's also starting an uphill climb. At one point I feel like 1989 shut everybody up.
Yeah.
Because I think up until 1989 being a hit, Taylor was like, let's try this. And they're like, I don't think so. No, please. Like, I don't, and she, there's like that tug. Now it's like, whatever the hell you want. Just,
Yeah.
there's that intrinsic trust now that whatever she touches is gold.
Because she's proven it.
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks that she had to spend so much time proving it, but
I feel like this is the start of the Great War in from a creative perspective.
Yeah, I agree.
Culminating in
I for one look forward to Taylor Swift the Broadway musical.
Same. I'm waiting for it to happen because it can.
Whether it's a biopic or it's an actual jukebox musical of all of her stuff.
She could do both. Like I don't even care.
I
she could do
will watch both back to back. Like,
and I'll watch it more than once.
It'll be like a 3-hour show of this is Taylor's life and this is the.
It's like the Eras tour on Broadway.
Yeah, I would go. Oh my god.
I do have one random fun fact about Love Story too.
Ooh,
I don't know, Kristin. I don't know if you were a fan of this movie or if you watched it. Have you watched the movie Letters to Juliet?
No, I haven't.
Okay. It's on the soundtrack. Love Story is on the soundtrack, which is perfect because the whole concept of Letters to Juliet is that there are these people who I'm pretty sure they're like looking for love. They write letters to Juliet and they leave it in a wall in Italy somewhere. And the stars are meant to save her. And it's like this whole love story. It's very cute. It's very sweet. I distinctly remember there's a promotional, it's not a trailer, I don't think, but obviously they used Love Story as the promo song. And I was like, you know what? That fits. It tracks. Yeah. It makes so much sense with this movie. Okay, I feel like there was already so much in the first 3 songs.
Well, we might move fast on this one. We might move fast on this
next one. I think.
Yeah.
So
I agree. I think like the beginning of the album is definitely where I have like the most thoughts and feelings, and then there's kind of a lull, and then we get to
this next song for me is kind of a lull, but I don't know if that's how Kristin feels about it.
For the next one,
yeah.
Oh, I can start.
I like it. Go ahead.
Okay,
hey, Steven.
Yeah. Same. That's exactly how I feel. It's just like, I like it. It's catchy. It's not a favorite, but like, it's catchy.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I got.
Like it. Well written. Not into it.
Yep.
Really?
Like I
actually quite like it.
I'm not surprised though, because it fits the profile of what Kristin likes, which is like the more slightly upbeat stuff.
Yeah,
and this is upbeat and catchy.
It teases the brain nicely with the words and it's intelligent. It's a good song.
Oh yeah, I can objectively say that too. It's just like not one I love.
Yeah, it just didn't land on my like repeat 900 times playlist. So
same. Although I find it funny now because when I sing it, I just think about Steven because But I find
thinking that I was like, I wonder if Alexa's sister really loves this song.
Oh, she sings it all the time. Into that.
Yeah.
Which fair enough, right? But I do like the story behind the song.
It's a good story. It's cute.
I do too.
I think it's cute. Like that I think is cute.
I think so the song's obviously about like having a crush on someone. I think it totally fits Taylor's MO to reveal her feelings in a song and then have the guy find out about them later on an album. It's about Stephen Baker, who is the lead singer of Love and Theft, and they never dated. And she literally texted him the day that the album released and said like, "Hey, check out track 4." And then really funny, he said that he was relieved when he heard it and that it was a nice song because his gut reaction was to wonder what he did wrong. And then he actually said that it's like one of the nicest things anyone's ever done for him. And he responded with a song about her called Try to Make It Anyway.
Oh, see, another person who got a good song.
I
Yeah.
mean,
like a sweet song.
I think like so this one like I really like the humming in the beginning of the song and then the laugh like
yeah,
in the
Mm.
middle of the song.
the
Um
laugh. It's the laugh.
yeah, like I feel like the song is just so like lighthearted in the sense that like she knows that it's a crush and she's sharing the reasons that this guy should pick her over the other girls, but it has like a very jokey vibe to it and kind of like a why not shoot my shot kind of confession. Um and it also kind of reminds me of Stay Beautiful in the sense that like she wrote that one
Yes.
about having a crush on Corey and never told him her feelings, and then she like kind of did the same thing here.
Yeah,
No,
agreed.
it's my favorite part is the laugh actually because it's again the self-awareness
It's so
of
good.
It's so funny
It's
listening
tongue
to
in
the
cheek. It's
original
just like,
version and the new version. There's also a difference in how she laughs, and I'm just like,
and what a great and what an and what a power. And you hear her on interviews like talking about how people minimize her songwriting to like it's a trick or a gimmick. She's a really good songwriter for the fun of it. She's like, I'm gonna immortalize this crush with a song,
Yeah,
and it's a good song.
it is.
It's a good song.
it
Um,
really is.
my favorite lyric is the way you walk, way you talk, way you say my name. It's beautiful, wonderful. Do you ever change? I think it has a really nice cadence.
Yeah, that's a good. Actually, I also have that listed as one of mine. I also really like the "Come Feel This Magic" I've been feeling since I met you line.
That's what I had first, and then I decided to change it after I listened to it so many
We
times.
have it switched.
So it's like the way it sounded. Yeah, that's so funny.
I'm not surprised though.
I
That we
know.
had the same favorite.
Right? Again, fluffy YA romance.
Listen,
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with
Who
loving.
doesn't- Who doesn't live for that, right? So
Yeah.
that's 100% in pocket for
Yeah,
that kind of
100%.
genre.
Totally,
So
totally. I agree.
instant hits.
You have
Oh,
a
was
favorite
it?
lyric,
Well,
Macky?
the secret message was love and theft, right? In it.
Yes. Yeah.
That one. Okay, that's how you knew what it was about.
Girl.
Did you have a favorite lyric, Macky?
It's the laugh, honestly.
That is
It's because here's the thing, all of the lyrics, going back to my earlier rant about how there's a minimum amount of like words, blah 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 blah. You know, it didn't land for me because I don't consume fluffy YA romance. So it doesn't diminish the song in any way, form of. In fact, I think it's one of her better written, well-crafted songs.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's just like I understand the theme, and I'm like, oh, cool. It's like people love like let's say a kind of flavor of ice cream. I'm just like, cool, that's great. I'm just not eating it, but like I'll eat it if maybe it's the only thing there. But at the same time, like if there's another option, I'll take it.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
the laugh for me that makes it really great because it's part of the song.
Yeah.
Mhm.
True.
Right when she goes, but would those girls write you a song? Ha ha ha! And then
I love that part
chorus.
actually.
That's
But
my
would they
favorite.
write
Yeah.
a song for you? Is one of the parts I
Because
find the
that
funniest.
she- now that's part of the song.
Yeah,
And
I
love
it.
it's a lyric. I mean, I don't know if it's a lyric, but it's
But it
in
counts.
there,
It
and I
counts.
love it.
It
It's my
absolutely
favorite
counts.
part. So.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Moving
Okay.
on, Alexa, do you
Ooh,
want to
we're
tell
on
us
track
how you feel about White Horse?
We're on track
And just
5.
to-
Track
I was going to
5.
say track 5, Tracks,
I know.
saddest song on the album.
This for me, it's funny because I don't know if this is one of the songs Kristin would also consider having a sister song. Because
Yes.
this is actually one I think would be the sister song to Love Story.
Absolutely.
Just because
what I was
it
thinking.
is basically what if it had an alternate ending where they didn't end up together.
Right.
So Love Story is like, we ended up together happily ever after. And this one is like, we didn't end up together. We went our separate
Mhm.
ways. This one always, like, you will find that in the earlier albums, I tend to not listen to a lot of the emotional songs on repeat. Just because this one in particular, actually, I'll be honest, the reason I didn't listen to it so much on my own was because one of my sisters listened to it constantly. So I was already hearing it enough. And
let me guess which one. Anyway,
it's pretty easy. If you know my sisters, you could probably guess who.
Team Red. Anyway,
It is a great song though. Again, it's another one that has a very big fairy tale vibe to it, which that is something I really enjoyed about it because the
Yeah.
reference to a white horse and the knight and the princess. All of that is really even fairy tale, she says it in the song. I'm like, all of that obviously appeals to the like literature loving part of my heart, the one who loves
Mhm.
fairy tales, which is great. I like it too because it's like she does the thing again, the Taylor Swift thing, where it's like she uses the lyrics and then slightly twists them by the end,
Yes.
which I love. That has always
Me too.
always been one of my favorite like Taylor Swift song characteristics, I guess.
Yeah.
And I love that part of it. It's not one of my like all-time favorite songs, but also one of the songs where I can be like, I appreciate the lyrics, the music, the way she's very clever about telling a story with it while using repetitive lines,
Mhm.
and of course the fairy tale motifs. Let's be real. That's probably my favorite part of it.
No, so again, no, I love also the switching up of the lyrics for the chorus, because
too.
I mean that's a style that a lot of songwriters employ. I personally, as a songwriter, like do all of that stuff, because
That's
there's something about slightly, although in her case she changed the entire like lyric of the
Yeah.
chorus just to show that this story is moving in a completely different direction, and it stops being about this person and her and her sadness about what he did, and it's about what she's going to do about it, what she's
Yep.
doing about it. And the rear view mirror line for me
I love that.
was, I'm like, girl, yeah, you get out of that small town and leave all of that behind. Go
Yeah.
wherever you need to go. You don't need a horse, you're in a car. That's great. I love she switched. It's like, white horse, I am driving out of this darn thing. And that's my favorite part of the song.
Yeah, I really like that imagery too. It's like, I don't need you to save me because I'm just gonna save myself.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's probably
My
the best
horsepower
part.
has wheels. And so,
Okay.
so
How do you
I
feel?
would say that's like the one line. I love it so much, but it also like pulls you out of the. Well, actually, now that I'm thinking about it like that, it pulls you out of the fairy tale because
Yep.
there's not like
Makes
traditionally
sense,
cars.
right?
Yeah.
it's because the whole time it was a fairy tale, and then it stopped
Yeah.
being one. She's like, you know what, we're out.
Just like, enough living in my head.
Yeah.
That's basically what
This
it
one-
is.
I love like it's such like the juxtaposition of real life with fairy tales.
Mm,
I feel like it's like heartbreaking to have that epiphany that not everything works out and some guys just like suck. And Alexa, you did point out. So to me, this feels like the dark side of the story we see play out in Love Story.
we're sharing a brain cell here. That's all
100%.
this is.
I also love the bridge of this one.
Oh my gosh.
So good. And this is like another instance of her acknowledging that the world is bigger than the small town that you grew up in, the same way that you wouldn't know it at 15.
Love that.
This is true.
It's very coming of age.
Yeah. That's, I think, also the other thing about this album that I love. It is coming of age, really, essentially. And I love the coming of age story. So, are we surprised? Okay. I'm sure Kristin has more facts for us, including the secret message.
Well, first thing that I need to say is Steven from Laguna Beach is in the music video.
Yeah, see? That was okay. So can I tell you what happened this morning? I was like, let me just, do a quick refresh of like the videos. And then I started playing White Horse. And I'm like, oh my God, I forgot it was Stephen Coletti. I was like, wait, what? And then I remembered this is why Mel played it over and over again, because she was a huge Stephen Coletti fan. And I was just like, how could I forget that he was the guy in this video? How?
Had I known at the time, I would have also watched this over and over because I love Laguna Beach.
Do you also like how, okay, we're kind of getting into music video territory, but I really like I guess it's like what do you call it? It's like sort of how they chose to cinematically portray like this sort of dreamy nostalgia in the flashback parts. You like how there's like this sort of veneer of like, I don't know how to explain it. It looks very like dreamy. There's like a filter. It's like a filter over the like that part.
Kind of
it's like
cloudy.
And then the real life parts are dark.
Yes.
Like they're a little darker. This is one of the videos with an acting sequence in it.
Yes.
She's sitting in a cafe and talking to someone, right? And then she's like, she says something about the relation. And I was like, wow, this is the first time we're seeing Taylor do like to stop the song and do a little like acting.
Just a little.
And then goes back to the song, right?
Yeah.
This video actually is one of the ones I really enjoy because it's just so well done.
It's a lot darker and like moodier than any of her other videos that we've seen yet. And I also really like how it like starts with the phone conversation that kind of makes it look like she's going to give him another chance, but then we see that dream sequence, we see everything and like how it plays out, and then at the end it circles back to that same conversation and she says that she's done. She won't give him another chance even though she loves him.
Yeah. It's so good. It's so good.
What we didn't talk about our favorite lyric.
Yeah, I
wonder if we have the same one. Because
first.
I love the word. Like, I was a dreamer before you went and let me down.
Yeah, that's
so good.
I actually like a lot of the lyrics in this song, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, of course, the last chorus is always going to be like a standout, right? When she's like, I'm not the princess and this is not a fairy tale.
Yeah.
One of the lyrics that makes me the saddest, though, is when she goes, I didn't know to be in love, you had to fight to have the upper hand. And I'm just like, why is this so sad to me? Because it's such a simple line, but it's so poignant in that I feel like I have heard about or read enough of relationships where one person feels that way, where they're
Mhm.
like constantly like, I have to be on it all the time, and I'm just like, it makes me
Yeah.
so sad.
Agreed.
But yeah, it's a good lyrically. It's actually one of the best I think that she's written, to be honest. But I'm pretty sure you have more fun facts.
I do. Well, first of all, the code for this one is all I ever wanted was the truth. So this was her second single from the album. And again, it's the track 5, which is historically the saddest track of the album. It peaked at number 13 on the Billboard charts, and it tied her with Hannah Montana for a female act having the most songs on the chart during the same week. And then Taylor actually broke her own record for this in 2010 with 11 songs on the chart at once.
Amazing.
I know. It peaked at number 2 on the Billboard Hot Country Songs list. It is about the same person that inspired Love Story.
Interesting.
Okay, I was going to say, again, it's another one where I think it's Joe Jonas coded, but I wasn't going to say it until you said that. I feel like, again, this whole album to me is just Joe Jonas coded. I'm sorry. Like,
Agreed.
Unfortunately.
It debuted at number 13, which is obviously Taylor's favorite number. It gave Taylor her 6th top 20 debut of 2008, breaking the record set only 3 months prior by the Jonas Brothers.
Sorry.
Which is pretty funny. She wrote the song within weeks of writing Love Story. And she said that after writing part of the first verse, she called her co-writer Liz Rose, who we know she's worked on many songs with, and they actually finished writing this song within 45 minutes.
Love it.
And then also really cool. So it was featured in the season 5 premiere of Grey's Anatomy, which Taylor loved that show.
Which I love that part too.
Me too. There's actually like a video of her like watching it come on and reacting, and it's like so cute.
Love that.
And let's see. Taylor said that this song is an example of her fascination with fairy tales and their comparison to real life, since little girls are raised on fairy tales and believing that a prince will come and sweep them off their feet. They're not expecting to get ignored or broken up with or cheated on. And then it also won Best Country Song and Best Female Country Vocal Performance at the 2010 Grammys.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I also forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot.
And that brings us to Maggie's favorite. Oh, unless you have something else to add.
No. It's just some stupid comment about how, I guess fairy tales have been so heavily curated because if you read them, there's a lot of being ignored and
that's true.
Being cheated on.
I think she's just thinking about like Disney fairy tales, right? Like how we all grew up in that generation of like, look, it's a princess and she goes through some stuff, but at the end of the day, she wins and she gets the prince and she lives.
It's like, and then they took her eyes. Those are the fairy tales that I watch.
That's true. That's fair. I also grew up reading those.
I mean, it doesn't help. Like it just makes you like a more mistrustful person. But at the same time, it's like, anyway.
But I feel like we can let you go first on the next one because we both know.
First of all,
that's exactly what I was saying. Yeah.
I will say this about the next 2 songs. This was my entire personality back in high school. I think.
Well,
literally my entire personality.
Is You Belong With Me.
Yes.
Just so people know what we're talking about.
So people know what we're talking about. These next, so You Belong With Me was my entire personality in high school. Like if you could condense who I was from the ages of 16 to like 21.
Before you met me, basically.
Yeah, it would be You Belong With Me. Like that is everything that I ever hoped for and wished and dreamed and wanted to be. And it's terrible that I can relate to Taylor being on her side of the window.
Yeah.
but I also wanted to be the
guy on the other side of the window
who would have somebody like Taylor on the other side. It was this weird feedback. So when I heard this song, I basically exploded in 700 million little pieces of various myriad emotions. I mean, sure, I'm sure there's pieces of me out there somewhere, but that's really just it. I mean, I will literally talk for 3 hours on just this song. So I will bookend it. So I will bookend it at.
We haven't even gotten to the music.
I know. And so I will bookend it at. I will say most of the few things that I should say in the interest of time at when we get to the music video part. To like, I don't have a particularly favorite lyric because, like Kristin with what was it? Was it Love Story? The whole thing is my favorite lyric.
Because it again, okay. So jumping off that, like, it doesn't make sense to take out a lyric in this one because it's the whole story, and that's what I love about this.
Here's my deal. How many times, even with this one, have I had to create a speech of we like the same things? You're not going to experience that with anybody else.
Yep.
This doesn't make sense to not happen, and yet it's not happening. Don't you see that? How many times have I actually
done it
crafted with different people?
That's true.
That exact same speech, because I was too young to realize that that's still not enough. But when you're young, you think it is, because the fates couldn't have possibly orchestrated such compatibility for it to not happen. In Morgan Freeman's, in Morgan Freeman's voice, in fact, the fates had.
Again, this is also one where I find it hard to pick a favorite lyric because the whole thing is a story. And because I love stories, and in particular, I love love stories, of course I loved You Belong With Me. Like, there was no question of that, especially given that it's also an upbeat song on this album.
It is.
Right? It's just that good trope of like, I am right here. I have been here this whole time. And I know that you like all these other people, but I know you the best. I am here, and one day you're going to see it. There's such optimism there. And it's perfect fodder for like a rom-com, which the entire music video basically is.
I did pick out a favorite lyric, but I do agree, like, it was really hard. But mine is dreaming about the day when you wake up and find that what you're looking for has been here the whole time. So I feel like it just encapsulates the entire song, like in one line. I
literally get PTSD listening to that. How to say you need therapy without saying you need therapy.
But it's a good song. It's such a good song.
So good.
So good.
Anyway.
It also, like, even, I guess this does tie into the video too, but like, even just on its own as an audio piece, it has such an early 2000s teen movie energy going for it.
The desperation, the desperate hope, the desperate optimistic, like, you're so close, like, just like she's rooting for him to get it. And not discouraged too. Like, she's so past discouragement because she's like, just wait, just let it click, It's so that's what drives the music.
Again,
it's in
very
the beats.
earnest.
It's the earnestness of it. It's in the cadence of the songs. It's the cadence of the syllabication. The music is just like, it's upbeat, but it's sad, but it's not. But it's a whole thing.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's great. I love it. Also,
do you want to talk about the music video, Macky? Sounded like you were holding back.
I still am, and I forever shall be, because again, 3.5 hours on just this music video. I can go frame by frame
and tell you what you like.
I won't, but I will say this: just for Taylor, my favorite thing about the music video is for Taylor to establish such a nuanced relationship. Because it's what, and that's what here's the thing. Back when I used to love, like, doing a lot of romance and that genre, there's just something about how unique a relationship is that makes you go, "Ooh, I want more of that."
That's how you get invested,
right? So whether it's the way they meet, whether it's the way they get together, whether it's the way that they fall in love with the things that make them fall in love. In this case, my sort of like drug of choice when it comes to like the romance genre is obviously like growing up together and being sort of like childhood friends.
This is your bread and butter.
This is my bread and butter because you like. To be able to comfortably write messages to your neighbor, you should have known them for a while. I can't imagine anybody meeting anyone in their teens. Literally, even at the age, the earliest teens, 13, there are no 13-year-olds who become 15-year-olds who are like, yo, you good? I will text you. Like, that's a whole thing. But for them to, something like that would have come from something more innocent and playful,
Mm-hmm.
like maybe telephone on a string, or maybe if that's not, like kids, it's little kids, like you're a butt face, you know what I mean? Whatever it is that kids will do, or hey, how are you? That evolves into their comfort, like little zone there.
Yeah, it's like their thing.
Right. And for her to be in like the most unglamorous, I'm in my giant glasses
Iconic pajama scene.
and in my
let's
head,
go.
I'm like, that's how
Yeah.
comfortable they are with each other. So to be able to depict from jump, I don't even have to care what the song was about. That's it. That
entire
killed me.
movie.
That entire thing, that murdered me on the spot. And I'm like, so I hear this and I'm flashing back to my entire life in high school. I see this thing. By the end of it, I am shrieking on my feet.
Oh my god, me too.
Because to call that relationship back in the end, where because she shows up and
Where
she
it's
is
outside now of their like little bubble, right?
Yeah,
Let's
and-
be specific.
and
Yeah.
of course, and here's the thing, I grew up in like the 90s and the early 2000s, so there is the glow up is not a new
Yes.
thing, like that is an old
Classic.
thing. It's the glow up is so stupid that they're gonna get a really attractive actress, give her big hair and glasses, and think that
It's
that
like,
makes her look
what
shabby.
movie is that?
Yeah.
She's all that.
She's all that.
She's all that.
Was-
It's
I have that written down exactly.
you know what I mean? Where I'm like, you're like, you've always
You're
been
already-
pretty.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
anyway. And so for Taylor to come in, and Taylor's kind of a chameleon as well too, because she hides behind the big hair and then the glasses, and and I didn't even know. Literally, it was years later. I did not know that the girl who
I
plays
can't
like
believe you
the
did not
evil
pick that up.
brunette was actually her. I had no clue. I
That's
never
so
liked that
funny.
girl. I wasn't paying attention to her at all. And then I
That's
see
so
Taylor.
funny that like the entire premise of the song is about the guy not seeing her and then you didn't see that other girl. I love that.
It's you know what I mean? Because I was so team Taylor
Yeah,
that I'm like,
same.
oh, we pay her no mind. And yet I'm like, oh my God, that was you. That's amazing. Anyway, so, and then now your comment about, well, dude, you literally, by the way, that happened to me. That literally happened to me. It was dumb. We were young. It was a stupid, like kids do stupid things. But one of the reasons the girl, I hear from her friend, was like, oh, she didn't like you because she just really wasn't attracted to you. I see her first boyfriend after me, long hair, glasses. I'm like, hey. And at the time, and not to toot my own horn, at the time I was doing really well in theater, and I had picked up a bunch of overzealous friends who were genuine fans of my work. At least I think that's what it was.
Mhm.
And they sort of play acted like being like shrieking fans,
Fangirls, right? Yeah.
fangirls. So I was genuinely getting some real love. And meanwhile, this girl is like, and her friend was like, yeah, she just said she wasn't like, physically, you weren't like her thing. And I'm like, there's empirical, fine. You know what? That's your thing. I can't blame you. And then I see her first boyfriend and I'm just like, oh my God. Anyway, this is not about my therapy session.
Back to the video.
Back to the video. But for her to bring out that little piece of thing, oh my God.
Yeah, that's actually my favorite part of the entire video.
Yeah.
Well, that and then them, across the street, across the yard from each other. But I really love that part at the end because it just gets me. I'm just like, this is exactly how the rom-com would have ended.
Yeah.
I do find it very funny, like that the villain Taylor has dark hair, is wearing a red dress. I'm like, this is a very like specific set of imagery that did at one point, it was the imagery of like someone who would do that. Also, the thing with like her driving up in the convertible, I'm like, this is so Mean Girls. Like, it looks so Mean Girls because it's just like she's just here, she's like, get in,
No,
and then you have to show off in front of neighbor Taylor.
It's the whole I am shooting my shot at this prom.
Yeah.
I don't care what's happening. I'm shooting my shot at this prom. And for him, see, here's the thing. She shows up at the prom and she brings out the thing. I am dead by this point, by the way. I am like, yes, girl, shoot your shot. When he I was expecting some kind of, oh, okay, then we're going to get together now. When he pulls out his own, dead.
That was so cute.
I can't, to this day, as you can see.
And then just, going back, the guy in the music video is Lucas Till from the Hannah Montana movie, who we talked about how they went on a couple of dates. I think the director of You Belong With Me said that it was they were acting and that they clearly kind of were liking each other. So everyone on set kind of witnessed their first kiss. and that they kind of had chemistry like right away. And I
I'm
think
not
that's like
surprised.
when they started dating from there.
Yeah. And then they realized it wasn't actually
Yeah.
that kind of chemistry.
I think it's actually
But
might
it's
be
funny
more.
that like all of these like adults and like crew people were probably
They saw
like,
it.
oh, look at that.
Children falling in love.
It's
Yes,
so
how
cute.
beautiful.
Yeah.
There's hope in the world.
You know what other random thing I really enjoy about watching that video now? You know the part like right before prom, and he's like already in his tux, and she's just like at home, and then the sign he lifts up says "Wish you were."
Wish you
Wish you
were.
were. It's so funny because the first thing that pops into my head after that is like years later, she writes the song "I Wish You Would." Like I
I
wish,
wish
you would.
yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
wait, what? I'm like, we're still here. We're still wishing for the okay. I'm like, good. But yeah, that music video is iconic. Like it's one of her best. And the fact that
Agreed.
it came from one of her earliest eras, I can't with this. I can't with her.
Yeah. I agree.
So yeah.
I'm sure Kristin has more fun facts because this one has should have a decent amount of fun facts.
So, well, before I even get into that, so this one was shot at her brother's high school, and when Taylor is a mean girl, one of the guy that she's flirting with is actually just one of her brother's friends. It's really funny. She said that she was like hanging out with a group of friends, and one of her guy friends got a phone call from his girlfriend who was screaming at him and was so mad because he said that he would call her back in 10 minutes, but then he called her back in 15 minutes, and the girl was flipping out. And she said that like then she just heard like, "You're on the phone with your girlfriend." She's upset.
Yep.
And that's like where the song was born, which is fun. This one peaked at number 2 on the Billboard Top 100. It was the best charting song in the US on the Billboard Top 100 to date. It's the second best-selling single. It has the largest crossover radio audience since Faith Hill's Breathe, and it is certified triple platinum. And this one won the 2009 MTV VMA for Best Female Video. And then also interesting is that the only lyrical change in the song on Taylor's version is she says, I'm in the original version, she says, I'm in the room. It's a typical Tuesday night. And on Taylor's version, she says, I'm in my room. It's a typical Tuesday night. Likely because Taylor owns the song now.
I just think I heard the whole time.
Well, no, I always heard I'm in the room. I did not hear I'm in my room.
Yeah.
I always assumed it was in her room because of the music video.
But she just made that very clear.
That she's not in his room.
It's like I think it's just like she owns it now.
Okay, that's
it's hers.
Oh, she owns it. Oh, I'm in my room.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. That's a better theory.
Because in my head, I'm like, you don't have to, like, we're not that. I mean, is it incendiary?
Context
clues. And then the code on this one is "Love is blind, so you couldn't see me."
Right,
girl.
It's the codes for me.
I respect and adore the youthfulness of that statement. That's not why they don't see you. Anyway.
And on that note.
Macky, do you want to start with "Breathe" featuring Colby Calais? Also, it sounds like you have a lot more feelings about this one than I do.
Yes. This will be a little less manic and 100% more coherent because I feel like Colby Calais at this time was sort of like blowing up.
Yeah.
And
this is her bubbly.
This was bubbly. Yeah. And so it has that sort of like somber, very poignant. There's something very sort of like almost rustic about Colby's sound. And so this feels like Colby bringing her chunk of this is my vibe, and for Taylor doing the exact opposite of what she does, which is to absorb somebody else's vibe and bring it into her style.
I could see that.
Right. So and I love that. And here's the thing: I was not a big Colby Calais fan, though I do love and respect a lot of her work. Mostly from hearing it.
Singles.
Yeah, the only work that I don't like, I just haven't heard it. But for the ones that I've heard, I'm like, it's great. She's a great songwriter, amazing voice. But then for Taylor to absorb that sensibility into her style and then create something with her poignancy and Colby's, sort of like rustic, poignant sort of like style as well. It's a lovely, terribly painful song. Again, there is a cover of me singing that somewhere on the internet right now.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And it is. There's just something about the simplicity of, and again, my favorite line is, but I Can't Breathe.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah, for me, I have always liked this song. You can actually see it from a romantic standpoint, but really, from what I recall, it's about a friendship breakup. And that
Oh.
makes it sadder to me because, and then now, especially when I listen to it, I'm like,
Mhm.
I have been through that a few times. So I get it. Like this level of feeling, I understand it. It's just, I think, yeah, I agree with Macky. Like, I like the way it sounds because it sounds like Taylor, but it also sounds like
Colby.
Colby.
Yeah. So good.
And it
Mhm.
and them singing together too is
Ah.
it's so, especially both versions, the old version and the new version,
I have a thing
Taylor's
for
version.
harmonies, so this is
It's I don't know. It sounds the way that I thought the song would sound when I first saw the track list, if that makes sense.
and the finality of I can't breathe without you, but I have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Like that there's something so final about that and so indefinite at the same time. That I'm like, yep. Again, some of y'all maybe have never lived that feeling, and
Yeah.
it shows. In this case,
Well,
we
I
have.
also like that this one. It is sad because it is about parting ways with someone.
Yep.
But the way she frames it is like, sometimes we change our minds. That's one. And then sometimes it doesn't work out. And it's a very like realistic way of looking at it because it's not necessarily that something really bad happened to cause you guys to fall apart. It's just that's just where
Paths diverge, and
paths
sometimes
diverge.
not.
And then I like the it's never simple, never easy, never a clean break because it isn't.
That's the Colby part. That is 100%. I'm like, ooh, Colby Calais, bringing her style to this thing.
I really like that because
that.
that's actually what it's like when it's it's
never
almost,
a clean break.
Yeah, it's almost like a mutual thing, but it's not a mutual. Like you're not controlling it in the way you would if someone did something to you or you did something to someone else. It's more like a natural progression, and that it just lyrically, it's just so good.
If I was gonna have to pick a favorite line, like a real favorite line, never a clean break, no one here to save me. Two different universes, because you are alone when these things happen. You don't want people to take sides, and even if they do take sides, you're still alone in that. You're the only thing I know like the back of my hand.
Oh,
that's my favorite. That's what I have written down.
You're the only thing I know.
And then
that's so just a javelin through the chest cavity.
The other thing the thing that stood out to me about this song is when she says the 2 a.m. part, because that particular exact time she uses in other songs.
So a lot.
I think
I want to actually meant to like ask you about that because I feel like now that I'm like deep diving, I noticed obviously Rain.
It's a 2 a.m. thing. She has it.
Always.
I'm trying to think. She has it on Enchanted.
Yep.
It's 2 a.m. Who Do You Love, right? She has it in Last Kiss, I think, also. And I think Mary's Song is another. Like, there are quite a few that have like this 2 a.m. vibe, which I'm like.
In 1989, she says 2 a.m.
Like, are we, is something very significant? To be fair, as someone who is like semi-insomniac, I understand because like I'm also up at 2 a.m. thinking about things, so I get it.
Here's the thing, right? I was sort of trying to avoid this, not for anything, but I'm just like, I need things compartmentalized. But there is merit to doing a deep dive from a purely lyrical perspective to see which words. So the fact that you already like kind of kicked it off, and I'm like, it almost feels like it's almost feel like you like cliff dove off like a really high place, and we all have like little ropes connected to us, and I'm just like, well, I guess we're jumping now because now
you did it too with Paper Rings.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We notice these things. Paper Rings is infinitely easier to search for than Rain.
That's true.
And in between that times, 2 a.m., midnight, it's always a thing.
Yeah.
And lyrically, there's something about Taylor's work to be addressed, like to approach it from a poetic standpoint. Yeah. And we all love our set of poetry. I mean,
I love her motifs. I think it's going to be fun.
That's like why I got so into her, because I was just so overly impressed with her lyrics on Midnights, like on the entire album. I was just like completely blown away, and that's why I like wanted to do this deep dive to begin with, just to see like the progression of like how she got to be so insanely clever. And I'm being shocked to find that she was already clever, like at the beginning.
Yep. That's the most impressive thing to me.
That's the great. She's just
and she just honed it more. Like it just keeps getting honed with each album.
Yeah.
You can see it.
Like more
it's
than
refined and matured, but it was always there.
Agreed.
Right. No, and so you can imagine like so all of that angst and anger that is justified about how don't reduce my songwriting to like a trick or a gimmick. I
Yeah.
worked on like it's not like she never once said like I was just talented. No, she is like this is a craft and she pays so much attention to it. So for it to hit pay dirt time and time again, I love that. I love that about her and
Yeah,
for her
me too.
and with her and aspire to it.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
want to be able to add that many man hours spent being good at
Mhm.
something. Ugh,
Mhm.
so good.
I know.
Yeah, but I do like Breathe a lot. I think
Although
that's all I gotta say.
although at the same time, she is really just that talented, though. I feel
Well, a
like
part of it is honing the talent you were already born with. I
right,
think.
and from
You have to be
for
persistent. Like you're
yeah,
not gonna get any better if you don't keep doing it. And I think that she's a good testament of that.
and
you
yet
know?
I
she
think so
started
too.
out with so much. Really.
I mean, they've
Yeah.
also like she's talked about how like music is how she processes feelings. So I feel like she's one of those people that isn't even like I want to be a songwriter. Like she needs to be a songwriter.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And I think that makes a
Agreed.
marked
She's like
difference.
compelled.
Yeah.
I
Right,
picture
yeah,
like
'cause they're
the Greek muses standing behind her at all times, like
Actually, I can
compelling her
see
to write.
you know what? Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if she was like some random demigod child of like all of the muses, like from weird,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
some
actually.
weird, some weird Athena experiment where they're like, if Athena could do that with just her brain, what if we do it with all of our hearts? Taylor
Yeah.
Swift. Like, you know what I mean? It's just.
I have now that mental image is never gonna leave.
But wouldn't that be such a cool twist on God's whatever?
Yeah.
Where if Athena could be born from a person's brain, what happens if a bunch of gods are like from our specific parts?
So smart.
Shall
Yeah.
be born with one mortal.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
need to
but
write
I do
this.
like Breathe. Yeah, you need it.
Noted.
But I do like Breathe. Do you have anything else you want to say about it, Kristin? Because I know we kind of like detoured into the lyrics already and everything.
Yeah. So this one is one of the ones that took some time to grow on me. And I think again, it's because it's a slower song. So like the first time I heard it, I was like, okay. But then after like a couple of listens, I started to really like it.
Yeah.
And I also feel like this is like kind of a more mature song because she's like accepting blame for the end of this relationship.
Yeah.
We both said it's like it could be a romantic relationship ending, but it's meant to be a friendship ending. And then it also like the one line that just hits me the hardest is I can't breathe without you, but I have to, because that also just reminds me of like losing my mom.
Yeah.
And how like you have
That's
to,
universal.
it would be so easy to just spiral, but like you have to go on.
Right.
So I just thought that was like so powerful.
It really is.
Yeah, and I feel like it stays very true to like Taylor's spirit of pushing through things in the face of disappointment and
Actually,
sadness.
Yeah, I don't even think she has any songs that have no upward spike, even no matter how deep, how low it goes. Every single song of hers either ends, either like hints at a keeping on or a way out.
Yeah, that's
no
true.
matter how sad, which is brilliant, right? That's
Yeah.
just who she is
That's true. That's true.
as
Okay.
a person.
The secret code on this one is I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
He's so sad. That one makes me so sad.
Yeah. And then outside of it being co-written with Kobe Clay, I don't have any other facts about this one.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
figured because it's not one of the singles or anything, right?
Yeah.
Which is the same, I think, with the next song too. It's also not a single or anything.
No.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next one is Tell Me Why. Do you want to start with this one, Alexa?
I have no strong feelings about this song. Like I think it's well, actually that's not true. The one thing I will say is this is one of those songs, and I have like this curated playlist of them in my head of like songs you sing when you want to be angry while you're singing or you're feeling particularly sassy. It's one of those songs because I'm just like I would put it in the same box like Should Have Said No, Picture of a Bird. Like that is where it belongs in my brain.
Yeah.
It's very cathartic when you're in that mood. It doesn't even matter if it's like you're mad at like the person you're in a relationship with. No, it's literally just like if I'm annoyed by something, I'm like, great, we're gonna go down this playlist and just get all those feelings out. And it's fine. But other than that, I'm like, I don't really have that much to say. Though I do really like the first couple of lines of that song because I do think they're very like straightforward because it's like I took a chance, I took a shot, and you might think I'm bulletproof, but I'm not. And then she just uses that thing again. And bullets are another thing that become a motif in future albums.
Yeah,
I
gunshots,
also
bullets.
have
Yeah.
that written
Wins,
down. I feel like those lines are such excellent wordplay.
Yeah.
Super, again, I'm with Alexa on this. Although for me, I'm a little bit more like great song, well crafted, not into it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Really?
Yeah,
And
like
that's
I don't listen to it enough. Yeah,
I'm guessing Kristin probably
really
because
like
it's upbeat. See?
exactly. I love
But
it.
again, there's a merit to it still.
Yeah, no, it's a brilliant song. It's a brilliant
And
song.
I just my favorite line from this one by far is, "And I need you like a heartbeat, but you know you got a mean streak."
Yes.
Yep. Yes,
so
the bad boy trope.
Oh yeah, it's definitely 100% coming up and like into play here.
This one, like, I think it has more country feel and like it's
Oh yes,
very
yes,
much
that's
like-
right. That's probably where you
which is why Macky doesn't like
Oh
it.
right, there's a fiddle. There's a fiddle.
There's a
at the start,
fiddle in
isn't
this one.
it?
Yeah. This is the one that, that's right. Explains Macky's reaction.
There's also now there's a fiddle everywhere.
Yeah, in the song.
Yeah,
it's
okay.
very prominent in this one. You're right, it does sound very
you know, and it's like
like
a very toxic relationship with a narcissist.
Oh yeah,
is
that's the
what it
other thing
sounds
too. I'm the same person who did not like "I Knew You Were Trouble" because I'm just like, girl.
So funny that you mentioned that because the line in this one, there's a part where she's like, down here from the ground, and in you know, Trouble, she's like lying on the cold hard. I'm like, what? You know what? Never mind.
It's like some people just like the ground, I guess, or think it's worth the fall. That's another theme. But so that's probably also.
Okay.
What?
No, go ahead.
You can say. Oh, I was just gonna say I like about this one that it's also like her leaving for her own mental health. Like it seems like she's tried everything that she could, and then like she's had enough, and like saying like I told you I wasn't bulletproof, so now I'm removing myself from the situation.
It's like bye.
That is just a good exercise in boundaries. Perfect. Yeah, like you gave it a shot, didn't work out, get out. Absolutely respectable.
Yep, agreed.
This one was co-written with Liz Rose, and Taylor said she was inspired by a boy she liked acting up. She walked into Liz's house and started venting, and Liz asked if Taylor could say everything she was thinking to him right now, where would she start? And Taylor said, the first thing I said was, I'm sick and tired of your attitude. I feel like I don't even know you. And the song was born from there.
Sorry, I still think it's Joe Jonas coded. Like, this is not official, and I've never seen it mentioned anywhere, but honestly, though.
It does. I mean, if the glove fits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just strikes
and
me
then
the kind of person who would inspire that.
Right. And then the code is guess I was fooled by your smile, which tracks.
It just tracks.
Yeah.
And the whole Romeo is kind of a fuck, but it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
Yep.
Funny because like I think this song, the next song, and the song after it, all Joe Jonas coded in my mind.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I like number 10. Anyway, let's move on.
I love number 10. That's actually one of my favorite songs. But we'll get to that in a second.
Ruins it because it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. I never think of it that way.
It's fine with every forever and always. This is okay. All right.
Okay,
Kristin,
oh
please.
wait, that means it's the next 4 songs. Sorry.
Yeah, forever and always is my favorite.
Anyway, let's move on to the next one because I don't. Is there any other fun facts about it? I don't remember. Like about.
Okay.
Tell me why. Okay.
All right.
What are we at? Okay, you're not sorry, right?
You're not sorry.
Okay, this song is it sounds dark compared to like most of the album, right? It sounds so dark.
I like for some of them, I read the lyrics before listening to the song just because sometimes I like the idea of like getting familiar with what it's going to be and then seeing like how she brings it to life. So when I first read it, I was like, how is she going to say no so many times? And then when I listened to it, I was like, every note is different. Like
it is. I think there's something to be said about that because she's really struggling with it because like the whole concept of the song, right, is like she's in a relationship with someone who is literally not the person she thought he was, right?
Yeah.
Like that's again before anything else. This is why I think it's Joe Jonas coded, because it kind of sounds like it's about when he cheated with Camilla Bell. But anyway,
Absolutely.
moving forward. Again, I do think it's darker and it's a lot angstier, but that is because she is grappling with heartbreak, and that's a big and difficult emotion, especially when you've invested a lot of your daydreams and future plans into a person, I think. Yeah, I think also the secret message in this one confirms my Joe Jonas theory.
What is the secret message in this one?
That is, she can have you.
Right?
Oh, then the code keeps coding.
Right? I'm just like, I'm like,
all right, sure, yeah, all right.
I don't know what it says about me that I just keep seeing Joe Jonas in all these songs.
No, it's starting to make sense.
Valid.
I don't know that I care for it, but it doesn't make it any less true. So, if it is. So yeah, again, well crafted. Genre is not my thing, and then because it's in the said genre, the lyrics and the treatment sort of like lead into it. So yeah, no complaints. Just not into it.
Kristin?
I like this one. I especially liked that ending because I just like didn't know how it was going to happen, and then she just did it so well. My favorite lyric in this one is "You used to shine so bright, but I watched all of it fade."
Yes, there's the word "shine" again.
Exactly. And then she actually, so Alexa, this will help confirm. She said that this song is inspired by the same guy as White Horse and Love Story.
Oh, there you go. I'm telling you, it's all Joe Jonas coded. One of my favorite lyrics, actually, now that you mention it, because I didn't say it, I think, is I like the line, "I've been giving you chances every time and all you do is let me down," just because it's like this weird self-aware, not weird, it's like it's a self-awareness about like, this is the situation and this is what it was. Yeah. And I know I have been the one to be like coming back to you and giving you another shot, you know?
Yeah.
And you keep doing the same thing. Anyway, sorry, what were you going to say, Kristin?
That's okay. I was going to say this is the song that was remixed for the CSI episode.
Me being like, this song, you know what? It fits. That tracks.
It does. And Taylor describes this one as an angry song, which again feels like it's about Joe Jonas.
Also tracks.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the song. Again, it's not one that I would consider like an all-time favorite off the album, but I do really like it compared to some of the others.
Yeah, me too. Okay, do we want to move on to The Way I Loved You?
I love that song.
So I just have one thing to say, and I love the syllabication of the chorus.
Yeah.
It's my favorite thing.
2 a.m.
And 2 a.m. is back, right?
And the rain is also back in this one, I think.
Yes.
It's just, again, it's very like toxic, and I tend to veer. So this would have been perfect angst and like musical treatment wise, but the toxicity in it makes me go, all right, love what you love, girl. I'm just here as a friend. Like, how many times have I been like, have I heard this from somebody that I was a friend and cared about, who's just like, but I miss it. I'm like, all right, okay, hey, you know what? You do what you just get it up. Yeah, I'm here if you need anything.
You know, I love the song. I will get that right off the bat. I love the song. It's, again, another one of the ones where I used to listen to it over and over again because it was perfect fanfic fodder. Let's be real. But the thing is, this is the song that I would be like, it kind of sounds like a WB or CW show. Yeah. Like, this would happen in one of them. Yeah. It could happen. Like, it's funny because like the first thing that comes to mind right now is like the Vampire Diaries, right? I could see this. This could be a thing in the Vampire Diaries. Like, it could be one of their relationships.
It could. One.
Me coughing, Klaus Caroline. That's.
Yes. Don't get me started on Klaus and Caroline. Because you know what?
You know, anyway, you know what? Before we go into that, because I could also go on about that relationship. It's not even a relationship.
Vampire Diaries deep dive next year.
But Kristin, were you ever into Klaus and Caroline?
Yes.
Oh my God! No, see, this is the problem. I am this close. I am this close to going to an off ramp for another 3.5. You know,
I could
whatever.
because it's Klaus and Caroline.
Is that?
I was trying to be like, how could Kristin not be?
In the world today, it's safe for not to assume, and we haven't had that conversation. But I agree with you. What kind of question is that?
But that's actually what this song reminds me of now. Like the CWWB kind of shows
Miss
with all of the
Forbes?
teen
Yes.
drama and stuff. That's
I'm
kind
sorry,
of
acting
energy
headmaster
it
Forbes.
gives me. And again, this one is Joe Jonas coded, but also slightly Lucas Till coded because it's either Lucas Till or Taylor. I'm not sure which one. But
Mhm.
it kind of sounds like the guy who is decent and nice and perfectly wonderful could be one of those two, and then the guy that she misses is Joe Jonas.
Mhm.
it's just how it comes across to me, because just based on
Yeah.
like what you have seen of them personality wise in the public eye,
Yeah,
which is like,
absolutely.
obviously I am not saying this is what they actually were like, because I didn't know them at that time. I don't know them now.
Yeah,
But just based on like what we all kind of collectively know publicly,
Mhm.
kind of seems like that.
yeah, it's fair.
But I love
Yeah.
the song. I love it
No, yeah, no.
I do too. I have this one starred as one of my favorite songs.
because it's the best.
And to
And
be
to
fair,
Macky's point, oh, go ahead.
no, at the time it was like one of my I would listen to this song. It's just at one point I got over it, and so now it's on a shelf somewhere, a good shelf with like Miss Saigon and Les Miserables. You know what I mean? Like songs that I'm like, you were good.
I like how it's all tragic things. Like, Miss Saigon,
I have-
Les Miserables, and the way.
No, because unlike clothes, you can't just Marie Kondo them, right? And just leave it. So I have like a shelf of like media that I have Marie Kondoed and said, thank you for making me happy at that time. I now will no longer return to you. I didn't even know that they changed Miss Saigon, like until my friends watched it because they were part of the show at one
Okay.
point in time, and they rewatched it. And they took like Ellen's song out, and I thought, oh, this song? No, it was two other songs that they took out. I'm like, there were three songs. So that's how far I never look back when it comes to these things. And this song is on that shelf. So anyway,
Lots of
I-
feelings apparently.
I'm not surprised about that. I also felt like this one had more of a country feel.
Yeah.
So
Agreed.
I could see you not liking it. But to what you said earlier, literally my first note for this song in all caps is what a lead into the chorus.
Yes.
It's just so good.
It's so good. It's so good.
like I said, it's on the Saigon shelf, but yeah, it's just
It's
not. It's I love this song.
so toxic, but so
Yeah.
It's just At one point you grow up and you're like, I don't have time for this. So you're like, it's so young. No, I can't.
yeah.
I
I like the chorus a lot too, for the same
The
reason.
chorus is so good.
The syllabication of it, so good. It's so hard to sing, but it's so good
Yeah.
for me.
I've never tried that for you. I'm like, we're gonna put that on your rotation.
Great.
That's gonna be a great.
Also,
exercise.
the amount of adjectives in I think it's the bridge, where she's like, you were wild and crazy, frustrating,
so
intoxicating,
frustrating,
complicated, all of these words. And I'm like, this
That's
is a
my
lot.
favorite lyric.
Right?
Yep.
So, yeah. Anyway,
I
sorry.
feel like I maybe had like a little bit of a different experience with this one than you guys too, because I just listened to it recently for the first time. So I think it was like funny because it's a really like immature way to look at love. And like the whole time I was listening to the song and she's like talking about the boring guy, I'm like, this sounds like the perfect relationship. And then like the messy guy sounds so unhealthy, and like there would just be like tons of ups and downs. And like as a teen, I would have been like, yeah, go for like the passionate, messy guy. And as an adult, I'm like, oh no, Taylor, go for the good guy. He's like, he'll be nice to your parents and treat you right.
It's not it's gonna be a while before we get there.
Ah, boy.
Oh, I know.
But it's such a very specific chapter in her life, I'd like to say.
Yeah. Do you guys have a favorite lyric? Mine, Alexa, you said mine was the wild and crazy, just so frustrating, intoxicating, complicated.
It's the syllabication, like just the way that she uses all these words, sort of like what you said about country music, right? It's like there's a very specific number of words that need to be used, and she just uses them so well.
Yeah, like so because it's not even about like few. It's about what is the minimum it takes to hit you, and if it's like 1700, let it be 7. Like this. It's not any less skittery than the other songs that and that's why I was having such trouble with this album. I'm like, this has all of the hallmarks of the songs that I like. Why don't these land with me? And then I realized it just lands or it doesn't. That's just how it is. And so for this one, absolute land in the Hall of Fame. I don't listen to it much anymore, but it's still there. As opposed to the others where I'm like, not into it. This one, totally into it, but over it. That's
That's
all.
actually a good way of putting it.
Into it, over it. I love that.
What was the secret message in this one, Kristin?
We can't go back.
Joe Jonas coded. Anyway, moving on.
Moving
Was there any?
on.
This was not a single, so I don't think there's any.
No,
other-
the only note I have is that it was co-written with John Rich, but that's it.
Oh yeah, different person, right?
Nice.
Okay.
So moving on.
This is overtly. It's not even coded.
She
it is confirmed.
confirmed. Sorry, Joe Jonas confirmed.
Yeah, without a doubt. This one is one of my absolute favorite songs on the album. I love it fiercely. We're talking, of course, about Forever and Always. I'll start with this one. I think Once Upon a Time keeps up with the fairy tale theme. The song starts off sad, but then it ends angry. We've got more rain. I love that it has it kind of has like an emo feel to it. Like certain
Yes.
100%.
I was like, oh my gosh, like especially around like the line where she says silence. Like I feel like she draws out and there's like the my god, and then the outro instrumentals.
Yes.
I
So
love
good.
this. I love that like she asks him like if it was a joke when he said forever and always. And again, it just shows like that young and naive teen believing someone who said that they loved her. And like, yeah, this is one of my favorites. My favorite lyric is, so here's to everything coming down to nothing. Here's to the silence that cuts me to the core.
Yeah, that's also my favorite lyric, actually. Again, it's another one where there's like the words and how there's, the syllables are sung. Also very good. I enjoy the upbeat version of it a lot. It's not one of my personal favorites. However, and I know this is technically going to come out later, but since it's the same song, I'm just going to mention that for me, piano version, one of my favorite things in the universe. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about it. I guess it's maybe because it is more melancholy in sound. It's just the piano and her, right? I think it's, whereas this one is like she's angry, that one is more like she's mourning it.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So I personally like listening to the piano version, which is weird to say since I avoid all the other emotional songs. And that, you know what it is? It's because I know it's a Joe Jonas song. So I'm like, in my mind, I'm not taking it personally. I'm just like, it's a Joe Jonas.
I have so far removed myself from the connection to Joe Jonas, only because I am, first of all, into it, and I am obsessed. I am obsessed with the song.
This is one of your favorites, right?
From a musical standpoint, it is a masterclass in theme and writing. Even just for these two reasons. Number one, that it is amazing to me, fast paced because of the angst and the gritty, just sort of like drive. Yeah. Like when it drives, it captures the anger of it. When you do it piano, it captures the sadness of it.
Right.
And both are equally valid and equally just sort of like in terms of weight. It is not any more or any less angry as it is sad and tragic. And for both musical expressions to capture the range of it while not changing a single thing about the lyric or the melody.
Mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Or the tempo, I think even. It was slowed down ever so slightly.
But not that much, no.
But not that much. So you know what? I'm gonna stop there because again, on a musical kind of like in the same way that I can geek out about You Belong With Me, I can do that on how a brilliant song can transcend arrangement and capture the full range of emotion. Unlock the full range of emotion that a song actually
honestly, we could have actually
holds.
done an entire episode about her lyrics because, like, now that I'm thinking about it, now that you mentioned the line with the silence, Kristin, it's funny because this line is a difficult silence, a hard silence, a sad, heartbreaking one. But then no, there's another song, "You're in Love." She says something about silence also, but that one is more like you realize it's a good silence. I'm just like, can you?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about silence, right? It's a little bit more poignant in the live version because in the piano you can hear the piano sort of like ring.
Yeah.
Hey, here's the silence,
and it cuts, right?
Like there's literal silence that cuts me to the. So the only time she uses silence as part of the actual musical motif.
Yeah.
the last time I geeked out and enjoyed the kind of brilliance was Lady Gaga's Starstruck, where there is a line there in Starstruck where she goes up until the chorus to the verse, and then the lyric is reverse. But there's a longer time period. Reverse doesn't fit. Up until the chorus to the verse, and what does she do? She starts reversing the word reverse with the DJ. And I'm like, did anyone just see her? And I started hyperventilating in the car because I'm like, did anyone see how she extended the lyric to fit the beat, but by reversing the word reverse? And so that inception. And so with silence, it's the same thing. It's a little more subtle. It's a little,
but it's
right. I mean, it's kind of not like how in Tell Me Why, there's a word where she uses the word day and she uses day, and she's like, okay, let's stretch that out. That's fine. That's your thing. That works. I can justify it because there's X to it. But from a musical perspective, you just literally stretched a one syllable word out for the rest of the bar. Fine. That's your choice. You're an artist. Silence here. Perfectly seamless use of theme and stuff. So yeah. Anyway.
Forever and Always is such a good song. Anyway,
I'm sure it does not surprise you to know that the upbeat version is the one that I like.
Oh yeah, I'm not
surprised. The piano
version. I got nothing but love for that upbeat version.
I don't. Aside from the fact that it is about Joe Jonas, what was the secret message in this one, Kristin?
This one was, if you play these games, we're both going to lose. Oh no, yeah. No. And then there was a platinum code also. So there was a different code
for the piano one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The piano
and that one was Still Miss Who I Thought He Was.
See, two very different things, because there's clearly anger in the first one, and then the other one is sad. So
yeah.
Again, motif, she's just so good.
Because time can heal.
That's really all that I have to say. Yeah, she can do whatever she wants, and I will think it's great at this point.
She said, so this one was added a week before the album was set to publish after the Joe Jonas breakup. It's about a relationship that was fading and she didn't know why. And Taylor said that she actually had to beg Scott Borchetta to let her add it to the album a day before the final version was due to be turned in. And then Joe Jonas said that he was not bothered by the song and that it was flattering to hear Taylor's side of the story.
Actually, to be fair to Joe Jonas, I feel like he took it better than John Mayer.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Right? Because I feel like, and this will be more Speak Now related, but like I feel like John Mayer said something at some point where he was like insulted or hurt by it.
A lot of things.
Right? Okay, he said a lot. So like, to be fair to Joe Jonas, he took it all right, I guess, like for what it was. Even though I think he also wrote a song at some point about Taylor. Anyway, let's move on to like happier things that are not Joe Jonas coded.
So our next song is The Best Day.
Oh, I love this. I just love that she wrote the song for her mom. Like, I just love it. I love the fact that she was like, I am gonna write a song because her mom is her best friend, right? And I just love that she pays tribute to that. And how it sort of, again, this one actually surprisingly also feels a bit more country for me because it's about her roots, I guess, that's probably why I think that way. So it's the kind of song that's like, after all of the angst and trauma of the last 4 songs, you're at a point where you're like, okay, here's your support system that's going to catch you, right? Yeah. And who has been there for you. Yeah. So it's nice because it's so clear that she's so close to her family, you know, and that's a rare thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And especially like, you know, she was starting to get famous and it would have been really easy to be kind of enchanted by that, you know, life of fame and only being with celebrities. But she like didn't do that. She's despite like, you know, dating some and stuff, she maintained that closeness with her family.
Yeah. I just love it. And again, it's like the song has a lot of repeating things like fairy tales are in it because she mentions that, and then there's shine at some point because I think it's watching shine, right? Which is that's actually my favorite set of lines. It's like, I know you were on my side even when I was wrong, and I love you for giving me your eyes, for staying back and watching me shine. And I'm just like, okay, this song just makes me emotional, and just like knowing how close she still is to her mom, I'm just like, best. It's just sweet.
I also like really love how it, like we said, so it's like her roots, but so when she's starting out the song, she's like 5 years old and
Yeah.
the chorus changes throughout the entire
Yeah.
song because like she's aging throughout the song, so her words are also like aging and changing.
Yeah.
I think that was like super clever. And
Agreed.
I like the so in the Fearless like documentary, The Journey to Fearless, Andrea said how lucky she is because like most teens don't want to hang out with their parents, but her daughter does want to hang out with her.
Yeah.
And like the music video is just so sweet.
I
It's
love that.
all like
It's
images of them like hanging out, having like video of them hanging out, having fun together, and like Taylor's baby videos, and like
so
it's just so beautiful.
yeah.
I could only watch the music video once because also like very weird, but Andrea Swift looks so much like my mom.
I was gonna
So
say
yeah, so it's like very sensitive for me.
understandable.
And my favorite lyric is "Don't know how long it's going to take to feel okay, but I know I had the best day with you." I think that's so nice.
I do love that lyric. Yeah, I also really enjoy the music video. I don't watch it that often because it also makes me feel sad, like in a
Yeah.
different way. Because it's just like I love that there was an era, and I think that we all grew up in it, Taylor included, where like that was a
Yeah.
thing. Home videos where they were kind of grainy and fuzzy like that were a thing, you know, like with the date on the and it's just like it's so precious. And so again, it's very earnest and very open
Yeah.
of her to share something like that with all of us. And
Mhm.
it's nice that that video gets a little bit of an update for Taylor's version. So it's still the
Mhm.
same concept. It's still like the home videos and everything, but you also see some more recent stuff in it. And I love
Yeah.
that because it's like it's been all this time, 13 years since like I first released this album, and this is still the relationship we have. It's lovely. It's a lovely
It
tribute,
is.
basically,
Yeah.
is what
Taylor wrote this one while she was on the road, and she kept it a secret from her mom until Christmas Day. And
Aw.
it was actually on the set list for the Fearless tour, but she had to remove it because Andrea said that she kept breaking down and crying backstage every single time that Taylor would perform it.
Yeah, that
Just
makes
so
sense. Yeah, let's not.
nice.
so wholesome.
Yeah.
It's just
No,
so
but that's the other thing too, right? Like I love this song like to death because it's just such a like she paints the picture of well, I spend time with my family too, and you know, and I'm one of,
again makes her so
you know,
relatable.
like if you're lucky enough to have a family that's you know like fun to spend time with and it actually
And
is
you
there for
like.
you, celebrate
Yeah.
it. You know, like, it's not. That's more that it is.
Treasure
It's
it, too.
yeah, it's her basically, you know, like creating like a marker stone that says these are the people I love that care about me, and let's write a song about it. Why shouldn't she?
Because she writes about
Mhm.
everything.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't she write about that too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that song too.
Me too. The secret message on this one is God bless Andrea Swift.
Because
Yes,
this is the correct response.
that is the correct response.
Okay.
All right, moving on to Change.
Which is the last on the original version of the album, right?
Correct.
I think, because you said 13.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I just tell you guys, I don't know what it is about this song, but every time I hear it, I tear up. I don't understand this. I don't know what it is. It's like automatic. The response that I have to it is like, I just tear up. I think maybe it's just because I feel like it is the testament of like someone fighting and just being persistent and determined to keep going, even though there's so much in the way.
Mhm.
And then it ends on such a triumphant note. And it gives me like a baby long live vibes. I guess that's what it is. I think that's what it is.
No, yeah. It's like
I
it's
think
like
that's what it is. And
That's
then just
true.
like I feel like it's just every time when I hear the beginning of it where she's like, you know, they're having a hard time, like everything
Yeah.
is just falling apart and like they're not able to do anything. And then they slowly, the people she's referencing in the song, right, find their strength, they keep going, and they just, I don't know. There's something about that kind of journey that really gets me. And I think that's why every time I hear it, I'm just like, why am I crying again?
How's this? This is
Yeah.
this is the song for not like as a precursor, but like in terms of events. This is what they go through before Long Live. Long Live is a retrospective.
Yes, that's probably what it is. Oh my God.
This is
That's
the
true.
song in Travail. Long Live is a retrospective on the Travail
Yeah,
and what we do
Huh.
after now that
I'm
we've
gonna
won.
cry. Like
Yeah.
The
bridge,
musical just writes itself,
yeah,
actually.
and honestly, this is another one where like there's so many lyrics that I love, like so many moments that I love in it. But I think my favorite of all has to be the bridge, leading
Mhm.
into the pre-chorus after that, because it's just like, tonight we'll stand and get off our knees, fight for what we worked for all these years, and the battle was long. It's the fight of our lives, but we'll stand up champions tonight. It was the night things changed. I'm like, okay, me sobbing my eyes. This is why I never listen to the song at work, because I'm like,
Oh yeah.
I can't right now. This is gonna
Yeah.
get me too emotional. It's so good, and
I
then it's
had
like so good.
that
Oh,
was
I
my
just- I
favorite
can't.
lyric too.
Right?
To
can't.
me, like I was like, this song feels like a battle cry. Like
Yeah.
Yes.
it's like the pep talk that you would give, and like that pivotal like part of a movie where it's like an underdog story, and like the people who have been failing but persevering like get this talk, and then they like do it, and they just feel that like sweetness of satisfaction of like finally winning.
It's just so satisfying. Also, lyrically, motif-wise, Walls appears in this song. That also appears in Long Live,
Walls. Yeah.
and like a couple of other songs. But like the way that it appears in this one particularly mirrors Long Live, because it's like walls we crashed through, right?
Yep.
This one is like walls they put up to hold us back fell down.
And because they did crash through the walls in Long Live, Long Live
Writing
is,
itself.
that's why Long Live is the finale.
I
So.
can't. I'm really like,
Yeah.
I love change. If it's not obvious, it's also one of my favorites on the album.
Mm-hmm.
I shall probably be writing that as well. Anyway.
For this one was actually originally recorded for the AT&T Team USA soundtrack to support the 2008 USA Summer Olympics team. And it was used daily as the background music for the TV montage of Olympic highlights, which is pretty cool.
That's amazing.
And it makes sense, actually.
Yeah. It was her first single to reach the top 10 of the Hot 100. And I don't know the full story here, but this one was interesting because I think she said that she started writing this song when she decided to leave Sony and go to Big Machine Records. So she like wrote part of it, but not the whole thing. And then I can't remember how many, it must have been like a year or year and a half later when like Scott got everything off the ground and it was like happening. I think he might have like won an award or something. And she said that then that was the day that she finished writing the song. And it's cool because it's like, it's called Change. And like, that is when she like made that decision to leave Sony, which is like a huge record label, but they weren't letting her like do her thing. And she, went to Big Machine. That is when everything changed for her.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Love that.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And it's also like kind of crazy looking back at that now with like how everything has played out.
Yeah.
I mean, their sagas continue, right? Like,
but again, it's one of those, it's fixed points. That's what I mean. Yep. It's a fixed point. It's moving to Big Machine. It's a fixed point, and like we don't like the fallout that eventually happens. But this fixed point changed everything for her, and I think that's like that's the coolest thing, to have a song that also kind of commemorates that. Even cooler.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
The quote on this one was, "You made things change for me," and that was supposedly in relation to her fans.
That makes sense, and I love that. She would do that.
Yeah, we're still here.
Yep. All these years later.
Yep.
With more being added to the roster.
Anyway. We're getting to the fun stuff, or more fun stuff.
So the next 5 tracks are the platinum bonus tracks, and we will start with Jump Then Fall. And this one also feels like a sister song to me, and I'm curious if you guys know which one. I think it's a sister too.
Okay. But you also know this is another one that is suspected to be Jonas coded, right?
Oh, really?
This is about, supposedly, it's about when she first started having some sort of feelings for JoJo. Anyway, and I think it makes sense if you remember, if you have the secret message.
Let's see. Yes. Last summer
You
was
read it, you'll know what I mean.
magical.
Just
Summer
remember.
romance.
Last summer
Yeah.
was
Got
Again,
it.
Jonas coded.
all right, fine.
I rest my case. Anyway,
That also
I-
works with my sister song.
I'm curious. Okay, I'm curious what your sister song is. This is one I actually didn't
Jump
think
and
about too
fall.
hard, but it's because I just consider it more like a, you know how like in a rom-com when the two characters have just met, that's
Yeah.
like the energy that this song gives me, and like you're
Uh-huh.
realizing like, oh, there's something here. It's
Right.
very like very start of the relationship. What would you say is the sister song for it?
And that's
Just out of
why I feel like Fearless is its sister song.
Okay, I guessed right. In my head, I was like, it's probably Fearless.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah, because it's kind of the same energy, right? It's basically about like, don't be afraid to jump
Yeah.
and fall, and then it's like fearless.
Yeah.
I'm more brave now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do love
Okay,
this.
I get that.
I
No,
do love
yeah,
this.
I like this. Again, I Marie Kondoed this song as well. So it served its purpose. I listened to it a lot, and then I stopped.
My favorite
I
lyric
like-
in this one is "You got the keys to me. I love each freckle
Oh.
on your face."
I love that lyric. That's one of them. The other one I really like is we're on the phone and without a warning, I realize your laugh is the best sound I have ever heard. I'm just like, okay, it's so good.
Agreed.
Okay, that one's a good one too.
It's such
I
a
like that
good.
one.
It paints such a good picture.
It's so
I got it.
personal.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
because you don't fall in love with somebody because of the obvious things. You always fall in love with them for the littlest. And that's why sometimes for some people it's a problem to fall in love, because it's like, I don't want it, but it's that little thing that they do or that little
That
mannerism.
gets you, yeah.
Then you're like, why do I keep thinking of that? Ugh, and then
Yeah.
fun
That's-
shenanigans ensue.
It's
But-
very twangy though, so I can see why you would kind
No,
of
no, I like
shelve
it's
it a
it,
little.
and here's the thing, I do like country music. It's just not all of it is, like I like rock music. I'm gonna listen to all of that. But and this is on the Saigon shelf. So it has served
At
me
least
well.
it's a happy one
Yeah.
next to all the
I
stuff.
mean, it's just it has served me well.
You
and
know, this is gonna sound really specific, but there is a line in the song where she's like, "Say that you want to be with me too." In
Yeah.
the original version of that, she sounds so like she doesn't have a lot of vocal control. But oh my goodness, the way she sings the word wanna in Taylor's version, I'm like, this
I gotta listen to that.
section
I
just
gotta listen to that.
deserves an award. Because there's like a way she she rounds it now that I'm just like, this
oh,
is
that's
very-
right. Yeah, because her voice can do different
I
things.
just
now
remember the
than
first time I heard
used
it,
to.
I screamed because I'm like, listen to this. I'm like, you have to hear it. I'm like, you don't
So
understand.
good.
It's so good. Anyway, point being, I really enjoy Jump Fall.
Yeah.
All right, Kristin, what you got?
Other than that, I have the only things I have to say are this is the first bonus song on the Fearless Expanded Edition. It debuted at number 10 on the Billboard Top 100 in its debut week, and all 5 new songs actually debuted on the chart's top 30, resulting in Taylor becoming the first artist in history to debut 5 new songs within the top 30 in a single week.
Oh, so she's been doing that for a while now.
I know, but this is like when it all started.
That's why it's monumental.
They also joined 3 other tracks on the list, and it made these 8 chart listings. That's like what secured her record for most charted singles in a single week by a female artist.
I feel like there's a Pokemon like illusion here where Taylor has evolved from album and then bonus track album deluxe and then Taylor's version Vault. You know what I mean? Like
that's true. It's like
right?
evolution.
It's like a Pokemon evolution where it's just the regular album, and then we have deluxe, deluxe or platinum with bonus tracks, and then it's the same thing but with Vault songs.
Yeah.
So
that's the evolution.
Yeah. So there's Taylor, deluxe Taylor, and Vault Taylor.
Yes.
No, Vault Taylor's version. Like that's a whole
Taylor's version.
And we think that that's her final form, but who knows if she's gonna become.
At this point, I wouldn't put it past her to have another one.
There's gonna be a shiny one coming up.
There are also mega Pokemon, so
yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, when she gets there,
we'll know.
Yeah.
The Eras Tour is already the beginning. I feel like the Eras Tour is the cocoon
I did
for
think
her
of it
mega
that
evolution.
way, but yeah, that's true.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good way of thinking about it, actually.
Yeah.
Right.
How nice to look forward to her mega evolution. Anyway.
All right. Do you want to move on to Untouchable?
Okay.
So for this one, I like this one too, but I also feel like it almost like feels weird to discuss this one when it's a cover. It's not like directly from Taylor's brain.
Yeah.
Like she did change it significantly. I listened to the original too. But like even like picking a favorite lyric too, I'm like,
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
why I probably don't
Taylor.
really have one that stands out to me. I mean, it makes sense, honestly, with the vibe of the album, just because it's again about liking someone who is like impossible to reach at whatever point
Yeah.
you're at. But like overall, that's actually one where I'm like, I used to also skip it because I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I will say, I like, this is more credit to the original songwriters. I do really like the part where it's like a million little stars spelling out your name. I like that
That's
part.
what I have
Yeah.
written down as like if I had to pick a favorite.
Yeah, same. Because it's just the imagery, right?
Yeah.
It's like the stars are so far away. They're so beautiful. There's something you can look at, but they're far enough that you can't reach them.
Yeah.
So, credit to the original band. I think it's a band, right?
Yes, they are
Yeah.
called Luna Halo.
Oh, like
Yeah.
the name. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never heard their version of it though, so I will specifically say. So this one I don't really have much to say because I know it's not a Taylor original, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It's cute, but not into it. So
I feel like you should have signs.
no, it's right. It's
I feel like Macky needs like the sign. Like
it's just like good song, obsessed. Good song, not into it. Marie Kondoed. Like it's a whole thing. Like
watch
where
me
you
make
know-
you signs.
where you know that
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. He's gonna have them next time.
I like how we're
Actually, no, you can't have them next time because you're hosting.
Yeah,
I
you're
can.
hosting.
Still mix them up.
I most certainly can because
Fine, fair
because then I can
I
make a
will
final ruling. But that's just I'm an idiot. But no.
I'm gonna make you.
But I
I'm
like
gonna
how
make you.
this is turning out to like it's almost like a talk show where this is our
Yeah, it actually simplifies because we know what you mean when you say you're just not that into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can move on if you want to the next one.
The one thing I do want to note is that Taylor did like make this so Taylor that she actually did gain a partial songwriting credit for it since she did so much to like change it. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is
Um,
pretty cool.
That means
Yeah.
that there was a significant change to the.
I think the original song is actually like I want to say angrier, and like Taylor made it sound like beautiful.
Or melancholy, right? Yeah, it's more
Yeah.
wistful. than
Oh,
anything
that's
else.
fair. Wow. All right.
Did not know that.
Okay.
Yeah. The code on this one is we always want what we can't reach.
Again,
Girl, what a phase. That's an era.
if you ever loved any celebrity, that's the feeling.
Ay.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Then if we want to move on to Come In With the Rain.
The rain's back.
The rain,
The
is
rain has
back.
returned.
And now in title.
It's funny because this one I actually have a very specific memory of my childhood bedroom, and it's like pouring thunderstorm outside, and the
Mhm.
windows are open, and you can hear the thunderstorm, and it's like I'm just lying there thinking, daydreaming about like whatever fanfic at the time I was probably working on, and
Mhm.
listening to the song even now just brings me straight back. It's like very visceral for me. Like I can remember like there's a smell.
Yeah.
Right when it rains.
Yeah.
Petrichor.
Yeah.
Petrichor.
The smell, the sound, the fact that it wasn't even cold because this is the Philippines, so it was like hot.
It's cold enough.
You know what I mean? And I'm just like there and I can hear it outside my window. I'm
Mhm.
like, it's very evocative of that image. And this song also just makes me sad.
That's
Yeah.
Because it is sad.
It is.
It is.
Like hoping for something you just know is not probably going to happen, but still hoping for it
Mhm.
anyway.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Yeah.
So sad.
Good song, not into it. Kristin?
This song to me feels like just an emotionally like exhausting relationship. Like
Yep.
you don't want it to be over, but all the fight has just left you.
Yeah.
And to me, this is another one where I feel like this is like the opposite of change.
Whoa, I could see that.
Wow. No, that's a good contrast.
Like just wishing that it would be easier. And then it's also funny that like it seems like in this one she's like wishing that it would be easier, but then in other ones like she's craving like the messiness.
Yeah.
And that actually like is like, always want what you can't have. But My favorite lyric in this one is "I've got you down, I know you by heart, and you don't even know where I start." That was
It's
just
so
so
sad.
good.
It's so
Yeah.
sad.
So real. I think
So
that's why
real.
we
Again.
love Taylor Swift songs, because it's bloody. And again, some people who've lived it'll show.
Also, I'm not saying this is also true, but again, it's very Joe Jonas coded because it starts. There's a part that goes. Remember how I said "Jump Then Fall" was Joe Jonas
Yeah.
coded? Remember, there's a part in this one that goes, "I could go back to every laugh, but I don't want to go there anymore." And you know how that's a thing,
That's a
obviously, in "Jump Then
that's a
Fall."
Jump and
I'm
Fall,
like,
Yes.
I
I can literally start a tiny musical of one relationship.
she did it already.
Yeah.
But yeah,
The code on this one is "Won't admit that I wish you'd come back."
that's it. I don't have anything else to say.
Oh, girl, just sing about it on SNL. Anyway.
Rolling right along.
All right,
there.
Kristin, what else we got? If that was it, we can move on.
Alexa, I think you should start with our next one, which is Superstar, since you were
I feel
mentioning
called
it earlier.
I feel called out.
You've been talking like coded. You've been talking about the code that's been coded all night.
Well, this one actually, I don't think it's Joe Jonas coded.
Oh, interesting.
Me
I
neither.
don't.
I actually
think so,
wonder
because
if
it
this
doesn't
one
sound
is
like
John Mayer.
I could see that. I could see that.
Oh.
But what I think, so my
Well, yeah, because Joe Jonas is not a superstar, and arguably John Mayer kind of is.
yeah,
Mhm.
for this one, it's personal. As someone who is a very big boy band person, like I'm gonna go back to this yet again because that is technically the theme. She's got this thing for a superstar musical artist in it, and
Mhm.
it's like she's part of the crowd of people who loves him and
Right.
admires him. She has all this like memorabilia with her, and it's like obviously it makes your day to like hear this person sing something or like feel like it's directed at you, even though it's totally 100% not. Let's be real. It's like
Mhm.
that time in your life, if you were ever a boy band person, it's like that time when you're just listening to the music. It's like, this song is about me. It's not.
Yeah.
It's totally not.
It's not, but it is. You know what I mean? To you, it is.
Yeah.
And I think that's
Yeah.
for me, that's always what I thought of when I heard this song. So I don't actually associate it with any particular person.
Right.
Because it's like the
Mhm.
same thing where she's like in the morning, she'll hear his voice because like the song is playing, and then she has the poster on the wall, and she's like, I'm in a
Poster
crowd
on
of
the
people.
wall.
I will go out of my way to see you at a concert. Like, I'm just like,
Yeah.
this is very musical artist coded. Like, you are a fan of someone and you're just
Mhm.
daydreaming about like, but what if you noticed me? Like, what if you saw me? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Even the way that she does the chorus, where it's like, she's like, dim the spotlight, and then she starts singing lines that sound like they could be lines from songs
Uh-huh.
that
Ooh.
tell me things like, I can't take my eyes off you. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, it's just, it just appeals to my, like, I love boy bands as a teen art
Yeah.
so much. But I did not know that John Mayer could have been the subject of the song, but it actually makes sense. Like, it could
That's
be John
my
Mayer.
guess, as somebody like from the outside looking in.
But it makes sense, like, if you think about it, because he really was at the time probably the bigger star
100%.
Yeah.
musically. Now I'm like
Um,
tempted to look for songs with lyrics like "Can't Take My Eyes Off You" or like all of this stuff.
Of
Like,
his. Yeah.
so watch me do that, and then next show be like, okay, 1 second before we continue with speak now. Anyway, continue.
Yes.
For this one, like I feel like, so I think the song is like super interesting because we're still early on in Taylor's career, and
Yep.
it's just when her relationships are becoming more high profile, but
Yeah.
she's singing
okay.
as the unseen girl, which again makes her more
Yeah.
relatable to us.
Yeah.
That's-
She's singing about someone more famous than her, and like now that's just laughable because I don't think there's any singer that is more famous than Taylor Swift at this point. I mean, Beyonce and Taylor Swift, I think, are
They're just
neck and
like,
neck for
yeah.
most
Yeah.
famous like ever. And my favorite lyric is, "And all the girls in the front row scream your name."
So
And
true.
the code on this one is, "I'll never tell."
So we'll never know who it's about.
Yeah.
Again,
This is why I don't think it's Joe Jonas coded, because she clearly told that story.
another well-crafted song about a crush.
You know what's
Yeah.
funny? This could be cousins with You Belong With Me. Because it's one of those things where like, you're never going to see me.
Yeah, only when You
True.
Belong With Me, there's an aspiration to it. Here, it's just like, you're all the
I
way
was
over
like,
there.
realistically, I know.
We get it. It's fine.
Yeah,
But
it's like
I
a
just
different kind of invisibility.
Yeah. And this is a more acceptable kind to the person singing, I guess, is
Yeah.
what I wanted to
Just
say.
makes
Yeah.
more
But it's just funny because I was just thinking, doesn't see her. Okay, got it.
Okay. The next one is the other side of the door. Do one of you want to start on this? And I'm like really quick just going to run to the restroom because I literally drank so much tea and so much water.
We shall entertain the masses with our little song
That's
and
funny.
dance.
You know what? I'll also do the same thing. So Macky,
I shall entertain the masses with my little song
honestly,
and dance.
I was thinking about that just now, and I'm like, I might just need to step away because we've been talking
Yeah.
before.
I'll literally be like 1 minute, but
Yeah, I'll be quick also.
I shall regale the people with the Taylor Swift song.
so take it away, Macky.
Greetings, people of the internet. I shall commence this public service announcement and this terribly fake accent with Tales of Taylor. Yes, that is who we are live streaming today. And we shall see how far my commitment to this little bit goes. As the minutes stretch on, that the lovely ladies doing this show with me are out doing things that are necessary. Yes, as necessary as breathing and music. Music is important to us. And so, without further ado, I would like to move into our next little segment where I shall obviously try to quit this ridiculous act and instead ask really important questions about, like, is everybody all right? Is anybody even watching? And even if you're not, I don't even know why I'm actually doing this, come to think of it. And by this, I mean this little bit, because I could have just said, I'm going to go to the bathroom too. But I'm not, which reminds me of the time that I hosted a wedding on Zoom back during the pandemic days, for not the actual wedding itself, but for the people on the Zoom chat. And for a good 20 minutes, the reception was down. And I ended up playing talk show with the lovely X hundred of, up to like 100 plus like folks on the Zoom call, kind of just waving, saying hi, talking about the bride and the groom who were sort of like little childhood friends. And yet here they are. So not my first rodeo.
I'm back. Costume change too, because I got cold. So I am now wearing my Taylor's version hoodie.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. There wasn't much to do after all. Back to you, Kristin and Alexa, for...
Good job. I didn't even hear what was being said.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I'm sure.
I would love water.
No,
No.
because that's actually also what I ran to get. To be fair, this is very serious business.
Not my first rodeo either. So you know what?
I know.
Bring it. It's
Yeah.
Okay. We are now on.
It's the
We're
last
on
one.
the other
actually.
side of the door.
Yes, we are.
Do you think this one has a sister song? Because I feel like it does. It's actually like not a sister song. I would say it's like a song that I could see in relation to it. And I've always thought this, like from a long time ago.
Interesting. There's not one off the top of my head, but I'm curious what you're thinking of.
Okay, so even the first time I heard this, I've always thought of it in connection to The Way I Loved You, with the guy that she's playing over. Because I'm like, because she regrets losing him in some ways and has such strong feelings. And in The Other Side of the Door, it's a very similar thing where she's like, she reacted so with big emotions when they had a disagreement, right? And she's like, I need you. She's falling prey to that thing when you're younger where you're like, I just need you to mind read and understand what I'm actually telling you. Like, read the subtext. And telling this to someone who is also a teenager who does not understand subtext, not necessarily. Some people do. And I will say good for them. But I'm sure most of us as teenagers, like, subtext is just like, what?
Yeah.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about. I've always enjoyed The Other Side of the Door. There is, I think we'll see it later when Kristin shares some of the slides with like the aesthetic. There's actually a photo in that version of the album where it's literally dramatically posed where there's a guy and Taylor and they're like back, like there's a door and they're like back to back. And I'm like, this is exactly it. It does sound again like a very angsty rom-com song, not fanfic song is what I mean.
Yeah.
And I enjoy it. And again, Rain is back in the song again.
Yes.
I mean, the
windows and like throwing pebbles. It's also weirdly like a callback to Love Story, I guess, a little bit, except that they fought.
I was gonna say, I feel like pebbles are a big thing. And like she also says it in Hey Stephen, like she'll be throwing rocks out his window.
Yeah.
But she'll still be there when it's cold. That's like another thing that I feel like has come up a lot.
Yep, getting someone's attention. And doors.
Yep.
Doors are in a lot of the songs, whether it's like opening a door or closing a door or slamming a door in this case, I think.
Agree.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really enjoyed it. This is actually one of the 5 tracks that I listened to the most, I want to say. This and Jump Then Fall were my 2, like, I lived for listening to them back in the day and still do.
Wow. I feel like something that I liked about this one was that it's obviously like about a relationship that already ended, and then we don't get the full story until the end of the song. So it like makes you want to go back and re-listen to it with the different perspective, kind of like how there are 2 sides to every story.
Right. Yeah, which is a good storytelling thing.
And it's smart because it plays into the title too.
Yeah.
It's like, even though you only get her side, you know there's another side.
Yeah, that was great.
So that's actually interesting.
Yeah.
I like that too, actually.
The code on this one is what I was really thinking when I slammed the door.
Yeah.
Subtext.
That she actually slammed a door.
Well, that's the kind of relationship she was in at the time.
I don't know. I've never slammed a door on anyone before.
I've also never
wanted to, but never did.
But that's just not your personality.
I've done it in my mind.
No, because I guess that's just.
Yeah, me too, actually. Just not actually slamming a door.
Yeah.
I've seen other people do it.
Yeah.
Which has been awkward, but that's part and parcel of growing up, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Do we want to move on to Today Was a Fairy Tale?
Yes. I love this song for obvious reasons. I mean, it has fairy tale in the title. Really? Are we just... But it's funny because I actually think Taylor's version is the superior version of it. Because the original is good, and I enjoyed it at the time because it has the fairy tale thing. But there's something about Taylor's version of it that I don't know. I don't know how to explain
rainbows and butterflies that explode in the heart and in the mind when this song I adore it. That's just it. It's just adorable.
I feel like we've been talking about like sister songs. I feel like Love Story is like this song's twin. Like it's not a sister, it's a twin.
Mm-hmm.
This one was the first single from the movie soundtrack for Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
And it broke the record for first week download sales by a female artist at 325,000 digital sales. Which is cool.
Not shocked.
Sure. Of course it would.
I also
I don't know. I love this
one. I love fairy tales too. I love like the whimsy. And just like, it's a romantic love story. It has that like enchanting feeling of true love's kiss.
Yes. It has very enchanted vibes now that you mention it, like movie Enchanted.
Yeah.
Like that's the sort of the energy it's got.
Agreed.
Yeah. I also really like the fairy tale stuff in this song. You know what? It actually could be the song that comes after. If we were going to talk about like chronological order, it's the one that would come after White Horse. Because how at the end of that one, it's like, you're not the prince and I'm not a damsel. And like, I'm gone. In this one, doesn't she say at the beginning, it's like, you were a prince. I used to be the damsel in distress. I'm like, oh, look, she found it again.
Aw.
Yeah.
It's cute.
I love the lyrics of the chorus too. That's actually my favorite part of the song.
Yeah, mine is just Today Was a Fairy Tale. I like the simplicity of it.
I don't know. Just like the imagery she painted it, right? It's like before the chorus, it's like time slows down whenever you're around. And then it goes into like that happy vibe where it's like, can you feel this magic in the air? Yeah. I'm just like, yes, it sounds very magical. I agree. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's good.
So
it's
good.
Great. Yeah.
Alrighty.
That brings us to the vaults.
Yeah. We made it.
I love this vault. Like, I will generally just say that because because we're a lot of Swifties in the family, right? The others, like, they liked certain songs, but they didn't really love the entire vault.
Sure.
If that makes sense. Whereas Whereas like for me, like from the beginning, I'm like, I love this vault because it really reminds me of Fearless. Does that make sense? Like, of course I would love it because I love Fearless. So I'm like, it makes complete sense. So anyway, we can get into the songs.
So the first one is "You All Over Me" featuring Maren Morris. The first, like, the thing that hit me most about this song is that it's definitely related to the song on 1989. Because she says the lyric, like, but no amount of freedom gets you clean. I've still got you all over me. And then in 1989, she so that I was just like,
yeah, I know you don't listen to the song.
But yes, no, there you go. Thank you, Kristin, for bringing that up, because it is a precursor to the thought in clean.
Yep.
And clean is sort of like, that's so good. That's so good.
Yeah, it really is. This song actually gives me very strong tie together with the Smile vibes. Like it's kind of like that. Again, it's another like very melancholic heartbreak sort of song. And she does that Taylor thing again, where she like slightly changes lyrics with every, I think it's chorus, which I really liked. This is also Joe Jonas coded, apparently, supposedly. Fun facts. Do you like how I'm always able to be like, this is the Joe Jonas song? Anyway, I also really like how she and Maren Morris sound together, because it suits the vibe of the song so well to me. So I like hearing it. I
wanted to point out, I can't remember the exact lyric off the top of my head, but it's another instance of her assigning like monetary value to human worth, since Macky pointed that out in the song on Big You.
I think it's still
okay. No, I love that. Yeah, no, she does that in Tied Together with a Smile.
We're gonna Google that while we're here.
And like I have them printed. Let me check the physical notes.
$1 in your pocket. It's been spent and traded in.
Yeah.
Currency. Yeah, that is a theme in Taylor Swift imagery.
Actually, she does use that a fair bit. Oh, by the way, the reason why I think this is Joe Jonas coded is because there's a part about June again.
June.
The lyric is specifically, I think it's like the best and worst day of June was the one where I met you. Yeah, that entire verse actually, because the rest of it goes with your hands in your pockets and your don't you wish you had me grin. I'm like, that's Joe Jonas coded. I can't.
Thank you, Romeo Montague.
Right? Oh my god, so Joe Jonas coded. But I do really like the song. It is not my favorite of the vault, but I do really enjoy it.
I have a very clear favorite of the vault songs. And
I also have a very clear favorite. I think we all have a very clear favorite, and I'm pretty sure it might be this. Wait, actually, no, it might not be the same one, or maybe it is.
We'll see.
I'm not sure. Anyway,
we're gonna find out.
Speaking of Joe Jonas coded,
I want to start this one.
Yep.
Unless Kristin, you would rather.
Wait for the next one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first, I just want to say my favorite lyric for you all.
Yes. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Yes.
I lived.
Actually, I don't even said mine.
Okay. I lived and I learned. Had you got burned, held out, and held on, God knows, too long.
Sharing a brain cell. I'm telling you, that was also my number one.
So good.
But I also like the later one for it.
Which one?
I don't know if you had that one bookmarked too. The I lived and I learned and found out what it was to turn around and see that we were never really meant to be. I like the change in it.
Me too.
Oh god.
This is obviously our first vault track, and this one was leaked online in 2017, despite it not making the cut for the Fearless album originally. It's the second single from Fearless Taylor's version, and Maren performed the song on stage with her during the Eras tour in Chicago last June.
Wow.
Of course, because it's June.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's Taylor being Taylor.
Of course she would. That is a deep cut. That is a deep cut. All right, fair.
And now moving on to my favorite by far.
I knew it. This is why I was like, I don't think we have the same favorite.
I was just gonna be cheeky with my thing, but please, it is your favorite, Kristin, by all means, take it away.
Okay, I'm just obsessed. I'm obsessed with the song. This is another one that I've listened to on repeat. There's just like an absolute explosion of callbacks to other songs within this piece of perfection.
Yep.
I mean, I squealed when she said Mr. Casually Cruel.
Yeah.
Because as we all know, that's all too well.
Yep.
Also, it was really funny. Like when I was first listening to it, it reminded me of those like Little Miss memes that were going around for a while.
Actually,
Just that
That
she's
is
like saying it so
hilarious.
many times. But I am like beyond obsessed with these lyrics. I think that they're all brilliant.
Yep.
It was really tough to choose a favorite one.
what is your favorite?
But it's and I never got past What You Put Me Through, but it's wonderful to see that it never phased you.
Wow.
Oh,
Amazing.
Taylor.
There's a level of passive aggression that deserves an award.
I love, actually, that's low key my favorite thing about it, how passive aggressive it is, disguised as a very boppy earworm of a song. It's great.
I feel like it mirrors some of the lyrics in Forever and Always, and it even has like a similar musical sound.
Yeah.
I love the sarcasm.
I mean,
you know, she talks about insincere apologies. That ties back to You're Not Sorry. Mr. Too Late. It makes me think of White Horse. I just like, wow, this is it.
So good.
This is like
it's
peak,
so fun to sing along to, even though it's also really hard. And it's one of the ones you can dance to, kind of. I would say it's kind of the ones. It's kind of one that, like, if she ever sang it at full tilt in the way it's produced at a concert, oh my god, so fun! I can just imagine screaming this with 10 billion other people.
Yes, I feel
oh my
like
god.
The instrumentals on it are so good too. Like in the beginning, I was trying like so hard to think of what it made me feel. Like it, I guess I think I landed on like summer kind of montage in like a 90s, like maybe like Now and Then. Like it kind of reminded me of
oh my god.
like a nostalgic kind of, I don't know. I just
I could see that. I could absolutely see that.
Makes complete sense.
Is your favorite fact about the song the same favorite fact I have about this song?
I mean, I did have one thing I was gonna say.
You can say it, because
Okay.
I think you'll just deliver it better than I
one
did.
thing, the one thing I will say about this song is this: it's not a bop.
I love that.
Which is a direct allusion.
I just love it.
To the one, was it on Instagram that Sophie Turner posted?
That is my favorite fun fact about this song. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's not a bop.
And she's not wrong.
She's not wrong. She's also not.
And for those who don't know, it was Sophie Turner that posted that on her. She puts like a screenshot of the song and said it's not a bop in her Instagram story, which was just
with full awareness of who it was allegedly written about and for.
It's so funny to me. I love that so much. Favorite lyric from me is the part in the bridge where she goes, "I was Miss Here to Stay. Now I'm Miss Gonna Be All Right Someday. And someday maybe you'll miss me, but by then you'll be Mr. Too Late." So I like that whole
that's why it spawned all the little miss memes, right? So
but yeah, I love the song too.
Well, is that why all of those started showing up?
Well, I feel like
it was around the
same time,
like a similar time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
because
that I immediately thought of that, but I didn't know if they were like actually connected.
I felt like that was my assumption because of the timing. So
could make sense.
So anyway,
Taylor wrote this song solo, and it obviously has more of a pop feel. So I feel like it kind of like was an early hint at the direction that she was moving in.
I could see that too.
And
I almost feel like
this
sorry, go ahead.
is one of my favorite fun facts about the song.
Do tell.
In it, she says Mr. 27 times. And we know that Joe Jonas broke up with her in a
oh my god, I love
phone call. So
that is my favorite fun fact now.
Yeah.
It's eclipsed the Sophie Turner fact. I love Taylor Swift. I love her so much.
Me too.
Dope.
Oh,
she's
boy.
So brilliant.
She's Machiavellian. She's already
only
said
because
this.
she can. Only because she can.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wild, right?
I'm stuck on that now. I had a thing, but now that's the only thing I'm thinking of.
Right.
And it's the only thing that matters at this point.
Exactly.
I find. Okay, cool.
Okay. Does anyone
Very
have
well.
anything else to say about this one?
Nope.
I'm sitting on.
It's
I'm
not
chewing on
a
that for
bop.
the next week.
It's not a bop. That's all I got.
Okay, so moving on to We Were Happy.
This
Oh
one
my
feels
God.
like a country song,
That is
which makes sense
Yeah.
given that Keith Urban does harmony on it also. But like it
Mhm.
feels like a country song. And what I
It
like
does.
about it is it's another one where it's like the couple in it was happy, but they eventually just again diverging paths. It doesn't really
Yeah.
sound like there was a real conflict or anything. It was just like we just feel differently now. I just feel differently now. That's specifically what it says. And I like the imagery she uses in it because it very much evokes like small coastal town, which
Mhm.
I really enjoy in
Yeah.
particular. And my favorite line, I have two. One of them is we used to watch the sun go down on the boats on the water, and then it goes, that's sort of how I feel right now, and goodbye so much harder. Just the imagery of that, I'm just like,
That's exactly what I have written down.
brain cell. We're
no,
sharing
but
one.
but it's giving Evermore, right?
Yeah.
It's like the
Actually,
little coastal town stories. This feels like it happened to the adults in that little town that August and whoever.
this is also not the first boat mentioned.
And that's also not the first boat mentioned.
Yeah.
So I feel like if some sad shit happens up at that place.
Yeah, you're right. Because there's
the-
also a part where like,
And the only one that was
don't they
happy
guard-
was the lady who ruined everything, and as far as everyone was concerned, and it was
yeah, don't they go to I think they go to like a festival and or like a carnival or something like that. Is this the one that has that? I can't remember actually specifically,
Yeah.
but there's something like that. They also laugh is again in this song because
Yeah.
there's a part that goes
Yeah.
like no one can touch the way we laughed in the dark.
In the dark,
I'm like,
yeah.
okay. I'm like, it's just so sad. And then when you get
Bloody
to the bridge
heartbreaking.
where she's like, I hate those voices telling me I'm not in love anymore. Oof.
I mean,
So
Yep.
sad, so angsty.
Agreed.
It's kind of one I could see like this is like a weird thing to say, but like you guys know the movie or the book or whatever, like Water for Elephants or whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It kind of gives me that level of drama. Like I could frame an entire music video using this song, but using that as the story.
Interesting. I
Which is, like-
actually never read that.
Don't.
But that's really interesting.
I was
There's
like,
a kiss
don't.
of death.
I didn't like the movie as much either. This is the one with Robert Pattinson and
I was just
Reese.
gonna say, isn't Robert Pattinson in it too?
Yeah.
Which full circle.
Yeah, it's him and Reese Witherspoon, I believe. Yeah, which is interesting. Anyway, that has nothing to do with anything. Kristin, what did you think?
I think that you said it best. This is one where like I really love the lyrics. I think that the lyrics are really well crafted, but this one is one of those more sad songs, and it's like a little bit slower, so it's really not one that I listened to very much.
Which is fair. I don't think you listened to it much either, right?
You're right.
Is this one of the you like it and it's good, but like not for you?
Yeah. Oh well, no, that's not true. It's just I don't listen to it on rotation, but I am very into this.
So
song.
it's not on the shelf.
It's not on the shelf.
Okay. Just checking.
It's one of those things where I don't know what to do with you, because if I listen to you too much, it's just gonna hurt. But I also do love you so much. So
Okay,
Mhm.
I got it.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, so Alexa did mention Keith Urban does the harmonies for this song.
Yep.
And Taylor toured with him on his tour in 2009. And he is also featured on our next song, That's When.
Which I actually really like.
I adore this song.
I really like this song.
I'm not
and
surprised.
I think it's partly because I like the kind of relationship it depicts, where it's like the relationship is falling apart a little bit because the character in it is going through some growth and like growing pains and growing outside and needs to figure something out. And then at the end, the other person is there and they wait. And then when they come back, it's just like, okay. Like I can't like that. It just
I wrote down like this is the second chance romance song. Like that's the trope.
exactly.
Oh, yeah.
That is exactly what it
100%,
is.
yeah.
It's so like I just enjoy it. And I like that they both sing in it, like very like kind of
I
offering the
love the
other
harmonies.
perspectives. Oh, so good.
Like I don't know if you've seen those memes where like normalized loving books but not remembering a single thing about them. and then like this response was, "Hey, what'd you like about that book? The vibes, man, just the vibes."
Yeah.
That's there you go. That's how I feel about this song. I remember like when I finally get to listen to the lyrics again, I'm like, oh, that's what this is about. But I love it because it's the vibe. I just love the vibe. I like Keith Urban a lot. And so for them to collaborate like this,
I love that. Actually, it makes me very happy.
Beautiful.
Yeah. What about you, Kristin? How do you like the song?
Again, this is like a slower one, so I was not like super into it. I like it. It's not a favorite. And yeah, I really don't have many thoughts on this one.
Fair. I'll point out, there's two sets of lyrics I really like because together they already tell you the entire story of the song.
Oh, okay, good.
Where the first is like, you said, I know, when I said I need some time, need some space to think about all of this. And you watched me go, and I knew my words were hard to hear and harder to ever take back. And then later, it's like, I said, I know, when you said, I did you wrong, made mistakes, and put you through all of this. Then through the phone came all your tears, and I said, leave those all in our past. I'm like, that's basically the story. It's a second chance romance. Like, something happened, they fell apart, they are getting a second chance. And again, she does that thing where they're just changing something about the lyrics, but it mirrors the earlier part of the song, which that's the thing I love about
It's a good vibe. I like the vibe.
But I do like this song. Still not my number one on the vault tracks, but quite enjoy it.
One of the things that I thought was funny was that Keith Urban said that when Taylor contacted him about like being on these songs, he said he was obviously immediately on board.
Sure, yeah.
And he was actually like at a grocery store, and she texted him the tracks, and he was like, I listened to these songs at the grocery store.
That's actually so wholesome.
I would drop everything I do if Taylor sent me anything.
A voice memo with the song. Hello.
I don't care. I do that anyway with people. It's like, hey, like you listen to this track. I'm like, I'll do. Like, I don't care what I'm doing. So
yeah.
Hilarious.
I thought that was fun.
Yeah.
Our next song, unless anyone has anything else to say.
No.
Nope.
No. Oh, actually, for That's When, she wrote that song in 2004, actually. So it was even older.
Wild.
It's amazing.
Yeah. But okay, moving on to Don't You.
I feel like we should let Macky do it because I know that this is his favorite, and it's also mine, but like, I know.
Oh,
with the exception of all, like the only reason the earlier Fearless songs have any pull at all over this is because of just the nostalgia of it. But Don't You became an immediate fast favorite that there's a particularly devastating piano cover that I am planning to do for this thing and have been practicing sort of like low-key. I adore this song, up, down, left, right, and center, because again, some things you just live, and it's just so good. And here's the thing. It's low-key sort of like Midnight's and 1989 because of the synth. There's not a lot of synth on Fearless.
Yes, there even,
and even if there are, they're in the back.
Yeah,
Don't You is primarily all the synth is up front, and therefore so is the heartbreak and the pain, and just that devastating. Like it's an entire story of God, I like, and even and my favorite line would be, so I walk out of here tonight, try to go on with my life. The first time I heard it, I thought try to go on. It's like go out with my life or something like that, but it's go on with my life, and you can say we're still friends, but when I see you again, just don't, just sir, don't.
Just don't. I do like the song too. Like I have very similar feelings as Macky about it. It's just the minute I heard it, it's one of those songs like the beginning alone was enough to draw me in already.
Just the beginning alone is the most broken, just messed up. Hey, like that one. Hey, just
yeah.
It's like that awkward, like you're trying to be nice, but you know that like you have a lot of feelings and you're just holding yourself back. That's how it comes across. Which really
how fractured can one word be?
Yeah.
Lord.
I think Kristin pointed out earlier too. Like specifically, I think it's with "You're Not Sorry." Wait, which one was it? With the nose. It's just like the way, the nuance in the tone with which she pronounces it sometimes changes how it gives the overall feel of the song. And I think that the hey does that so effectively. Because you're just like, ouch, this hurts. It's funny because this one is the only one where I'm like, when I hear it, I immediately think urban setting. Like I
Yeah, no,
don't
it's
think
yeah.
country. I
No,
don't
this
think
is like
this is like
New York,
a coffee shop in
downtown.
New York. Again, this is why I also think it's Jonas Coded.
Girl.
Because okay, I
It
only
is,
say
for
that because
sure.
if this was written in the past, which it was,
Which
I'm
it
like,
was,
it
which
has
it
to have
was,
been.
which
Like,
it was.
Yeah.
there's no way. Like, who, like, I guess it could be Taylor Lautner, but like, no, I also don't think so. No.
I don't
yeah,
think so. Yeah, I think
yeah,
it's definitely Joe Jonas.
yeah, I really like the song too. The lyric that hits me the most, Macky already said my favorite, but like one of the others that hits me the most is like when she says, sometimes I really wish that I could hate you. I've tried, but that's just something I can't do. I'm just like,
Mhm.
oh girl, I know. I was like, you will eventually get there, but like right now I get it. Like I get that
Yeah.
it's so fresh that you can't let it, like it's not gone yet.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
What
I
about
think
you,
that-
Kristen?
I totally agree with everything that you guys said. I also really enjoy this song. I think that it's funny, like from what I've found, as I've said, like for some songs, I've read the lyrics before listening to the song, and I will read the lyrics and think like, oh, I like this. This is probably going to be my favorite lyric. But then her delivery of it tends to change like my mind. Like I'll be like, wow,
Yeah.
that is a good lyric, but the way that she delivers this line makes it my favorite lyric instead.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Again, the only thing that I had also was that everyone thinks this is about Joe Jonas. So
I'm telling you.
yeah.
With this entire album. It's okay. That's why it's not your favorite.
Sir, just don't.
Don't
I feel like it was her first high profile heartbreak. So it's
Fair.
no surprise that it spawned so many emotions
That's
and
true.
feelings and songs.
Mm-hmm. So true.
No, yeah, because just the amount of magic that you hope is happening at that moment is pretty like intense, like dating Joe, meeting Selena, all of those things.
Yeah.
Like, just that how far into the future could she see everybody hanging out years from now?
Which is still funny.
Friendship's still intact, all of that good stuff. But anyway, it is what it is.
All right. That takes us to Bye Bye Baby, our final vault track, our final song on Fearless Taylor's version.
Don't we just all appreciate that she decided the last vault track was going to be called Bye Bye Baby? Because it's like twofold, right?
Yeah.
It's like
if the code keeps
goodbye
coding,
to this person. Yeah, if the code keeps coding, that's one thing. But it's like goodbye to this person, but also goodbye to this era. Goodbye to this album. Like it's like a goodbye in a lot of ways, which I think is, I'm sure she thought about this when she was like, I'm going to organize my track list exactly like this. You know what I mean?
I literally have in my notes, Bye Bye Baby is such a great ending to the overall album.
I mean,
right? Yeah, right. And it's like,
those are the final words.
It makes you happy a little bit because you hear what she says in it, where she's like, I'm finally moving on. That's basically essentially what happens in the song. But I will say there's a lot of, there's a lot of like motifs in this one because the rain is back. As Kristin will know, she probably highlighted the rain is back. There's the driving away. There's the driving away, which is so funny to me because it just occurred to me like treacherous also has driving, but it's driving too.
I mean,
but driving away in this one just reminds you of Breathe because kind of like that, and White Horse also because like in the rearview mirror, blah blah blah. This one also has pages, like something about pages falling or pages slipping, which I'm like, that's a call to every single time she mentions like writing a story or starting a story and then it all falling out of her hands. There's a lot of good lyrics in this one.
She also says, then the here and the now floods in, which also like reminded me of rain.
Yeah, I feel that. Oh yeah, here's the lyric I like. It's you're all I want, but it's not enough this time. And all the pages are just slipping through my hands. And I'm so scared of how this ends. I'm just like, first of all, if you give me any reference that could literally refer to journaling, writing, or a book, I will be in.
Anybody who can rhyme hands and ends is my like hero.
Right.
As a songwriter, damn it. It's supposed to be like that. You can't, like when you write songs, it's not as like, you can't use a poetry brain solely in writing music. because phonetically, when you sing it, a lot of things will begin to rhyme.
That's true.
Mhm.
That's true. And the fact that if you can already hear it like that, it probably helps.
And for anyone watching who's even interested, look up the word orange and M&M. He gets to rhyme 16 things to that. So
I mean, I'm not surprised.
yeah, just because like music transcends the page.
Yeah.
And poetry is kind of stuck to it. So
agreed.
So for Taylor to, you know, break those barriers and go, we can rhyme these things. It's brilliant.
Also, to Kristin's point, when she was saying like it's the perfect way to end the album, I do really like that it ends with "Bye Bye Baby." That's literally the last thing she says, and she says it in a different tone than the rest of the time she sings "Bye Bye Baby" in the song.
Love that.
Which again, we're circling back to like, here's the nuance, because she had this tone. It just sounds so great. So I'm like, there's like a final, like it's a chapter closing, basically, is what it feels like. So I really like that. But Kristin, how did you feel? Because I think sound-wise, I would guess you liked it, but it's probably, again, not one you return to as often or would return to. I don't.
Exactly. That's it. My favorite lyric in this one, though, is "Lost in the Gray," and I try to grab at the fray.
Yes. Oh, Gray is another one that she mentions in some other songs eventually, I think. If I remember right.
So I printed all of the lyrics and highlighted like rained. And I think I'm going to print out the lyrics to every era as we do this and get some rainbow colored highlighters and have like a different color for each of these things. That
highlight rain. I really am curious how many times she mentions rain in her songs, because it's always there.
Yeah. This has been very fun. It's like solving a puzzle. I feel like I should have a murder board, actually.
But Macky, to be fair to Macky, it is true that we could actually have done an entire show where it was literally just us being like, in the lyrics, these are her. It's like teaching a class, right? It's like, here are the recurring motifs and how she used them in this way, this way, this way. Because it is like a masterclass in and of itself that you could teach. Just based on all of the things that she uses. Whether I know some people have done things where they like deep dive into literary references she has. So it like, you know, it's just interesting.
That's why I'm so excited for Tortured Poets Department, because
I'm so excited for that too.
She's already been writing poetry for years, and then for her to like label an album as poetry, like I just can't even imagine what you're going to be getting.
Almost there. Less than 2 weeks.
I cannot.
I'm ready.
I am also very
ready. The other facts that I have for this one is that this is actually an updated and revamped version of a leaked track that was called "The One Thing." And the one notable lyric change from "The One Thing" is, she said, "From the one thing I thought would never leave me," and she changed it to "'cause you took me home, but you just couldn't keep me."
Yeah, that lyric is sad though.
Yeah.
"'Cause you took me home, but you just couldn't keep me."
Yeah.
So sad.
Do we want to each say our top 5 tracks from the album?
I think it's kind of obvious if you've been watching this whole time. I can just tell you what my top 3? No, I could do top 5. That's a lie.
I guess I went with top 5 because I couldn't narrow it down. I was like, yeah, top 5 it is.
I was like, that's fair. I will tell you in no particular order at this point in time. It is "Don't You," "Today Was a Fairy Tale," because it's now officially part of this album, so I can now count it. The way I Loved You, obviously. "Fearless," and "Love Story."
Nice.
I have "Don't You," "Breathe," "Fearless," "You Belong With Me," and 15.
Nice. I have "Fearless," "Love Story," "You Belong With Me," "Forever and Always," and "Mr. Perfectly Fine."
I like that we have some in common, and then we have some that are not in common.
Well, here's the thing. If you extend the list all the way down to 10, everybody else's
we definitely
would most
like
in terms of just presence on the other person's top 10 list, I believe the Venn diagram could way as well be a circle. So
That's true.
Yeah. And then what's your least favorite track or tracks?
The ones I guess I don't listen to are probably "Untouchable." I don't really listen to that one very often. "Tell Me Why" is another one I don't listen to very often. And I guess "Hey Steven." Even though I do enjoy it, I also just generally I'm like, never mind, I can skip it.
It's pretty much everything that isn't on our collective top 5s / 10s, which apparently are all Joe Jonas songs. But yeah,
Right.
like Forever and Always, like I love I love these so very, very much.
I would argue you maybe don't listen to some of the other Vault songs as much, or
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like,
because I feel like you just hyper focus on Don't You.
oh yeah, Dope Q is
I don't
literally
even think
my
you
number.
listen to Mr. Perfectly Fine that often either.
No,
Yeah,
it is
see?
a bop, but it's not my bop.
It's not a bop for you.
It's not a bop. I mean, no, it is a bop. It's just not my.
No, for you. That's why I said
Yeah,
for
yeah.
you.
It's yeah. Exactly.
What about you, Kristin? What would you
I
say
just put one for least favorite. I put That's One.
That's fair.
But it's really like, again, it's like the slower songs that I think because I didn't have as much time with this album as I did with Debut. There are some songs that would have the potential to grow on me as I keep listening to the full album.
I think Breathe is one of them, actually.
Yeah, I think so
I have a
too.
feeling.
I mean, that one already has grown on me. Like from the first time I listened to it, I was like, eh. And then by the third time I listened to it, I was singing along. But yeah, I think I need some more time with some of them before I can definitively say.
Makes sense.
That makes sense.
Makes sense.
And we have all the time.
Oh yeah, there's always time.
So that brings us to our last section, which is the fearless aesthetic and outfits. And Alexa was kind enough to prepare the slideshow for us this time. So I'm going to put it on screen. And if you want to take the lead since you pulled these, and then just let me know when you want me to switch slides.
Okay. When I was telling Macky about this earlier, I was like, there's a very clear like sequence and strapless era for Taylor at this point. Like, I feel like that is the aesthetic and a lot of sparkles, right?
Oh, wait,
so
let's go to slide. This is where we started. Sorry.
Okay, this is like, it's okay. This is like the original album, obviously, because I put it in the corner, but these are like the images in it.
Oh.
And this is the other side of the door image. You can see it. Like, I'm pretty sure you can see it right now. There's the dude on the other side of the door, and there she is.
Yeah.
I really love the Fearless outfit. That's actually my favorite outfit in this whole like montage of things. But you can see sort of like she's still into she's like, I will wear the ball gown when I can wear the ball gown. But she's starting to be in she's still continuing the floral dresses era. It's still there, but you can see a lot more sequins and sparkle. It's starting to become like a thing where it's like gold and silver.
And this was the era where the number one color you ever loved was blue.
Yeah. So this particular shade of blue too.
And it's exactly that's I'm like, it's
uncanny, right?
2007.
I find it funny because like I was looking at all these images, and the one that doesn't match everything else is the one where she's sitting on the picnic blanket. Because look at everything else.
Oh,
right?
not at all. Yeah.
And then you
that
see her just
very boho chic. Like it kind of reminds me. Do you remember that show Dharma and Greg? Like she reminds me of like
yes.
And that's
it screams Dharma. Yeah, I adore Dharma. I adore Jenna Elfman. But this is yeah.
It's very interesting to me. Like that photo is in the original because I'm like. The one underwater is also a cool photo. That one was for Breathe.
She looks like a floral pirate.
Yeah. That was like to me, it feels like she's like a mermaid.
Yeah, it's actually also very clean coded.
Yeah.
It feels very clean coded too. But yeah, I love the drama in these photos. I'll be honest with you, except for the picnic one, obviously, because it's not that dramatic. But like everything else. The rain, like posed by the open window with the rain coming down, Fearless standing in the headlights, like the other side of the door where you can't see the dude because I cut him off a little because this is not about him. But she's just there. It has like a hand on the door where he has a hand on it's like a whole thing.
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed the drama of it. So I was like, when I was putting together the album one, I was like, I have to make a whole separate slide for the originals because they're just so good.
They really
They're just
are.
like so fitting for how she imagined the whole thing, I think, in her head.
But
I agree. If you switch it over to the next slide, which is the Taylor's version of the album, it just calls back. Oh, unless you have something else you want to say, Kristin.
Before we switch, I just want to say, like the one by the door too, that is such like a ModCloth outfit to me. And I feel like that's like the early seeds of where Taylor's style like evolves to a little bit later on. I think it's like red-ish 1989 era.
Yeah.
I think it's
I can
1989
see
more
that.
than I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah. That too.
And also too, like these beautiful like drapey dresses. They all like evoke fairy tales so perfectly.
Yep.
You mentioned like the drama, but I feel like they all have such like an ethereal beauty to them.
Agreed.
Like she just really captured it perfectly.
She's living the fairy tale, is what it
It
is.
really is.
I think.
Is there a
Okay.
filter on the thing, or is it really
Oh.
just like there's like a gray sheen over it?
I don't. Yeah. I mean,
I
I know
think
what the size.
It does look like Instagram, like early Instagram filter kind of thing.
I don't know how it's looking on your end, Kristin. Can you see the colors pretty vibrantly? Because for us, it kind of looks like there's.
No, it definitely looks a little bit more dulled, and I was wondering if that is like also partially because this is an old
It might be though, because these are all
album. It's not
scans.
like there's like exactly there's not
I was
like
gonna say,
uploads
they're all
of these that
scanned.
were like
Okay, fair.
high quality images released.
So they're
It's
not
like it's
quite
the
as-
CD booklet.
Yeah, I just did the
Okay.
did us a solid and scanned most of
All right. Fair enough.
Okay. You can
Okay,
click to
so
the next one. Oh, see, but this one
moving
is also
on.
showing like what do you call this? It's also showing for us a little bit gray filter. Which
Like on our screen, like
yeah.
in
I don't know if it's showing that way for you too, Kristin,
Interesting.
where it's like it's kind of gray instead of brown. Because I know this one leans more towards brown.
Yeah, so I'm like looking at the slideshow that you sent me on my other screen, and
Yeah.
it looks pretty close.
Okay.
I don't know if maybe it's just because it's like maybe it's like bigger, so the image quality went down a little bit.
Maybe, probably. I would not be surprised because this is also a lot of scans again because it's album stuff. But this one you
Yeah.
can tell it's really just a callback to the Fearless tour era because it's all like the stage stuff she's wearing. You can see the rain scene, the band outfit, the again, it's a very like she was in a neutral era kind of weirdly.
Yeah.
There's like a bronze dress, a white dress, a silver and black dress, and I think a gold one also, and a black one. And a lot of that is like what you're seeing in the album photos for this one. I do really like the cover of Fearless Taylor's version. I like that she still kept like the hair flip on it.
Yeah.
And I like the romance of her like top in it because it still feels very much like a callback in a good way. Like she didn't embody the exact like fairy tale like I believe in fairy tales teenager that she was, but she also didn't dismiss it or change it. You know what I mean?
Agreed. I feel like even like with her dress, so like on the original Fearless, her dress is definitely more like the juvenile version of fairy tales, and then on Fearless Taylor's version, like that top is giving me like damsel in distress and like a more mature, like I'm in a fairy tale setting kind of vibe.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's also interesting how she was able to like take just like the vibe of a fairy tale and again like show like the two different ways that can play out.
I love it. I think it's great.
I love it too.
But are we surprised? Not really.
I love all of the like sparkles in this era and all of the dresses with like the fringe and like when because she was also like she did so much twirling during this era on stage.
Yes, the twirling. It's the twirling and like the hair that defines the era for me.
It really like draws your eye, and I think that also was like so brilliant to like foresee how well these clothes would like play out on stage.
Oh, yeah, I actually never thought of that, but yeah.
I also like, so I just watched obviously the Eras tour also, and like I love how when she was doing the Fearless era, she did call back, like she did the heart hands, she did the twirling, she did the hair, like
I sobbed.
Oh,
I sobbed my eyes out during that part. Like when I watched it, before I went to go see it, I didn't look up anything. I avoided spoilers like they were the plague, and I was like, nothing had been spoiled for me at that point.
Yep.
So I didn't
That's
know what era was coming. And when I tell you, like the minute I heard the song, I was already starting to cry, and then she came out, and I was like sobbing my eyes out because I was like,
feral
so...
tears, if that even makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just high-pitched keening.
Yeah, pretty much. I was just losing it. I don't think I like. Honestly,
I love how like between each thing, as soon as because I saw like the film version. So like the second that there was like a single like pixel of what was coming, I was like, I know this era.
It's coming. It's
like
coming.
Yeah, it was like so clear. Like everything is just so well like defined.
It's so,
adore it.
The branding is spot on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I must say. Okay. You can switch to the next one. I wonder if it'll still have this filter. See, this had more color when I put it up on the slides, but I think you can kind of tell what she's wearing. This is a lot of her.
It looks to me on both of my.
Yeah,
monitors.
it still has the filter. Also for us, I don't know what it is, to be honest with you. To be fair, I did not look at it again after I sent it to you, so maybe there's something off on the settings. Like on my part, you know what I mean. But this is more like her promo appearances, like places like she had to do interviews or did performances. The one with the sparkly blue dress is in front of Rockefeller. And as you can see, this is the era still with the boots, but now we've gone to leather boots, not cowboy boots.
Yes.
We have now transitioned into that. But you can see it's the same sort of silhouette with the dresses in general. There's two. It's like it's got the tight corset out and then the A-line bottom. The one I find the funniest and the one I had to include that doesn't match is the one with the lace stockings.
Yeah.
And like, because I'm like, okay, because I was like looking at all these photos. I'm like, a lot of it was a very typical aesthetic. She wore a lot of blue. Like that was a lot of blue in this era. It was blue and then like yellow, white, brown, gold, silver. And then I was like, okay, let me look. And then I saw that one and I was like,
I don't know. It's giving it Forever Memories.
Yeah, I was like, is this like
version.
the night version? I don't know what it is, but it did. Because it's funny, because the other reason I put it there was like, at some point in my life, I'm pretty sure I have worn something that looks like it. Yes. And I was like,
I can attest to that.
I haven't done the one on the...
Maybe not the petticoat, but...
The one I haven't done is the one with the plaid shirt and the belt. Though I have worn similar shoes, but I've never done the belt part with the plaid shirt.
Oh, I absolutely have done that.
I know.
I know because it's giving medieval like what is it? Medieval plaid, and I like it.
It's the shoes too. Like you see her shoes, Kristin. I feel like this was the era when those shoes were a big deal.
Yes,
like that particular exact kind of shoe, especially the ones with the strapless dresses. I'm like, I know that at some point in my life I was definitely doing that too.
I think those are called Dorsey shoes. It's like D''Orsay. And specifically like the platforms, I feel like that was also when like Christian Louboutin was becoming very popular with the red-soled shoes. And that was like his signature. It was like a giant platform peep toe. Yeah. But I do love that she's transitioned to leather boots. I think those are so good.
I also find the jewelry thing interesting. Have you noticed she doesn't wear a lot of jewelry up top, but then she has all the bracelets and stuff on her hands, and she still has the 13, of course.
Yeah.
It's just interesting because now we've seen her do other things as she's gotten, she's gotten older and moved into different eras.
Yeah. And then just looking at this, like, this is like I would say a less cohesive style than we see from her in later eras. Like obviously things are much more curated down the line, but one thing that I love about Taylor is that like if you look at Instagram, like people have an aesthetic and it kind of feels like that's like what they're stuck with. Like if they change their aesthetic, they couldn't retain their followers, like it just wouldn't happen. But Taylor just manages to reinvent herself and experiment and makes everything her. And I feel like that is way more relatable to most girls to want to try different things and to like because you're not, you're a multifaceted person. You're going to have more interests. And like, while this is what you want to wear at the time, like you don't want to be stuck to wearing the same thing forever.
That's true.
No, agreed.
That's true.
Yeah, no.
Can you imagine if she, like, sometimes I can imagine her wearing this for like the show and everything, but I can't imagine her wearing some of these things in real life anymore.
No, agreed.
No.
Right? It
So true.
just wouldn't suit who she is now.
Yeah.
And that's true for all of us, I think.
Absolutely. And I think that it was a different time too. Like, I think that specifically after COVID, just fashion in general has veered toward the more casual. People are more concerned with being comfortable than, wearing heels and a sparkly dress out on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
True. So true.
Although I still think she could rock that middle of the dress though.
I think so too.
Like,
The blue one.
Yeah, I think that's still within like bounds. And everything else sort of beside it doubtful. Maybe the white.
Maybe the ones this way, like the blue one, the other strapless one, and the sparkly one.
I don't
that side. I could see.
Really, I don't think she's gonna go sparkly with boots.
She wouldn't
like
wear it
that.
with boots, but she could still wear that dress. I could still
Yeah.
see it. Yeah.
All right.
I
could
mean,
still see
it
her.
kind of is, it looks like some outfits from the Eras tour.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, that is very specific.
Yeah.
And she is calling back to those eras a lot, so that's fine. This is like, but there's again so much blue, which I love because I love blue.
Yeah.
You can switch to the next one, Kristin, if you have nothing else to say. Okay. Had to do it. Had to put the tour stuff in here because
I mean,
It's-
look at that.
it's got all
Yeah.
the sparkles. I had to leave the iconic, like, I'm gonna pull off this costume and it's transformed into this other costume.
Look at
Uh-huh.
that.
A lot of it again is it's very sparkly, which I'm sure you and I both appreciate. I am
Oh, yeah.
particularly I'm a huge fan of the love story dress because obviously it's
Yeah.
very fairy tale,
Me too.
like duh. But I do also enjoy the quick change in "You Belong with Me." I think it's fun because
I mean,
Mhm.
it's just fun. It's iconic, right?
Yeah.
But it's a lot of now going into a more glam era, whereas before it was closer to like what she's wearing when she's with the guitar. She has the cowboy boots on and she has like a very simple like blue dress on. That's
Mhm.
that I feel is more is closer to debut era. And then
Yeah.
you can see there's more sparkles now, like the rain dress, the strapless white dress, the shimmery black and silver one, the
Yeah.
clearly silver one. Like she is really like, I'm gonna glam up just a little. I'll still wear the boots. Give me
Yeah.
1 second because I'm gonna change the dress, which I really
feel like
I love it.
the blue dress with the cowboy boots is also nice to be like, this is where I came from. Like she's still acknowledging that this is like a part of her, even though she has kind of moved on to these other looks.
Yeah, I agree.
My favorite one for sure is the like feathery silver and black one with the tall boots.
Iconic.
I love that look. I had a dress that was like kind of similar to that when I was in college that I would wear out.
Yeah,
to,
you
like,
would totally
clubs and stuff. And it just like it's so nostalgic for me to see like that. I wish I could still like have that dress and fit in it and like have a place to go to wear it.
Well, see, isn't that like the twofold thing? It's less the can you fit in it? It's more the where do I wear this?
Yeah.
It's like where, you know what I mean? Oh, you know what? Yeah, we should make occasions.
Right. I also like how
Yeah.
theatrical it is because this one has more costumes.
Yeah, it does.
Yes.
Which I think is really fun for her as someone who maybe, like Macky was saying, maybe she was a theater kid who just never got to like.
I bet the theater kids maybe iced her out and thought, you're just not what we're looking for.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I'll show you.
And she's like, well,
Yeah.
I'll have fun then. I will do it my way. And she did. And it was great.
Yeah.
And this was the beginning of like her shows now having some costuming
And
to them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Speak Now actually has some of the best ones. So we're going to get to that at some
Oh,
point.
I'm
But I do
excited.
enjoy
I haven't seen those.
Fearless. Oh, you're gonna enjoy it. The concert for Speak Now is fun, just as fun as Fearless.
I can't wait.
Okay, I think I had one
No.
more, maybe.
Yes.
Right, I have one more. Okay,
Sure.
award
The
show season.
Grammys.
Look, so much
Mhm.
sparkle.
Yeah.
This
there's
is actually
elegance.
my favorite of Taylor's Grammy outfits ever.
Oh,
Me
okay.
too, because it's very classic Hollywood, and I love the like it's teal almost.
Yep.
All right, it's like a teal color. I
Mhm.
just love it. Though I could
Me
have
too.
chosen the iconic picture where she drops these, but you know. Because that is
They're heavy.
Yeah, I know.
They
She's
are.
not the only one though. Because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure like somebody else also dropped it. Whatever. But yeah, I love this era of her red carpet outfits because there's a lot of sparkles.
Me too.
And I love a sparkle.
Yeah.
I'm actually not a huge fan of the one that she wore to the Kanye Gate VMAs.
Yeah.
Just because I don't know that I found the shape of it as flattering on her as some of the other things you were seeing here. Because it's there. It's the third on the top row. I don't necessarily.
that looks
yeah,
great.
I don't actually love how it looks on her
Really?
because I
Mhm.
just don't like the way it hangs on her compared to the Grammy dress. Let's be real, the Grammy dress
Yeah,
is like
the
Grammy
iconic.
dresses. Whew.
Yeah,
Next
but
level.
you can see she wears a lot of like strapless, strappy one shoulder dresses.
Mhm.
Obviously, it's the heels again. They're back.
A lot of empire waist too.
Yeah,
Mm.
which really does suit her because she's so tall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, but I agree with Kristin. My particular favorite is also the Grammy dress, but I also really like where is it? I actually like the shape of her 17 again dress because it kind of reminds me. It's the one on the top row on the corner. Because it kind of reminds me of something I would have worn when I went out. With like
I
the
could see
neck
that.
being like this and like it's like
Mhm.
it's cut in a certain way. Yeah, I would have totally worn that going out. So that's my other favorite dress. But the Grammy dress for me is like the winner of this era in particular.
Fair.
Agreed.
It's so iconic. Yeah, it's
I
so
definitely
iconic.
had the dress that she's wearing, the fourth one in the top row. I definitely
Yeah.
had like that dress, but in a different color.
Oh.
The one in front of the MSN sign, right? The Sony MSN
Yes.
sign. That one. I could
I
see that
think I'm
actually.
fairly certain. I think she wore a lot of like BCBG during this era.
Yes, I
And
think
I
so
think
too.
that is, I'm fairly certain that's a BCBG dress. Could be wrong, but that must be.
It kind of looks like one, yeah. But I love this era for her on her red carpet journey because it's a lot of sparkling neutrals, and I live for sparkles. So we all knew I was gonna like the aesthetic of this era.
Yeah.
I love it too. The one other thing that I feel like is worth pointing out is that she also during this era became the face of the brand LEI, and she designed a line of sundresses. Yeah, she designed a line of sundresses with them, and they were sold at Walmart for about $14 a dress because Taylor wanted to make sure that it was accessible for her fan base, which is really cool because it's like to be able to like, actually I'll put us back on the screen, to be able to like wear something that someone that you admire so much is wearing. I think that's really cool.
I love that.
I love that a lot. Oh, Walmart. This was the Walmart era for her.
Yeah.
She's eventually going to do other things and other collaborations, which is not for a while, but it's going to be exciting when we get there.
Indeed, indeed.
But yeah, it's so fun. I love her aesthetic in this era, obviously. Are we surprised?
So. Yeah.
Can you believe we've been talking about this for 5 hours?
Yeah, I can be expected.
Andrew cannot. He already texted me like, "Are you still talking?"
And I'm like, yes.
We held a lot back.
Actually, this is true because I feel like we could have actually talked a lot more about certain things. We just didn't. We were just like at a certain point, we're like, draw the line.
Yeah, because like lyrics.
It's okay. It'll be time to speak now soon enough.
We'll see. We'll speak now has less songs, right? No. 26.
So
Clearly did not do their homework yet.
Well, you're not. It's not time yet.
Yeah,
but
time.
because
I'm pretty sure it's like a comparable amount of songs.
Yeah, but is it a full
you have to
25
remember we're also pulling all the collab songs, anything in that era.
No, sure, but like I'm talking about like your minimum amount is your
okay,
base.
it's 22, so it is less.
Yeah, so
it is less.
Which
it's actually red. That's going to be less.
Red is going to be murder.
Red
is. We're going to have to build in breaks. I think is what is going to happen.
I think
this is
so
like
too.
Like you can just put on the screen like a tiny timer. It's like Pomodoro. Just put like a tiny timer.
Yeah.
Like, sprint for like to the bathroom for like 10 minutes. I don't know.
And I think so too. Yeah.
But yeah, Speak Now has a lot of, I think, events that need to be tapped on. Just events and stuff. But it'll be fun. I mean, I had fun. I could keep going, to be honest with you.
I know.
I could probably keep going.
Same.
Because
I love that the average person would be like, it's insane that you not only just talked about Taylor Swift for over 5 hours, but you only talked about one album.
Yeah. And we held back. That's what I'm saying. We actually held back. We did not go all the way. You know what I mean? Like, we did not go do a book. And here's the thing. I'm pretty sure we're in the median average of people
That's true.
who can do.
Yeah.
I think so.
Just because we have experience in like being on YouTube and all that stuff, sure, that adds to like, yeah, of course they're a little, chattier and gabbier than usual. But no, we have conversations like these in real life. It's just we're having them for the first time online. So you know what?
Where other people can see them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that's one way to live life, and I like it. So
I am living for it. The fact that this is now going to be on the internet forever, that we could literally talk about.
So long as the internet lives, and so long as Kristin's channel is alive, that's how this is going to work.
That's true. But yeah,
I feel like I'm going to have to like download these and like just so that I have them
somewhere for posterity.
But it's a good time capsule of like feelings. I mean, this can only grow. I mean, slightly change over the years. But it's a good time capsule of just like, this is how we feel and how it's
so fun.
The impact to our lives
that Taylor Swift has had. Yeah. Clearly.
Yeah. So good.
Collectively, how long have we had? I think we've done 10 hours of Taylor Swift content at this point, just between this show and the other two.
Yeah.
Pretty sure we're close, if not at 10.
We're at 10. We're 100% at 10.
For sure.
This is half of it.
Yeah. This is the other half.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Anyway. It's funny because I know we normally would be like, Andrew should say something. I'm like, but it's been 5 hours. And I'm sure Andrew's like, how?
Although technically that text from Andrew, like, are you still? That's it.
That's Andrew's corner. He's like,
says it.
I know. I had told him beforehand. I was like, honestly, I think this one's going to be really long, so don't worry about coming in. But if he were to come in, the only thing I would ask him would be, how do you feel about Taylor Swift inventing heart hands?
Wait, those are the two things for Andrew's corner, actually. It is the text message he sent you where you're like, you're still talking, and the other thing where he's like, Taylor Swift did not invent heart hands.
And you're like, but she did though.
That's it. That's Andrew's corner for Fearless.
Honestly, that is also 100%. Like, I feel like one of the cornerstones of your bond with Andrew. Just that one conversation.
It's enough. That's enough. Tell us.
I think it's my favorite thing about you guys, to be honest. It's like, but she did though.
I can just see this.
And the challenge is in the eyes and in the tone, not in the statement. Like, you could have said anything. You could have said, but it's the tone and the eyes, which is I enjoy that so much.
So anyway, I'm glad we spent all this time talking about Fearless, which is my favorite. Yeah, it's been a good time.
Yeah.
I know these have been.
We hope that you'll join us next month when we talk about Speak Now.
Yeah,
both Macky and I are exceptionally excited for that one.
Oh, I'm excited too. Just not as excited as you two are, probably. Macky especially.
This was I got stories to tell.
Starts pulling up. Already has all his notes. He's like, okay. Yep. And then we haven't decided yet, but it should be end of April, right? We were thinking more around this one's birthday, which would be fitting.
Yeah.
If it actually happened that way.
Yeah.
What a way to celebrate your birthday.
I mean,
talking about Speak Now.
I mean, there are worse ways to do it, I find. So
but the date, we'll get back to everyone else on that.
Yeah. And we'll try to like post about it more in advance the next time.
Yes.
We were kind of like scrambling with this one. I don't know if you could tell we only had 5 hours of things to talk about.
And we'll be creative about breaks. That way it's not just me doing improv. Like,
bring out the guitar.
When people suddenly have to go. No, but that's the thing too. It's like unlike with Twitch, where as long as you create your own music behind it, you can cover pretty much anything you want. YouTube obviously has a problem. True. So
make a moving slideshow of like random things with Taylor Swift and Speak Now era. You could do that.
I mean, I have an idea of what I can do. I think we'll be good.
Okay, cool.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Alrighty, so that's it. We will see you guys for Speak Now. Bye.
Bye.